amazing stories at 5 a.m. You know, your brain is just not there. And then you're speeding up and you're like, wow, I just heard something pretty incredible. And I'm like, I got to share that. I got to make sure, like, Mark, you and Astrid, you guys see this. And then it just is followed by the next one, and then the next one. And then you're just like, all right, there's no way I can comprehend what is actually happening.
No, you say it, Sean. You know, in a way, I totally regret that, you know, my body can't stay awake for 12 hours. You know, I regret that.
Or 24.
Yeah, 24. Yeah.
There you go.
Well, if anything, that's the inspiration, and that's why, like, I think we're all excited about PechaKucha. But, like, I mean, it's just like, yeah, get off the couch, go do something, go see the world, go meet people. Like, you know, it is inspiring, and I do wish our bodies were able.
All right, feel gooding people. Ding 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 ding.
Okay. We'll bring the bell around, Brian.
Okay, so we're gonna go ahead. Jay, thank you so much. Goodbye. The first half of International PK Day. Jay, thank you for curating such a great list of presenters. Those ones that we didn't get to, we're going to circle back to them on our social feeds and newsletters. And without further ado, let's head to dun, 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 dun. Oh, hold on.
That's all right. Yeah, you're right, Brian.
Yeah, I know. I just got this one planned. All right, here we go. And we're going from Panjim. Is that right? Panjim?
Yeah. Well, it was, but we had an
okay, all right.
Between, but that's good. By the magic of Google Earth, from Panjim all the way across to London.
Okay. Oh.
Yeah, I thought we needed a bit of London Eye today. I wasn't quite sure where Morag's studio was. I was trying to find you, Morag, I couldn't find your address, so I'd have zoomed in on you. But welcome to Morag. She's in London and is a fantastic graphic designer, artist, and who we've known for a long time. We had an exhibition in London at the RIBA, and she designed the poster 25 years ago, maybe, I think. Yeah, we shouldn't say that, should we? We look too old. But anyway, hi to Morag. And what's the name of your dog?
Elvis.
Elvis, that's right.
Elvis, this is Elvis. He's my love. Definitely, and my partner, but he is very much.
Fantastic. Well, thanks so much for taking time out of your really busy schedule. You're just on fire right now. You're doing so many projects, and we just thought we had to get you on, and thank you for agreeing, because you're all about color, and you know, with our red and our yellow this year, we thought we had to have you on board, because yellow is such a bright and vibrant color. So
one of my favorites. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll have to send you Astrid's presentation. She talked about all the yellow things in the office.
It's pretty. It pales in comparison to you. It pales.
This is my neon, my favorite.
Right.
And we love your top as well. That's got a big love on it too, yeah?
Oh yeah, that's my necklace with Tati Divine, my love necklace. I thought I had to.
Okay.
Yeah.
Be fully themed.
I used to make a special PechaKucha bling for these big events, and it looked very much like one of yours right now. Yeah, I'm so glad you kind of do these. They're so fantastic. It just steals the show.
Oh.
All right.
I don't know. I'm lost now. I can't say anything.
On to the presentation.
On to the presentation.
Okay, Morag, are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
Let's play the slides. Off you go. The 10 slides are yours.
Okay. So Love at First Sight, this is a project I did in Aberdeen, and it was just, I was contacted by them in Aberdeen just after my mother had died. My dad had died several years before, but my mother died suddenly. And it was just this weird moment, because my mum and dad had actually met in Aberdeen. My dad was a viola player with the Royal Ballet, and my mum taught at Gray's School of Art, and he saw her at the top of the stairs and he fell in love with her. And then fortunately they got together, and because now I exist. So then to be asked to do a project in a place where, your parents met. It was quite amazing. But when I actually started doing it, I didn't really think that I was going to bring myself into the project until I collaborated with Jo Gilbert, who's a Doric poet. And she said, your parents' story is so brilliant. We need to, you should tell your story, and we'll also do a collaboration. We'll also do the story with the community, because my idea was we would just do something with the community. So the community wrote a poem about how they loved Aberdeen, and we built the whole project together. There was like 100 people involved, and we all painted it. And it was also my parents' project. So, my parents' story. So it was a really beautiful double narrative. I want to show you this one. This was in Coventry last year. Now, lots of people love colour, but many, many people hate colour. And when I started doing this, there was a lot of hate towards this project until it was finished, and now everybody loves it. So I think there's a very important thing to persevere. So when I worked in the Aberdeen project, it was just before lockdown. And then last year I worked on this project, and we did everything through Zoom. So we did all workshops through Zooms, but it was really wonderful because we could get to more people. So these are the words of loads of people in the community about what they think about Folkestone, their town. And this was a guy, the picture on the left, where this guy just stopped his car, and he just said that he loved the project and it meant so much to the community. And for me, that is one of the most important things. Now, this project I've been waiting 3 years to do. I did a project for the brand Method, and I asked them if they would support a project I wanted to do in a hospital. And they said yes. So they gave me the money to make this courtyard because in hospitals, because of the pandemic, it's so important to be outside, spend time outside. And so I think if you can join up with brands and they can actually do really worthy projects. So they gave us this money, and this is going to be built this summer. And I just wanted to end on my love. So I have recently moved to a big garden, and this is my very first daffodil that I've ever planted in my garden. And I'm obsessed with bird watching, and I absolutely love my dog, but I also love doing lots of work and many, many other things. And thank you very much.
Hang on.
Yay!
Yay.
Oh, you got the clear power on, yeah.
Sorry, I had to rush off and change. I missed a couple of slides. Clean power. So
that is a big
first of all,
that
was a really colourful presentation, what we could say. But I love the first one in Aberdeen. I've been to Aberdeen many times, and it's a granite city, yeah? Everything's made of granite, and it's so grey.
But what was the big thing for me is my mother was Scottish, but I think I'm a Londoner. But when I went up to Aberdeen, I realised that I was really, really Scottish, because the women there were really, really strong and really like me. And I found this sort of really a connection that I didn't really realise, that I was as Scottish as I was, So, you learn when you do these community projects, it's so rich, and you learn, and you shouldn't go in without you should go in with an open mind always,
Yeah.
I really like the way you said that lots of people, they do like color, but when it kind of comes into their life, they kind of go, oh, not so much. And to persist.
I got a lot of that. Yeah, that project, when it first went in pink, they were saying it was like that cough mixture or something. They were really, really anti it. And there was one particular councillor who absolutely hated it. And when it was finished, he then said he really loved it.
Yeah. So I'd like to say that to them, you wait and see, you won't be able to live without it.
Yeah, we've just finished a project. I don't know if you've seen our hotel project. It's all colours on the inside, but it's also very colourful outside. It's like a big checkerboard, yellow and grey, and to just make the yellow pop out. And when we went to get it approved, at the Tokyo authorities here, they were like, you know, sucking the thing. They said, sorry, could you make it a bit more imperial? Because it was next to the imperial moat. And we're not quite sure what that meant. But anyway, they let us away with it, get away with it in the end. And it's been super successful.
Yeah.
Same story.
Yeah.
But it is very hard. You know, you've got to be careful with colour as well. As you know, it's very, very hard to use. And it isn't, you know, it is different to how people imagine, I think. They think you just slap it all on, you know. And actually, I'm quite restrained, although nobody thinks I am. I think I am, as you can tell from today.
All right.
All right.
On that note, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Morag.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
We hope to see you in London soon.
Forever.
Wonderful, wonderful. Okay, well, moving right along, I think we're going to go to, let's see here, London.
From London to Tbilisi.
Ooh, woo. What a trip.
Exactly.
Okay, Tbilisi.
Hey. Who's that?
I love the name of this city. Wow, that's beautiful. Okay.
There we go. Yeah. It's
Hi, everybody. We have Tbilisi guys on the hour. Gertie, yeah, and Sian. Hi, how are you guys? Hello. Everybody doing well? You can unmute yourself. Hey.
Hello there. This is Georgi. I'm really psyched to be joining in.
Hi, Georgi.
Loving your yellow top.
Oh yeah, it's like, well, it got like pretty dirty today. I'm kind of like moving places, and it's a big day. But I'm really excited to be joining you guys. This has been like amazing energy that I can feel through the screen, and I'm really
yay. Okay, well, without further ado, we've got, I believe we have two presenters lined up from Tbilisi, and let's see, let's go ahead and queue up our first presenter, Anna. Is Anna here? Do we have that right?
Okay, Anna is going first. I'm gonna call her.
Did we
right
make it?
away.
We can rearrange if we need to. Shall we rearrange? It's not that big of a deal. We can easily do it.
That would be like really, really sweet. She's
Let's
just
do that.
doing
sure.
some like finishing touches on her hair.
Okay,
and
let me, no problem. Let me tell me who needs to go first.
I know the feeling, yeah.
All right.
Okay, so we're just gonna
I'll
flip them around. Okay, here we go. Got it.
That's a good idea.
Give me a second.
Yeah.
All right.
So we really took time to prepare. What do we have to share about? You guys enjoy the speech.
Okay.
All right.
Take two. Here we go. Georgi. All right, Georgi, are you ready?
I'm ready to go.
Okay, the 20 slides are yours. Yep.
Sorry, I think it's just breaking up a bit. Let me switch to a different
We
network.
can hear you perfectly.
Oh, I think he is cutting up a bit. Yeah, okay, that's okay. We're okay for time. Yeah, good thing we didn't start.
I just say in the meantime, we've making all these Google Earth maps. It's kind of incredible. And when we used to be able to fly, running PechaKucha, you can't fly like you normally do because you have the map up on the back of the seat, and you say, "Oh, that's a PechaKucha city. That's a PechaKucha city." As you go around the world, and it's been incredible to go to these places that we haven't visited yet. To see, first of all, the city plan and the culture and the architecture there. It's been an amazing
and knowing
journey.
that there are lovely people there whom we
Agreed.
love to meet directly. But let's just be grateful that we have this Zoom tech and all that, so that we at least can meet like that.
Okay.
Yeah, but we have to make it in person.
Yeah, in person is better.
Nothing beats that.
Yeah.
We agree.
All right, Georgi, the 20 slides are yours. Off you go.
Perfect. So Tbilisi is not probably the first city that comes to your mind when you think about traveling. So I decided to show a bit of that and also what I do. So this is the statue of St. George slaying the dragon. And after years of looking at it, I realized that only way to survive in Tbilisi is to make a choice. You either have to be the St. George or the dragon or the horse. I chose to be myself, like Georgi, the most traditional name. And here's me a few pounds lighter with all the advertising awards I've gotten over the years. I think like most of them are pretty much on me. The color of the national costume is not that like traditional, but we try to do some untraditional stuff with creativity, with design, with like advertising. And this is the agency name that I founded a few years ago with my friend, and we help brands to get started from zero. And you can see that's our street sign. And this is where we are at, the heart of Tbilisi, where everything is lazy and fabulous. That's what my Russian friend actually said about Tbilisi, how life moves here is quite like different from maybe the like megapolis like cities, but here it's a very different kind of like flavor. It's a very disorganized place to exist, which is, I guess, the perfect surrounding for creativity to thrive. You can see like from this picture, this is just a like regular supermarket. The watermelons are inside like boxes for bananas, and there's some bottles on it. This is also a very usual sight in Tbilisi. We got some guys who hustle brooms, and they just take this like everywhere in the streets. And in case you want a broom, you just ask, hey man, what up? They're not for like Quidditch or anything, but they do get their job done. And as you pretty much like noticed, I really enjoy trying to capture all these weird moments that spark my pleasure of life. And this is the particularly amazing cat that we found in the neighborhood, like very close to the office, and it got printed in a calendar because it's so amazing and it's so fat. But most of my life revolves around advertising and Anna, and pretty much both of them are in this picture. This is the very first ad I think like Coca-Cola ran with an actual human being, and I got it from one of the shoots we were doing with a very old brand as well in Georgia. So like advertising is not like something that is only on the posters. It's very kind of like grassroots movement too. There are some ads right on the trees. There's a very cool security guys advertising their services with a very cool like poster, and there's a Mickey Mouse who's like selling some shawarmas, you know, like doner kebabs. So it's very wild, and sometimes it gets a bit like ironic in a way, in a very sad way. The ad here says, "Are you looking for an apartment?" And you can see how this wave of extreme capitalism kind of resulted in some weird like connotations. Even this, I'm pretty sure, is not like something like somebody like thought about. Sex change, it just says. And yeah, like this kind of like stuff like this that have been born out of Georgia, getting out of the Soviet Union and getting like familiarized with the way and with the new ways of spreading information. Sometimes it gets too much. There's like a lot of noise, and we have to like fight against it. And this is the most primitive way, I guess, to just like light everything on fire. And other times we professionally, we try to like creatively intervene in the lives of Georgians to make it more fun. We just started the Museum of like Georgian Inventions, and here a coin on a string is used to like operate the like elevators, because you don't have like that many coins, and this is a very nice way to trick that. And yeah, like this is another I think ad that we did that really encapsulates that spirit of kind of grassroots creativity. This is a politician who didn't yet have a number to sign like in the elections, and we decided to put his actual phone number on the billboard, and lots of people called and they were like complaining about a lot of issues, and he was actually trying to do something about it, and he actually got elected to the parliament. And the first thing he said is that my phone is still on. So that's, I guess, a way to use advertising to ease the burden of the people. And like this July, we had a very aggressive like appearance on the news. There were huge protests coinciding with the Pride March in Tbilisi, and a lot of dudes came out in the streets like shouting, and evidently they beat up a lot of journalists in the process. And the most like saddest thing is that one of the guys who was like filming all this protest died actually, and he was a like journalist, a video guy, and he was just there doing his job. So this is something that we try to support the community and also the media with, because they were the only ones kind of like fighting. And this is an actual ad that ran just jamming the like normal programming with a pride colored like TV rainbow. But this stuff, it has like ups and downs. And the next project we're like working on is actually on the left. You can see my grandfather, and this is a meme I did like 7 years ago. I put like Batman's head on it, and now we're actually doing an ad which features a very traditional Georgian Batman, and I have the honors of playing the role. So I'm not really sure what the next few weeks are gonna bring, but for sure they will be a lot of fun in Tbilisi, and I hope one day I'll see you there.
Wow.
Oh my gosh.
Full of ideas.
Oh my gosh.
And you know, all real and authentic and fighting for love, fighting for it. Love it, love it.
And if Marag's still on the call, I want a t-shirt that says lazy and fabulous, because I think that's a great name. That's a great description for a city.
Wow.
Or me.
Although I must say, it didn't look very lazy to me.
No,
at the contrary. But
the first coffee shop opens up like at 11 a.m. So like you can judge.
No, it was brilliant. Tell us about the elevator coin. You have to put coins in the elevator, is that right?
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, after it was a really strange times, the 90s, and we didn't get much kind of like technological progress in terms of elevators. So they installed this kind of like things to collect like money per ride, and you have to have coins. But these days everybody's electronic. I mean, I don't really have like that much cash on me. So my girlfriend, who's gonna speak next, like Anna, she just improvised the thing, and I have this on a string, and like lots of people have them too. It's a very handy utility, and you recycle money in a way. I guess that's gotta be environmental friendly somehow.
Brilliant.
Just take the stairs. Practical. It's healthy.
Dude, you represented your city so well. You should be the tourism ambassador. I mean, I think everybody who's watching on is like, let's go. You represent.
Please do.
Man.
And I'm gonna ask the city mayor for promotion. Definitely, I just email this video to him.
You know, lots of PechaKucha organizers are city council people, and PechaKucha organizers, local organizers, are the city mayors, and I don't be surprised if in 3 or 4 years we see the Batman mayor of Tbilisi is an old organizer. You know.
Yeah, you got to wear that cape though, that really heavy, nice cape.
That was an amazing picture of your grandfather. Yeah, we've had some great grandfather. Yeah, I mean we've had some good grandfather pictures during the first 12 hours. So,
but that
beats it, man.
Hair of these guys. Like I wish one day I could like grow into him.
You will, dude. You will.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you too. All right, let's keep going here. And it's your better half. Is that right?
Yeah,
that's good.
Yeah, move over.
Yeah,
all right. That was easy. Okay, Anna, are you? Hello, how are you? Is your hair done? Are you ready?
Yes, I hope.
Okay, sorry about that. All right, well, we'll off we go. Yeah, are you okay?
Okay. Yes.
Let's start.
Yes,
okay.
Start.
20 slides are yours.
So my name is Anna Chubinidze, and I'm from Tbilisi. Mostly I live in Tbilisi. I do illustration, like sculpture, and most of my time I do stop motion animation. You see in this photo, it's me with my character. This is my first film, The Pocket Man. I did it in 2016. So I shoot this film. It was like first co-production between Georgia and France. We shoot it in very good stop motion studio for l'image, and it is 80-minute short film for children. We received a lot of prizes from different countries, and it was selected on more than 150 festivals around the world. And I was really proud because I was not expecting this success. And the technique was really interesting, which I found out this technique in Folimage. So everything in the film was made from paper, and we painted on paper. It was like stop motion, but everything is on paper and it's cut out. And it was shoot on a table, like you see this glass table, and there were several layers of glass, and you could put background and character and everything on the table, and the camera was on the top and shooting the animation. It was really interesting, and I really like fell in love with animation, and because of that I opened the animation studio in Tbilisi with my friend, and we are now only one stop motion animation studio in Tbilisi, and we are trying our best to like develop this field. And this is our first film, which we made in Pocket Studio, and the film called Francis Soup Kitchen. The story is about alien chef who is doing very tasty soup, and this technique is the same, but we have a little bit more volume, and we shoot also on glass. And it was also co-production with our studio and Folimage. And because of this co-production, we learned a lot about stop motion, because in Georgia, we don't have a place to study stop motion. So here also you see that everything was done by hands, like tiny hands. We mixed all the materials like clay, silicone, and a lot of stuff. And everything we created in our studio. We had really nice team, and we were proud that we could make that. And this is an animator who is animating characters, and you see like different materials like wool. It was really interesting and funny to work on this project. And now this film is starting to travel around the world. And also we decided to shoot some commercial videos, and this is our first stop motion commercial, which we really we fully made in Pocket Studio. It was not a co-production. So this is a character which we built, and you see that we could not make hands, and yeah. This is another commercial. It was for this new year, and it's a commercial for the Georgian Post. And it was like the biggest project for our studio, because the city you see, we built it in our studio with our hands. We had amazing team, like perfect craft makers. You see all these details we made with hands, and it was amazing and funny, and like, I don't know, like very happy days in our studio to make this short animation. We had different like architecture guy who built the city, and guys who were like sewing these little bags, and the girl who were doing these little fruits, and yeah, different things. And it was quite successful, because a lot of people saw it in Tbilisi. And the thing which we decided was that we made the heads of characters in 3D. And it was not really what we wanted, but we had no other way because of the short time. So here you see the head, that it's like really 3D. But the result was cute, and we are really happy that we made it. And we had only 2 months, and the short was a 3-minute short, so it was really tough to shoot it. And I have a new project now. which I'm working on. It calls New Look for Lion. It's about a lion who has really giant and big hair, and he cannot, he's invited to a party, and he wants to look very special there, and he tries to find a haircut, like different haircut, because this is really, really big. And he goes to zebra salon, and it will be like musical, and zebras are singing to a lion that oh, like our hairstyle is the best hairstyle, and you have to try our style. And they are doing this black and white Irokesi style hair, and lion likes it. But when he goes out, he finds out another hair salon, and he wants to try that also. There are a lot of advertisements, and he goes to Flamingo salon, and Flamingo is singing also that it's like his hairstyle is the best style, and he's doing this pink curls. Yeah, and I don't want to tell you the end of the story. And so if you want to just follow us, like Pocket Studio on Instagram, because we are sharing our everyday work process there, we will be happy. And if you have questions, I will be happy to answer it.
Oh my, Anna, this is so funny. This is so funny. And all that labor of love. I mean, incredible, incredible. But I think people love it even more because they know it's not easy to do all these what's it called? What animation? Stop motion animations. And yeah, because it's so much effort to do it, and you know, that's an instant winner because you know it comes through. So keep doing it, keep loving it.
So how long would you spend on something like the post office ad?
3 months.
The ad for post?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was 2 months and a half.
Wow, amazing.
Deadlines,
for just a few seconds, you know.
Oh.
It was really, really short, because for the Pocket Man and for Francis Soup Kitchen, it was 1 year. Like, I think it needs to, for 3 minutes, it could be okay to work 5 months. It would be perfect.
Unbelievable, unbelievable.
Wow.
Us Brits love animation because stop motion because of Aardman Productions down in Bristol.
Yeah, I love Aardman also. Yeah,
make all the Wallace and Gromit and all of those things.
Yeah.
So it's sort of, it was I've forgotten the name of the guy who does Morph, the little plasticine animal, which we all grew up with in the UK. Yeah, Tony Hart and Morph. That's who I was thinking of. Yeah.
Right. But anyway, I like the hairdresser stories too. I can just imagine yourself, Anna, kind of going through the motions. What am I gonna do with my hair?
I forgot to tell you that on that project, Georgi is writing the script for the lion, and also it was my daughter who created the idea of this animation. So we are like
lovely.
Oh, so beautiful. Keep doing it. We follow you.
Thank you.
The PechaKucha force is very strong in Tbilisi. Last year at IPK 2021, there was Masho, who was an artist, presented, and another. She was very talented. She's one of the most popular presentations from last year. And also we heard an amazing presentation about Georgian wine. Do you remember this? The Georgian wine presentation was fantastic. So bucket list gets longer. Thank you, Tbilisi.
Thank you.
Moving along.
Thank you.
Up next is we have, let's see, we're going from, let's see if we can get this right. Sean gave me a little tip.
Tbilisi to very green London, I think. Yeah.
All right.
Is that close to your studio, Michael? Are we correct there?
That's incredibly good. I'm very impressed.
Do we have?
So
I think we've got Sean.
I've screwed up there, haven't I? Sorry.
That's fine.
We're not going to London quite yet. We're going to do Sean first. Sorry. Sean, are you on? Are you on? There you are.
Yeah.
Sorry, Michael. We'll come back to you in a sec.
Shall we flip something around or?
No, we're good. We're good.
Let's all right. All right. Hi, Sean.
Hi, we haven't seen you for so long. Yeah.
I know.
We
Too
met in
long.
Tokyo. We met in Tokyo.
Yonks ago.
Yeah, at least 20 years ago.
2007? No, late, earlier than that, to 1990 something.
Oh, don't say that.
Yeah, 1998.
And we've kept in touch, and you ran a few PechaKucha nights in London, and now you're in Cairo, which is amazing.
I'm in Cairo. Yeah. Yeah, totally bizarre twist of fate, and I'm here, and actually I'm in a bathroom because there's been a sandstorm, and I'm slightly away from Cairo because there's power cuts and everything, so we're at a resort where there's electricity and a bit of light left. So
I'm sorry about that. We forced you to go and find Wi-Fi.
No, we were going to come anyway, but we had a
That's
choice
a song
of going.
title.
Yeah, we had a choice of going back home or not, and then the electricity's still off, so we stayed. So that's nice excuse to stay. Yeah. So yes.
Brilliant.
I don't know what to say. I'm a bit overwhelmed actually about all this. So yeah, sorry for the echo. I hope it's okay.
It's perfect.
It's okay.
It's
Don't
perfect.
worry.
Have you been enjoying the presentation so far?
Yes, I have joined it, and I've seen quite a few here, and it's all very exciting, and and it sort of put me on my edge now because I think, oh, right,
You'll be fine.
Don't worry,
Come on.
don't worry.
Yeah,
Don't worry.
Over to you anyway.
All right, thank you. So hi, my name's Shauna Kate Mooney. I'm a sculptor and I make performances, as well as being an academic. I make films, and one of my big loves is Brutalist architecture. And this is me in a piece that I made in 2021. It's called Muster, and the beautiful iconic building behind is Arlington House in Margate. I won an Arts Council grant in 2021 to scale up my studio experiments, which were very small, and so I started putting little figures around my studio sculptures and to see what they look like scaled up, and this is the result. So it's gathered stripes, painted canvas, and demonstration standards and performance garments. Probably guessed by now I really love stripes. I love the way that the straight line bends and undulates when it's placed over the body or an object. This is called The Follies, and I showed it as part of an exhibition in Kendal. This is my beloved dog Logan. He was clever, loving, funny. He loved sofas, beds, and long sniffaries. And here he is on my favourite blanket. Very happy looking there. And this is my favourite plant. It's called the Oxalis triangularis purpurea. Forgive my Latin. It's part of the clover family, and it's also edible. When you eat it, it literally makes your mouth water because of the oxalic acid content, and its triangular leaves make it really distinctive. I love this image because I look like I'm floating. It's from a film I made in 2018 called The Art of Cooking. And I've been doing meditation on and off for the last few years, and really since I came to Cairo a lot. And I think this photo, this still, represents my meditative self. So in August 2021, I moved to Cairo for work. This is the first trip I made into Cairo, where a motorway turned into a dirt track, and I got pretty scared. These strange moments, however, are why I love Egypt. It's bizarre because the Cairo is in a constant state of demolition and rebuild, often in exactly the same spot. So I love how it reveals the kind of hidden lives of its citizens. Beautiful interior colours. So Egypt marches on this thing called koshery. It's a rice, pasta, tomato, onion, chickpea and chili dish. It's available everywhere and it's really tasty. And being vegan in Cairo is a pretty tough job. But the thing is that this is vegan and it costs about 30 UK pence for a whole meal. And so what's not to love?
So 10 days after moving to Cairo, Logan died. He was my K9 son, and I miss him so much. Here he is, tanning himself in the sun in the bay window of our old house on his favourite sofa. Bless his sweet heart. So when I visited the Egyptian Museum in Cairo, I was blown away. There's just so much there, thousands and thousands of mummies. And I came across Logan's ancestor, the Anubis, and this stole my heart. And I must admit, I did shed a little tear for my darling Logan when I was in front of this wonderful sculpture. Working at the British University in Egypt, I live and work in the desert, hence the sandstorm today, and I love sunsets. And this is the sunset on my walk home. Every evening, it kind of looks like this, which is quite incredible. This is a dye shop called Francis Ibrahim. It's in downtown Cairo, and it's in a souk of kind of modern pots and pans and plastic, and it's a beautiful kind of time capsule with paper bags of dye all tied up beautifully with woven ribbon. And I wish I had more Arabic because I'd be able to get more colours. This is in the tent makers market in Babzuela in Cairo. This sack denotes the seller of cotton K-pop furniture stuffing. Also, it's a nice photo of a lovely street doggy. So in the tent makers market, you can often find, they're ubiquitous, these beautiful hand-stitched quilts. Such beautiful colours, the Islamic geometric shapes, they really kind of take your breath away. They're such tiny stitches, really labour intensive, quite incredible work. And I've started to collect a lot of traditional Egyptian textiles. This woman is from the Sinai Desert and she's Bedouin. I met her son actually, Ahmed, and the dress she's wearing is embroidered with little tiny cross stitches, and it takes about a year to make. I bought a couple of these off Ahmed, and sadly it's a dying art. This is Ramses II, the Colossus at Memphis. He's about 10 meters tall, and he's displayed on his back so that you can see his beauty up close. So you can walk all the way around him and just look at every part of him in detail. He's truly, truly exquisite. This is the aquarium on Zamalek Island in Cairo, and it is extraordinary. I think it was an old palace or something, and it's a giant man-made grotto. And this cave hosts a huge family of very large fruit bats. It's really bizarre. It's sort of in between Gaudi and some cave thing. I don't know. This is the Serapeum at Saqqara. Literally blew my mind. These granite caskets weigh over 100 tons each and are impeccably carved and placed in tight underground tunnels. You cannot remake these even with modern technology, and it's still not known how they were sited. It's a complete mystery, and made me start to believe in aliens. Truly mind-boggling. These are my lovely fashion students, my fashion foundation students at the British University in Egypt, fresh-faced and ready to face the future. Thank you so much for watching, and thank you for listening to my presentation. And it's an honour to be here today with you.
Oh, Sean, thank you so much. After all these years,
I know.
So moving in so many ways. People are talking about your dog in the chat, how adorable he is, and rest in peace. And oh man, there's so many lovely connections.
Anyway.
I need to
really, really well done.
I mean, thank you.
It's so you find inspiration wherever you look, right? It's kind of, oh my, this is great, and this is great. It's like life is an adventure. Yes. And you know, it's I'm sure you weren't quite, you were a bit apprehensive going to Cairo and all, but you know, the things that you discover on the way is like priceless, really.
Absolutely. So. I have no idea. You think of King Tutankhamun, but that's not even the start of it.
Yeah, that's amazing. Somehow we are really, really honored that all of you, all the PechaKucha presenters, you know, we get to go on little trips. You know, it's a 24-hour trip around the world, and it's like I want to go there. And yeah.
But we're all so different, but we're all exactly the same. Yeah, that's what's really incredible.
Yeah.
There's a creative energy that we see in every city, you know, across the world. Yeah, it's brilliant. So I'm so glad to hit another one on and this thing that's last slides you showed of the tomb. Incredible, huh?
You've got to go. Your mind will explode. It will, and you'll start believing in aliens. And I'm such a cynic, but I do now.
Wow. Yeah. Okay.
All right.
I do want to. Yeah.
And say hi to who as well. Yeah, I'm sure he's.
Yes, I will definitely. Bye.
Thank you, Sean.
Thank you, Sean.
At this point, I just want to say a very, very big thank you to whoever is Pavan Matani on the chat. And he or she has been commenting constantly ever since the beginning.
For 12 hours.
Yeah, since the PechaKucha.
Whereabouts in the world are you? Let us know, and we'll give you a shout out. That's amazing. Chicago. Okay.
Right.
He's in Chicago.
Lots of travel miles, airline miles. All right.
Brilliant. Okay.
Your bucket list is growing too, I guess.
So in my head, Sean was in London as well, but she's in Cairo. But we go back to London now to Michael, and we'll fly from his studio off to the next destination. So we'll see where you are a little bit later. But Michael, thank you for joining International PechaKucha Day. I know you're really super busy like everybody, and it's really great you could carve out a bit of time to join us. And well, we've met Michael here in Tokyo, and we're always following his work. And I didn't actually know till I got to Glasgow to COP26. You designed the logo, and so there it is all around town. And it was really amazing to think that we know you, the person that sort of transformed the city for those 2 incredible weeks. So. And we're going to be chatting to a rest of the team that went to Glasgow in a few minutes. So over to you, Michael. Why don't you do a little introduction and show your presentation?
Okay, I will. Thanks for having me. Let me know when we're going.
All right, Michael, off you go. The 20 slides are yours.
Okay, so good morning, Tokyo. Good morning, New York, and good afternoon, Europe. So I'm Michael Johnson Banks. I've been doing climate and environmental branding projects like the things you see on screen for a couple of decades. But we recently had the chance, as Mark said, to try and help the planet on a genuinely global scale. And we were asked to help out on COP26, the Conference of the Parties, number 26 in Glasgow. Now, these United Nations climate change conferences started in '92, but we didn't feel that any of them really had been particularly nicely branded. You can see a little selection of them on screen here. One of the challenges with working in this area is there are so many verbal and visual cliches: global warming, climate crisis, doom, gloom, fire, brimstone, stranded polar bears, smoke from choking chimneys. How do you communicate this urgency of the problem? Yet also, how do you do it with a bit of optimism and hope? So we started off really plumbing some of the cliches and trying to get into some of the jargon on how to do this. We started debating some of the words like net zero. There's a phrase you hear a lot, but it's very, very hard to symbolize how we get to zero in terms of carbon emissions with a symbol and with a bit of graphic design. So next we tried slightly more agit things. Could we replace change with crisis? Could we use the idea of a tipping point? Could we use that somehow? We also tried ideas that reversed the ideas of the letters were in reverse, almost like a metaphor for reversing the damage that we've clearly been doing. But the idea that was working best worked both visually and verbally. We were writing these lines like the climate has no borders. And then we were also at the same time taking famous NASA images and wondering if we could kind of distort them or swirl them to create a surface that felt like another phrase we like, a world in flux. So these visual and verbal ideas came together. And we started to build this, a kind of swirling globe-like symbol that was kind of beautiful. something that was Earth-like, but a bit otherworldly, something that would intrigue people, wake them up, compel them to collaborate and take urgent action together. So that was our plan, really. And the idea, luckily we can see it moving, marvelous. I had to chat up the team massively to get this to happen. So we then started to try and get it to move, and actually to spin this idea and also to make the surface move. We went to these genius animators, and they initially said, yeah, this would be so easy. And then after about 8 versions, they finally admitted it was like tapping your head and rubbing your stomach. But when we started to put it with these copy lines, like the climate has no borders, we realized that it had this kind of really interesting effect of having no shapes of any particular countries. So no single country is to blame. And the client and we and everyone sort of thought, oh, this one could really work. Then we started to build a design system around it. We wanted something simple, 3-color, bold typography. We could sort of cajole the delegates on the left to take world-changing action, but also remind them on the right that the world is watching them. You know, there's responsibility to you guys. You've got to do something here. You've got to step up. We also started to use this Earth symbol in a more dynamic way, not just sticking it in the corner and leaving it alone. We started using the tipping point idea again. And then we used this Earth in constantly changing ways, like a weight or a person's head or an eyeball. We really tried to use it in the most flexible way that we possibly could. In terms of social media, we realized we could crop it, we could do all sorts of things with it. And we kept writing these very thought-provoking headlines, Blue Planet, Red Alert, or Our Planet Needs You. And one of my favorites runs up the side here, A Hope is a Renewable Resource, so kind of playing on the language of the sector. So we were working on a whole year of climate action. We were designing the merch. We got David Attenborough to do the initial launch, and then a huge, great pause button on the whole project as the pandemic struck. The whole project stopped. And essentially, if I'm honest, we kind of forgot about it. We thought, well, we don't know what's going to happen. And then 18 months later, something did start to happen. If you went to Glasgow, you started to see all these banners around on lampposts, on huge cranes, all the world's media start to gear up. And I think the pandemic pause had really concentrated people's minds on the power of and importance of this particular conference. And then it kind of exploded, as Mark alluded to a second ago, from the train station to projections on the conference hall. This kind of otherworldly, bonkers, beautiful idea became the backdrop to everything. So conceptual graphic design was in the world news and was sort of on the world stage. And we started to experiment with it ourselves, creating things that matched up with the conference theme. So, you know, could they keep to 1.5 degrees? What would happen on the day they talked about aviation? And underlying it all, this sense that time was running out on the right-hand side. The world is dripping through that. And we kept doing this. There was a point at which the 1.5 degree target was shattered, and it seemed like it might be 2.4 degrees, that temperature in the middle. Or there was a bit of research done with the British population. 50% of the British population were watching this conference closely, but only 20% of them expected the politicians to deliver an agreement. Oh, there were beanies, there were bed covers, enamel pin badges. Even Extinction Rebellion did a remix, which was kind of oddly flattering, actually. And there was even a Twitter hashtag that you see there, an icon in the Twitter hashtag, which was kind of interesting too. And then one of the weirdest things that happened was that The Guardian had started to lampoon Boris Johnson, the British Prime Minister, some time ago by replacing his face with his buttocks. I think there's something about the butt of the joke or something like that. Anyway, we kind of knew that we'd made it. We knew we were in the zeitgeist when our symbol appeared on the buttocks of the British Prime Minister. And so world leaders stood by it or wore it. Pledges were made on emissions and deforestation. Commitments were finally made on coal. And for some, the conference went too far. For most people, it didn't go far enough. But our job to symbolize the planet we love and the danger it faces had been done.
Wow, how amazing is that presentation, Michael? Thank you so much. I wasn't expecting to hear the full backstory or the development process of it, but that was really wonderful. And I know in the comments too, we're getting lots of people are really blown away. But what a powerful logo that stands really fantastically strongly on its own, and then it's elevated even more with a fantastic copy.
Totally. And because it's so bold and true and kind of everybody can understand it. It's not some kind of wampy bampy.
It's not a graphic.
It isn't. But yeah, that's
oddly conceptual.
It makes it lovely. All these swirls of the world make it like, this is a beautiful thing, and it's not like scary. It's like we can do this.
Yes, exactly. I wanted there to be some hope, some optimism in it. Yes.
And I never thought about it before, but of course it looks like the world, it feels like the world, but there are no countries, there's no defining thing. Like you said, it was really so clever.
Very important, because if someone went to the conference and said, hang on a sec, that's us, and we are implicated, then the whole thing was a bit of a SHIT show anyway, but no one went to the conference and got annoyed by the logo. However, the logo did make them think, I hope.
Yes.
I'm
sure. And as you said, it lives on.
So thank you very much, Michael. I was going to ask you to play a tune on your guitar, but we've got to move on. And we're going to so we're going to move on. And you just please stay on the call and have a chat to Helena, who's coming up next. Brian, why don't we go to the little... I think we're going up to, I'm not sure where you are today, Helena. I guess you might be in Edinburgh.
I'm actually in Ireland in my mummy and daddy's house, and I've got a cup of tea with a saucer. So I've crossed to the Irish Sea, and I always like when you go to your mum and dad's house because you get a cup of tea with a saucer. They treat you well. So we're going to do as kind of a hop across from Ireland to Scotland and tell our story. And Michael, can I just say what an honor to come on after you. We, as Michael has told you, maybe we were part of the team at COP26, so we saw all of this in situ, and it worked incredibly well around the city. It was really well branded. It looked amazing. So I'm a big fan of yours. This is a massive honor to have you in my mummy and daddy's living room at the minute. And I hope we get to maybe meet you and find out. But brilliant story, wonderful.
Fantastic. So we met Helena through our very good friend David Palash at Lego, who presented on last year about his bird watching escapades. He spent some time in Tokyo, went to London, started working for Lego, and then he said, "We're doing this thing at COP, and you should really be involved, and you should meet Helena, who runs this group called Daydream Believers." And they're educating children in creativity and to be, and I'm not going to take your thing, but it's about creative bravery. We all have to be creative to be brave, to do brave things like this,
I think we are just creative. We don't even realize we are brave.
Exactly.
We just do it.
Well, she's going to make a point of why we should be brave. So a part of the project, they invited PechaKucha over, so the children can tell their stories through our simple storytelling platform. And so I won't spoil your story too much, but why don't we go
over
to you,
you,
Helena?
Okay. Oh, thank you. Yeah. Brian, you just let me know. So Brian and Mark know me well, and I maybe it's the Celt in me, but I like a good story and I can tell a good story. But the problem with the Irish is they don't know when to stop a good story. So I had to write a few notes. It's a story from the heart, and I could talk for a very long time about it. So you'll forgive me if I have my glasses on and a little bit of a kind of notes here as a prompt. But I'm relying on our good friend, the absolute hero out there, Brian. If you tell me when to go, I'm good.
Helena, you have facilitated the creation of probably 100 PK presentations, and I have been waiting for this moment to hear
Brian,
your PK presentation.
I'm a teacher. You know, do as I say, not as I do, Brian. That's the key.
Don't worry,
Okay,
don't worry. You'll be fine.
Let's go.
All right, the 20 slides are yours. Or 10, 10. Go for it.
10 slides, yeah.
Oh, there you go.
Okay, brilliant. Yeah, my name, just as they said, is Helena Good. My presentation is the Daydream Believers love story and how we're working with schools to place creative thinking at the heart of education. And I'm really, really grateful for the opportunity to share this with you as part of PK's International Day, celebrating love and all things creative. So, you know, we're a small team, but we've been very lucky to work on a project that's close to our hearts. The team is a mixture of teachers, designers, business and university lecturers. And last year, I took a creatively brave leap and gave up my job of 28 years as a college lecturer to work full time on sort of developing up really what is our vision for education. And that vision is about what happened 2 years ago. We set up Daydream Believers Online. We opened up a space for employers, universities and colleges to share some of their real world thinking with schools. What we do is we create free classroom ready resources that use the design process to kind of solve real world challenges. Now, I like things that are simple, and I know, having been a teacher, how challenging it can be to bring about change in the curriculum. Our mantra has always been trust the teachers. And we believe that our resources created by the likes of Lego, Rockstar and Ellen MacArthur Foundation make it easier than ever to bring the real world into the classroom. In January 2021, we worked with college and university partners to develop a new qualification in the senior phase of high schools. We resourced this qualification with challenges packaged up in a playlist. This spanned across an academic year and can be downloaded for free on our website. One of the challenges you can download is called Campaign for Kindness. Students create a campaign for a group of people who they think deserve more kindness. This slide is from one of our Scottish students. She chose introverts. So for all the introverts out there, this is for you. And she believed that they were a group that needed more kindness. Creative bravery is very much part of our call to action. And I'm sure many of you out there can relate to this visual as part of your story too. Nothing ever goes from A to B in a straight line, and perhaps it would be boring if it did. It's the creatively brave projects that connect with our heart and soul that are the ones that are worth fighting for. A project that connects with my heart and soul was one that we worked on last year with our partners Whitespace and PK. Getting on with it, or Get On With It, is an action pack that takes learners through the different stages of the urgent call out to save our planet. This is about action, and this is about empowerment. Across the 2 weeks of COP26 in Glasgow, we ran PK half hours where Mark and Brian supported invited guests from around the world to share their stories. And that's what I love about PK, the level playing field. It opens space for the voices of our young people to be heard alongside those of policymakers and presidents. So thank you, PK, for all you do to support change, action, and creative thinking. You've made me laugh and encouraged me to make new connections and look at things differently. I have met people from across the world and celebrated our diversity and similarities. We all want to laugh, love, and dream big. And PK, I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for making that possible. And as they say over here, that's my story.
Wow, thank you. Wow. Oh, I need the tissues now.
No, I think I do too. Actually, I'm going to get my tissue. This is the first tissue of the day.
Oh, but you know, but it has, the reason I had to write it down is it's an emotional story, and I think, in particularly working with you guys and seeing what's possible to empower our young people to, you know, when we saw, you know, an 8-year-old take to the stage alongside, you know, the Peter Exley, the president of the American Institute of Architects, and that young person feeling that their voice had as much power and authenticity as Peter's. And I think that, you know, the reason I'm here today on a Saturday and a cold, snowy day in Ireland is because I truly believe that this platform you've created just opens up so many boundaries for our young people. And it says we care, your voice has power, and together we can bring about change.
Yeah, but I also wanted to say that it's actually quite brave of you to kind of give up your job and dedicate yourselves to even younger students. It seems to be a trend, though. You know, you can't get them young enough, you know, to kind of bring out this awareness in them that, you know, they can do it. You know, they've been taught sort of top down for so long.
And I think education really is in a state of change. And I think the pandemic has accelerated that to some extent, where people are having to work at home, but they're allowing you know, that normal education is not normal anymore. And courses like yours, and we've had an amazing presentation about another creative school a little bit earlier, running along the same types of things.
So yeah, bravery it is. And I like that path from A to B. You know, if it was straight, it would be so boring. So
we have
that's great slide.
Helena, we have so many amazing opportunities to collaborate with so many amazing organizations, but we learned so much from working with you. It was so fun. And the get on with it challenge, your get on with it attitude really is kind of the inspiration for an event like this. You know, it's like we don't know what we're doing. We're just getting on with it, you know. And so I really commend you for you know, cheering on this way of thinking and this way of being, and definitely it has rubbed off on us. And I think it's definitely rubbed off on the students who also took the Get On With It challenge. And that's why I would like to welcome Miss Jones. And I thought Miss Matthewson was going to be on, but maybe have I got this wrong? Because you're listed as Miss Jones. Is it Miss? Yeah. Are you Miss?
It's Miss. It's
Okay,
it's Miss Matthewson, but
I'll change your name real quick. I can do that real quick. Hi, how are you? Nice to see you, Miss Matthewson.
Good, thank you. How are you?
And who are your students? Tell us where you are and who are your students.
We're Stow Primary School in the Scottish Borders, and just picking up on what Helena said, and what you guys have said about Daydream Believers. Our students and the staff have learnt so much from meeting yourselves, working with like-minded people who are full of hope and optimism with a can-do attitude has had a huge difference to us and the students, particularly around COP26. You know, so in speaking on behalf of our young people who have been given so many opportunities through meeting both Daydream Believers and PK, we'd like to thank you for that. The students got the opportunity to present at COP26 with yourselves and through yourselves, which I think we're going to see some of the presentation shortly.
Yeah, that's right. We basically, you know, the Get On With It Challenge Action Pack was this amazing activity for the kids to ideate these amazing projects, and the PK element came in as a way for them to basically voice and archive those. And I think some of this we challenged students across the Scottish borders. I think we worked with a number of schools at all different levels, and we got invited into a couple of the classrooms and got to demo the project. And the kids, I think some of them worked on their own and some of them worked in pairs. And you know, from the mouths of babes, it was always you know, an uplifting thing. And we were really moved by so many of them. And then, you know, when they got to COP, they did take the stage and they did just like what we're doing now. They recorded some of their presentations beforehand and they put them on the website, but then they got on stage and they did their presentations live. And we've got a couple that I think are pre-recorded and a couple that are recorded at COP26 and a couple that were recorded in the classroom. And we're going to start, I think we're going to play 2 or 3 of them.
It's just also worth to say, Brian, because we've archived these, and Brian has been great and was working with workshops with the children on Zoom. And then I met them all in Glasgow and they made their presentations live, as Helena said, on stage with, you know, all sorts of different people from IDEO. As I said, she said, Peter, the president of the American Institute of Architects. These presentations have already been viewed over 200,000 times. So it's really amazing. If you put all the students together and add them all up, which I did, it's probably more than that. The last time I did it, it was 220,000 times. Yeah. So it's really proving the legacy of their thoughts and a fantastic archive.
And just unfortunate, Mark, Saturday afternoon at the end of midterm, I hope to have 3 of them with me today, but unfortunately they're on their holidays. So that's why I jumped on.
As you know, I've said it several times, my wife runs an international school, and actually most people in Japan are away skiing this weekend, so we can feel for you. So, but thank you for joining the call on your Saturday morning. Or afternoon.
No, absolutely great. And just before we show them, you know, the learning that our students got from working with yourself, Brian, you know, from understanding the workplace and developing skills for life when you appeared in the classroom in the Scottish Borders to teach them how to use PK as a lasting memory, you know, and when you appeared on the screen in Glasgow, they think on you as a friend, which is fantastic. And that's what you want in an interconnected world. And the skills that they've learned, you know, from being able to present and make their points in a concise and powerful way has been fantastic. And that, you know, they're still talking about how they're going to continue to use PK to present in different forums. So it's been a great opportunity for us as a school. So we have to thank you guys, and thank Helena for making the connections between us all, because it certainly changed the way we do things. So
well, let's all meet up again and let's not get too far ahead of ourselves.
So that's why I put Sean on, because we all want to go to Cairo.
Yeah, let's go to Cairo. COP27.
We've got a bathroom we can stay in if there's she's in a bathroom because there was a sandstorm. But anyway,
I know our attendees are waiting to hear these presentations, but I just point out real quickly right here again. We've mentioned it once before, but the 6 minute and for the classic 20 by 20 is perfect for a live event. It's the perfect amount of time to listen to somebody share their creative passions with a live group of an audience. It can be a perfect format online too, but you know, we've all been on so many Zooms, and the 10 by 20 format has been really great for an online forum, and it's been also really great for the classroom. The 20 by 20 is actually kind of a big project for a young student, and the 10 by 20, you know, from the feedback that we got from our collaboration with you, you know, and just from the results that came in, it was very obvious that the you know, the shorter format does work. So for anybody out there, the purists, you know, we're bending the rules here. PechaKucha is you know, concise. Present your idea concisely. Correct. And yeah, exactly. All right, here we go. Without further ado, I'm bumbling here. All right, Murray, you were great, and the 10 slides are yours, buddy. Off you go.
Hi, I'm Murray, and I'm a disruptor from Style. A disruptor that is somebody that's trying to disrupt people's mindsets about the world and what we're doing to support it. Today, I'm going to be talking about air pollution and the effects that can change our world forever. Enjoy. Hope you like it. Air pollution is very, very bad because the air is very, if not the most important thing on our planet. And if we have no air, nothing will live nor survive. But we can stop that from happening. So we need to act now before it's too late. This presentation is going to tell you why and how all of us can help slow down the effects of air pollution, and why air pollution is very bad for our animals, marine life, and all life forms on our world. The next 2 slides are going to be about the biggest producers of air pollution, starting with cars. Cars are also pretty bad for the environment. As shown on the screen, they can produce a lot of smoke. This then goes on to hurt our animals. The first most abusive thing of air pollution has to be factories. In some places, factories produce so much air pollution that you get ill just from breathing the air outside your door. That'll be so annoying having to wear a face mask everywhere you go. If not, you will get very sick with lung cancer. Ah yes, summer's the time to relax, go outside, go on holiday, move up another year. We'll become cold, horrible winters. We need to stop this from happening. So that's why we need to make a change ASAP. Come on. The Arctic, the thing at the top of the world, is going to melt. Millions of life forms, undiscovered oceans, gone. All because of us. How do you sleep at night? And how can you live with yourself? Winters, you know, that time of the year where all your children go out to have snowball fights. It's annoying to get your car out the driveway. Will turn into summers. I know. I mean, you might not think that that's bad. What about the animals in the winter? They're going to be gone. Imagine this. A world without seasons. Do you want to live there, or do you want to wake up and just get on with it? We need to protect our seasons because climate change is moving fast and we need it to move slow. Climate change is going to affect our seasons and we don't want that. Before we go, I just want to say that any world leaders watching or everyone, we just need to encourage anyone just to save the planet, not just air pollution. There's many other different things that you need to do. So hashtag get on with it. Goodbye. See you later.
See, we came back from COP extremely positive because of presentations like this made by young people, because we know they get it. And it's been really powerful. I was very positive during the time at COP. Thank you so much.
All right, Murray, good job, buddy. Next up, we've got Laurie Wilson. I think she's talking about deforestation.
Hi, I'm Laurie, a disruptor from Stow in the Borders. Being a disruptor is all about changing people's minds about climate change, pollution, and so much more. Today, I will be talking about deforestation. Deforestation is when lots of trees, forests, and rainforests are getting cut down so fast that they can't repopulate. This may help us with our food and fuel. Think of all the animals that live there that are losing their homes. Palm oil is what most rainforests are cut down for. This might help us with our food, but think of that big 50% of animals that live there. They're losing their homes. Some people don't even think about wildlife. That's why 36% of rainforests have already been cut down, but we can make a sustainable future for trees. Soon, we will no longer have any trees, but a lot of CO2 in the air because we've chopped down all those helpful and sustainable trees, and soon we will lose a lot of species if we continue this. When we chop down more trees for our food products and fuel, more CO2 goes in the air instead of in trees. And some people don't even care about the world or nature. They just care about money and business. Also, when we destroy forests, animals lose their homes. Did you know that 70% of animals live in forests or rainforests? If we continue this, many endangered animals like giant pandas, jaguars, tapirs, otters, monkeys, parrots, bears, and so much more. There is a lot of endangered animals in forests and in rainforests that some people are trying to make extinct, like they don't even care about them, while others are trying to repopulate them, like scientists, animal lovers, and so much more. People hope at COP26 deforestation will be stopped, as it is one of the many problems we have to solve. So please, worldwide leaders, please think about it, don't talk about it, and just get on with it. Deforestation is important to me since I want to take care of all the animals that live there and all the nature that thrives there. So please, worldwide leaders, think of something. Hashtag just get on with it.
Wow.
Nice, Lori. Well done. You know what? I'll take a moment just to point out that you may have heard the audio, change for a little bit from slide to slide. And that's because when you make one of these presentations, I'll stop sharing here for a second. When you make one of these presentations, you basically have all the presentations that we've shown today have been made with our new tool, PK Create. Basically, when you wanted to give a PK presentation before, you used to have to go to be invited to an event. The organizer would record you speaking and then upload those presentations onto our website. But now anybody can go to our website and make one of these presentations. And all of these kids did. And when you record your audio for the presentation, you can record it all in one go, or you can record it slide by slide. And that's what these kids did. They probably mapped out their ideas with their teachers. They recorded a slide, stopped, came back, re-recorded it, retried again, and that's, maybe they came back after a couple of days and iterated their presentation. So you might hear that in the audio recording. But
and I want to just a big shout out to our tech team in Chicago, led by John, because it's a huge, believe it or not, a huge challenge to make this work on iPhone, iPad. All the other tablets, they all have different microphone protocols, and to get it to work has been a real challenge, but we've got there, and you've been a real fantastic supporter of our format, and the kids did a great job.
Mark, we have one more. Yeah, let's keep going. I just wanted to point that out. So thank you, Lori. And next up, we've got Lucas. I think Lucas is talking about food waste. All right, Lucas, over to you, champ.
Hi. My name is Lucas. I'm a disruptor from Stow. I'm going to be talking about food waste and what I'd like you to do and what you can do to save the planet. Hope you enjoy. Thank you. Food waste is really bad for the planet. It can release a gas called methane, which goes into an atmosphere, destroying our ozone layer, which protects us from the sun. This makes the planet melt, causing flooding, and it all around just destroys our planet. As I said, I'm a disruptor. As a disruptor, I am trying to make sure people think before they do anything that will destroy our planet. This is really important because if our planet is destroyed, we will never get it back. Sometimes food is good when it is rotting in the open. It can make our soil healthier. All of this comes from your compost, like apples and bananas. I want you to stop wasting food, whether that is to take less, to eat more, to save your food for a later meal. I just want you to stop wasting your food and think before you throw it away. I want world leaders to encourage giving food away to charities or encourage people to take less. I also want world leaders to make it essential to decrease food waste. Food waste is also bad because we're wasting so much food that could be really easily given away to people who don't have much food. It's really sad because we're throwing away so much food, and yet there's people on the planet that are just out of food, and we could be giving away our food so easily. Zero hunger is one of the 17 global goals. These goals have been decided by world leaders to complete by a certain time, and one of them is zero hunger. So remember that you can give away food to people that don't have food and not leave them hungry. I want you to work together. Whether that is you work with each other in your communities to share your food, or whether it's just world leaders talking about how they can decrease uh, food waste. I want you to work together. Thank you for listening. Hope you understood my idea, and I really want food waste to stop. Hashtag get on with it.
Nice.
Wow, Lucas. Good job, man.
That's, oh man, that takes me back. And
Yeah.
I just gotta fill 2 more minutes here and get on with it. You know, it's awesome. It's a Brian move right there.
No, but I think just again, we said right at the beginning, that simple framework of a story arc and something to hang your clothes on, as it were, to make that presentation really is something kids can get behind, and they don't have to record it all in one go, as Brian said. You know, so it was really terrific. And as I say, I feel that the planet is in good hands after I came back from COP and listening to all the PechaKucha presentations made by the kids there. It was fantastic. So thanks for trusting us, Helena, and getting on with it.
Ms. Matthewson, can you just remind us what the ages of the students once more?
They were 10 and 11.
10, 11, and like the project itself, like I'm sure it would take you a while to explain it, but just like briefly, can you explain like how you guys went about getting the presentations online?
So once they've been introduced to yourself, Brian, the teacher, we've been disruptors doing work around helping our planet for 3 years now. So that was one of the criteria, that they needed to use the term disruptor, but take it in a personal angle as to what a disruptor meant to be in for them personally. So there was a lot of individual thoughts and personal views on things. So they then had to go and research if they were a disruptor because they wanted to stop food waste or they wanted to stop deforestation. So they had to then choose their slides and then do their recordings after being trained with yourself.
How did they get
how to do that?
How did they get the images? I'm curious. Like, did they just went online? They have computers in the classroom and they went online, they downloaded them.
Oh, they all have iPads. They all have their own iPads. So they had to collect their images in relation to what they were wanting to talk about. And then I don't think any school's quiet, but ours certainly isn't. It's small with not a lot of spare classrooms or rooms for recording. So you would find them in all sorts of places around the school trying to get the recordings done to match their slides.
So did they run off by themselves? And were they on
they
their
would be
own?
in once they had agreed what they were, their slides, and the teacher, Mrs. Jones, did a fantastic amount of work with them, Christine Jones, in understanding what PK was and understanding how to use it. So she did a lot of work with them, and then they were doing it independently. Some of them were doing the recordings at home as well. Once they'd chosen their slides, they would record at home because we were conscious of the background noise as well, and then they would use their iPads.
Very cool.
So what we hope is they'll roll it out with the other classes, because that was primary 6, 7, but primary 4 to 7 all have iPads. So we're hoping that we'll at least be able to use PK further down the school in the coming months with some of the younger ones.
And I just want to say
support our work.
I just want to say the reach of these presentations is enormous. There's just a comment here from Scott on the west coast of Canada. And she's saying it's a fantastic way to start her Saturday morning. Thank you, kids. So you've got, so it's amazing these voices spread all around the world because they're archived like this. So,
Mark, how many presentations does the United School of Tokyo have on it? How many have
we have about 6. So my wife's school, they use it. They have about 600 presentations made over a couple of years. They use it for International Culture Day. And then the kids are doing book reviews with it. And they just log on to. The only problem we find with the iPads is the microphone is normally stuffed with a loads of lint, or we have to get them to clean out their mics before they record because it's all muffly. But they use it every day, really. And it's a really great. It's just a way that to do a book review in 10 slides or 20 slides is first of all to make sure the kids have read the book. It's the first thing. But they really like doing it, and they can sketch. And some of your children are amazing, because we were doing this partnership with Lego and a project called Build the Change, which was the partnership with Daydream Believers. And some of the kids there were sketching with Lego. They were making a little Lego model and taking a shot. Because you can do a sketch, or you can take a shot with your iPhone. You don't have to scan anything more and put it on a scanner. You can shoot it with an iPhone and get it straight into the document really quickly.
Super
easy.
I'm
getting so excited again.
Well, we're not going very far, Stan, but I think that, well, maybe not. I was going to say it almost wraps up our COP conversation, which started with Michael Johnson, that amazing logo, and ended here with this amazing, collaboration with you guys. And we're actually going to stay near. And if you'll indulge me, I'm going to go ahead and move on. Stay on the hour here with us. We're still moving right along.
Thank you very much, Helena.
Yeah.
Thank you, Jones.
Thank you, guys.
Yay. Big
Let's
hug
see.
there.
Where are we going next?
We're off to Manchester next.
Yeah, not that far. And I think
just
our
down
Manchester
the road, really.
Didn't our Manchester pals go there? Weren't they at COP26? Did that ever happen?
I missed that, Brian. Sorry.
Did Kyle? Did you make it up to Edinburgh?
No, we didn't quite make it up, but we spoke a lot.
Glasgow,
on,
rather.
on,
Sorry.
On Zoom and things. Yeah.
Okay.
Hi, Kyle.
Hello. How's it going?
Very good.
Probably feels like Eurovision. This just.
Wyoming. 1 point. Hi,
Um,
Brogan.
Oh, I think Brogan. We just got a note from Brogan that she had another engagement. There was a double booking or something like that. So we've got Kyle. Why don't you give us a rundown of what's happening on this next?
Kyle.
Yeah.
It's your 30 minutes.
Yeah, sure thing. So, we've got a couple of talks today. So essentially, I'm kind of flying the flag for both Manchester and London today. So we've got Celia and hopefully Ming, who will be with us today. I can see Celia.
Hi, Celia.
Hi.
And so I'd say Celia's representing Manchester today, or should I say Bolton as well? Because when we do Manchester events, I always like to have someone from my hometown come and speak. So it's really good that Celia's come to speak today. But I just wanted to reflect it, if I may, just before, because actually the whole sort of side of things around COP26 was incredible. And actually, sort of like hearing about the branding, and I think the power of storytelling, especially from young people, is so important. Actually, one of the things that Brogan and I have been chatting about is maybe doing a joint event later on this year, kind of sort of looking at the extension of that around like design for planet, and kind of, again, the role and power of design in this space as well, because a lot of organizations are talking about. So I think one of the things we're reflecting on is this conversation needs to have young people at its heart as well. And I think, we reflect the same, having young voices using this format is such a great entry point to the world of presentations. I know, Celia, it's you've been doing it for the first time, and it's a bit of a challenge to get into the space of doing a PechaKucha, but I think, compared to doing like a 45-minute lecture, this is such an accessible format. So props to you for inventing it and experimenting with different ways of doing it and bringing people here today.
Great. So without further ado, thank you, Kyle, for, like you said, flying the flag for both cities. And let's start with Celia. Yeah?
Yeah.
Right.
Okay. Are you ready? Shall we just get right into it?
Yeah, I'll just do a few words of introduction, then
Please do.
tell you when I'm ready.
Yeah, okay,
So hello,
go for it.
everyone, and thank you so much for this amazing opportunity, and particularly to Kyle for putting me forward today. And so I'm Celia Gaze, founder and managing director of the Wellbeing Farm in Lancashire, which is I'm going to tell my story basically of how I experienced work-related stress and use this to turn my life around, basically, and use stress as a catalyst to change my life. So here we go, all ready. So it's a Monday morning and I'm driving to work feeling sick. I had tingling down my arm and gripping the steering wheel, and my stomach was in knots. I'm feeling very anxious around the day ahead and couldn't stop crying. I didn't know it at the time, but I was experiencing stress. I didn't even know much about this condition. I'd been too ashamed to go to the doctors, as I didn't want stress to appear on my medical record. Being a career-driven female, would this affect my future career? The doctor diagnosed severe stress and burnout, and he told me to take time off. I took a break to reflect and resigned from my role. As a way to recover, I enrolled on a stress management course to understand more about the condition. And I had to do a piece of coursework to design an environment to minimize stress, and came across this concept of the 5 ways to well-being. Could I incorporate this into a business? My partner had a rundown farm, which was ripe for transformation. It was a blank canvas, and I decided to transform the farm by basing it upon the 5 ways to well-being, but I faced a massive challenge to transform it. The farm had amazing views, and I applied the model, keep learning. I'd always loved doing courses and experiences. It had the incredible views and was in nature. I wanted to give something back to people, but also I wanted to connect by creating a place for people in a similar situation to myself. For the active part, I needed something to be active about, and I needed an animal which could cope with the Lancashire weather, live in a stable, and didn't take a lot of work. And during my research, I came across how llamas can manage stress. Having never met a llama in my life, I went to Northampton to do a llama trek, and I instantly fell in love. Transforming the farm was challenging. I'd never had any experience before of doing any transforming. I had to deal with architects, with builders, with plumbers, electricians, install a water treatment plant, install a turbine. Can you just do this became my slogan, but it meant that a huge overspend. The farm opened in March 2013, and starting a business is hard, but starting a business in a rural area in the middle of nowhere on a farm is really challenging. I tried so many things to figure out what I was going to do, and you've got to be prepared to adapt. By December 15, I'm nearly bankrupt. I went home and my mum just happened to have a bag of bow ties left from my dad, who was a concert pianist. And in a split decision, I decided what would happen if I put a bow tie on a llama with a long neck and funny teeth. I posted a picture in January, and they were an internet sensation. Being New Year and New Year engagement, wedding inquiries started flocking in, and everyone wanted to marry with these bow tie wearing llamas. I held 2 weddings in 2015, but by 2016, they'd grown and grown until in 2019, I was up to 70 weddings a year. We created this experience which was fun, with llamas at the center, and made sure the food was unique. We create this magical experience with a relaxed wedding, with all the ingredients at the heart of it, and we put the couple's well-being at the very center of our experience, as well as obviously the llamas. We kept adapting our offer, and everything on the farm was sustainable. I never ever purchased anything new for this farm. Everything was created using reclaimed furniture and furnishings, and we ran the farm to our values of magical, fun, and sustainable. We were the farm with the bow tie wearing llamas, and our reputation grew. The llamas made us stand out, and we got awards and positive testimonials. And I really wanted to be the venue with a story. And so I ended up securing a publishing contract to turn my story into a book. However, in 2020, COVID massively affected us. We were a hospitality venue. So I decided to go back to the reasons I set the farm up in the first place, to revisit the culture, revisit the well-being, and further develop our sustainability work. And we created a midweek offer, bringing businesses to the farm for corporate events. How could my story apply to you? Do you have a crazy idea? All of you might be struggling, well, what is your idea? But what do your friends and family think you're really good at? What do you absolutely love to do? What are you passionate about? What do you value? These are all the things you can think about to come up with your crazy idea. Most importantly, you've not to feel failure. I made so many mistakes. I did 14 different things for the farm, but my life and business would never have been transformed if I hadn't made these mistakes, if I hadn't gone through stress, if I hadn't been nearly bankrupt, if COVID hadn't come along. these are all failures, but at the time you've got to just enjoy the process and just be curious. Experiment. Who is the best in your industry? Seek to stand out. Who would have thought that putting just a bow tie on a llama would have such a difference? You've got to be differentiate. You've got to be able to stand out. And this is really being curious. Be brave enough to completely change your life. You literally have only one life. Don't waste it, and don't die with regrets, and don't let anybody ever tell you that your idea is crazy. You've got to make the most of your life. And post-COVID, the farm's now reorientated itself around well-being and having a purpose-led business. We've pulled together the well-being parts, the community engagement, and the planet on sustainability, and our journey is evolving. We are now working with other Lancashire businesses to give them this model, and we hope to become one of the first hospitality businesses in the UK to become a B Corp. So I hope my stories inspired you. What's your equivalent of a bow tie wearing llama? What regrets are you currently living with? And what are you going to do to change your life as a result of hearing my story? You literally have one chance to write your story. And what is it going to be? Thank you very much.
Hashtag get on with it. Wow.
Oh my God.
That's amazing. I just thought architects wore bow ties. Now that's a fantastic story. Oh man, Astrid was just rolling here when
yeah, it's kind of it's such a classic, you know. It's kind of a you could be an architect, a perfect architect, you know. It's all the roadblocks you encounter, and you just kind of yeah, maybe it's more stress, but hey, it's kind of.
I think you're so busy you forget about the stress. Yeah, I think that was what I was thinking. You were there with not much to do and stressed out, and then as soon as you get a load of stuff, there's no time to be stressed out. You know?
No, and I think it's different when you work for yourself and you do passion for what you want to do, and it's about pulling together everything you love.
That just pulls you through every single time. And then when you're done with it, you're so proud about yourself and what you've done, that, you know, nobody could actually pay that. You're close to bankruptcy. I get that very much, but
we know that feeling. Being architects. So how many llamas do you have? Just the two?
Well, we have llamas and alpacas and donkeys, but I couldn't fit everything in. So the llamas are the main things. No, we have about 4 now, just 4 llamas, but it's amazing what you can do with. People think we have hundreds, but no, just 4. But you know, with the llamas and a sheep called Sandra as well.
A sheep called Sandra. That's, there's
great,
a book, another book there as well. Yeah.
I have a feeling in like 5 years time I'm gonna say, oh no, there's this. Don't complain. All you need is like an idea, just an idea, like a bow tie on a llama. It's just like a crazy idea.
Yeah. I think it's the point that everyone at the time thinks you've gone mad. My mum thought I was having a midlife crisis, and sometimes you have to just accept and just go with your crazy idea. Everybody is going to think you're stupid, but you've got to have belief in yourself, haven't you?
That's so funny.
It's always the crazy people who make the world turn around.
Yeah, thank you for that really inspiring story. Thank you so much.
Funny. Kyle, great job. That was
Go Llamas.
Oh my God.
Sandra.
What I find beautiful about these events is kind of like the echoes from other talks, because I think there was one I was listening to before. I think where someone had like a model of a doll of Captain Picard, and they sent it into space. And I was again, it's like this random idea that you have when you're drunk. Seal, I'm not suggesting you had this idea when you were drunk, but you have an idea, and then it kind of morphs into something that's really kind of different and exciting. And I think it's kind of, you know, another echo is like face your fear and run with it. And I think, yeah, there's a lot of kind of like things chiming today for me through these talks as well. But Celia, thank you for your energy and for doing that for me.
No, thank you.
So great, unforgettable, PK. That's so hilarious. All right, moving on. Kyle, who do we have next?
Next up, we have Ming. Ming, is our London speaker, and he's an architect, he's an urbanist and educator, born in Hong Kong, educated here, and he's all about designing buildings, neighbourhoods and cities across the UK and the US. And he teaches at University College in London and at the University of Suffolk. And he has this curiosity around cities, buildings and people, and documents it through photography. So really excited to see this talk. I've not had a preview yet, so I think it's going to be really exciting. Well, thank you for doing this for us.
Thank you.
Hi. I hear. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, good.
And you can tell I don't have a bow tie, and even though I'm an architect, so I'll need to do better next time.
Yeah, I don't know where Mark got that from.
Astrid's not anyway. Let's not argue about bow ties. Yeah, I have a whole collection.
Yeah, a stereotypical of an architect is actually just wearing black in turtleneck and round glasses. That's unfortunately I don't have any of those. So yeah.
Okay. Well, shall we do it? Let's go for it.
Yeah. Let's go for it. Let's go for it. Right. Okay. Let's go. Okay. So good afternoon from a rather wet London. My name is Ming Cheng. I'm an architect and an urbanist. The theme, optimism is actually quite an interesting, especially under the current political discourse. With our Prime Minister Boris Johnson probably more famous for breaking lockdown rules, than governing the country. So how can we actually feel optimistic in the current climate? And obviously, we're still trying to grapple with the pandemic. And while we are at the beginning to see what coronavirus has actually done to our life and to our town and city in the long term, but what does it mean to be actually living in the cities again? And this is something that I'm curious, about, as an architect and urbanist. Collectively, we have all suffered, a great deal, and some with unimaginable sacrifices and losses. And we have heard so many stories on how people losing their loved one. And but how can really moving forwards, from this pandemics and these global tragedies in the cities. Being an urbanist, and a hobby in photographies, I quite like to document the changes in the city. And what I discover is how we use our cities are very different as a result of the pandemic. For instance, we have a very different relationship, with our outdoors public spaces, and how we actually, meet people instead. And also, instead of actually a complete chaos after work during rush hour, our cities become less congested due to flexible working, and it offers a chance for us to stop, reflect, and get accustomed to the cities, again. And the empty and deserted streets that we used to see has come back to life, showing us once again the activities, the buzz, the energies are the reason why we love our cities actually so much, and why we actually enjoy cities. And we also rediscover why we like social interactions. Human beings are social animals. We like to socialize, we like to make connections, we like to have conversation, and we like to create memories together. We treasure all these opportunities as we slowly actually getting out of the pandemic. We also appreciate the importance of art and culture, as during lockdown, it was the creative industry that actually get us through at home, often alone through Netflix and various culture shows. So we now actually treasure the opportunity to visit the cinemas, theaters, and cultural events, as they offer an opportunity for us to make connections again. And we also come to realize that our relationship with work and life, at the beginning of the pandemic, we thought we can do away with offices, human interaction, and replace it with Zoom. But what we need is actually a new relationship with our working life, and is actually, our relationship with the office, again. And we also discover we love our cities when human being is like being put in the center of stages. We realize that when we put away the cars, we can create amazing places that we love to hang around. This is Soho in central London, where outdoor tables and chairs are placed on the street after 5 o'clock, and the place is just instantly being transformed. And we rediscovered the joy of actually small indulgences, the fact that we can actually leave our homes again, and we have small change, change of setting. Instead of facing the same 4 walls, we can have a different relationship, with the neighborhoods that we can actually do work and conduct businesses. And we also realize that work doesn't have to be done in an office. Our city is our office, and we can have a very different relationship with how we work and conduct businesses. And that can only be a very, very good thing as we actually move forward and move away from the pandemic again. And we also appreciate our connection with nature and being able to travel. And often we don't have go very far to refresh our mind and soul, as I discovered with my trip to the northern coast of Northern Ireland, which probably won't be actually my top of to go to list before the pandemic. And having finally been able to travel, I visited Giant Causeway, a World Heritage Site with this natural formation due to the volcanic eruption. This contrast has actually provided a new perspective towards the city and makes me, and I suspect a lot of people, that a balance will need to be struck between nature and man-made structure. We also discover what a privilege it is to be able to travel and the freedom of being to visit another country. I rediscovered, my love of travel by train with the Eurostar, going to Paris, which incidentally the original booking was in March 2020. How the life has changed completely. And after 2 years of restricted freedom, I was awestruck with the opportunity to visit another country, another city, another culture, another way of life. I get to appreciate that while we are different, but we also crave for the same connection, the same social interaction, and the same buzz that a city actually has to offer us. We also get to revisit places that we've been to before and form new connection and new relationship. I was in my 20s when I visited the Pompidou Center, but this time around, I get the opportunity to connect with the building, taking it slow and really appreciate something simple, like this most amazing sunset in Paris. I also have the opportunity to appreciate the culture, the art, and more importantly, the architecture of the city in a way that is probably originally intended before mass tourism has taken over our cities. And I'm forever grateful that I have the opportunity to actually photograph this and be able to, which I probably won't be able to do it before. If anything, that we can actually be optimistic about life in the city is actually giving us an opportunity to reset, to reevaluate our life, to reconnect with the city. We have seen so many incredible, generous acts of kindness during the pandemic, and I believe we can all be kind to each other. And finally, let's reconnect ourselves with our city, reconnect our lives and what city has to offer. And I believe we can make the most out of the situation we are currently in. Being an architect and an urbanist, I'm always an optimist, and we should learn to fall back enough into our city. And thank you so much for having me today. Thank you very much.
Ming, brilliant. Yeah, again, this whole, where are we now, hour 13, a lot of things about how so many positive things have come out of the pandemic and about being able to use the city as your office and the roads as your office, just putting chairs and things outside. Is really fantastic, and your photographs were awesome. Thank you for that. Yeah, really brilliant to see a city like that.
Also kind of nice that you link back to the PechaKucha love theme of this year of optimism, and it really feels like that. I mean, people had enough of kind of being worried, and it doesn't sink in anymore, and just kind of we got to move on. It's been long enough. Let's get on with it. But also I think the very important lesson out of all this is, like you said, you don't have to go very far. And nature is amazing, and it's really just on your doorstep if you care to look for it. So I think that that was a very big revelation for me to, kind of why go far? There's so many amazing places around you. Just enjoy them and be, mindfully enjoy them.
I love that picture with the memorial and all the love hearts. We were just in a man a few hours ago, And there it's quite normal to put messages of love on walls in the city, and it's something we don't see much in Tokyo. So it just reminded me of that, seeing all these outbursts of passion being stuck to the monument in London, and your little lock at the end, So lovely, thank you.
It's just a whole act of. I mean, even it's just a little trip to Paris, which. I mean, we probably take it for granted, before the pandemic. We just go. It's just a city break that we'll go. But I think this time around, when I went, I really appreciate that. You just something that is actually, travel used to be a very, very special thing that you actually just go, and we just took it for granted for so long that we can do these things. And after the pandemic, that we have this opportunity again, and I'm so appreciative of actually going to another city and just go, wow, this is actually amazing that I can actually do all these things again, and really appreciate that. So, but thank you, thank you for inviting me. Lovely to be back.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kyle, for putting that together. It was it's been awesome to be in Manchester and London at the same time.
No. Thank you for your energy and everything you've been doing over the past few hours. I'm going to endeavour to be awake at 2:45 for the grand finale. So
great.
Oh, the grand finale is actually. It's kind of a special announcement at the end. It might be worth it, actually. There's something coming up.
We have a really amazing presenter for the last presentations.
Yeah. I'll set my alarm.
Stay tuned.
Maybe.
Okay. Thank you, Kyle.
All righty.
Well,
thank
you, everybody. And let's see here. What hour did we just wrap there? I'm lost track of. I think that was hour 13.
We're bang on time as well, Brian.
Okay, that's good.
So we're going to be heading into hour 15, I think. Wow, it's going quick.
You think?
Yeah. Hour 15. And where do we go to? We go from Manchester across the Atlantic.
Okay, here we go. One more time.
Manchester across the Atlantic to New York.
Yeah. That was a quick trip.
That was a quick one. Here we go.
Oh, we're going closer. All right.
Okay.
That's
So I wasn't
cool.
sure
Manhattan.
if Chantel was in Manhattan or Brooklyn, so I split the thing there. But anyway, is Chantel there? Hi, Chantel.
Hi.
How's it going? It's funny, actually. I'm technically in Jersey City, so just across the water there. So almost.
Okay. Hey, thank you so much for joining us. It's great to see you. I know you're super busy, so we're really privileged to have you this morning in New York. Yeah.
It's kind of it's noon now, so I've just had breakfast at 12. But I hope you're taking breaks. Are you taking breaks between these?
We had a nap, yeah. So
and we got our fruits and nuts and strawberries and bananas.
So we're
everything like when we disappear off screen like that, you know what's happening.
Yeah. so there's a little bit of background about Chantel. We met in Tokyo back in the early days of Super Deluxe, our art space where PechaKucha started. And Chantel was, she made some presentations there, but she's also VJing and doing graphics. And then you moved straight to New York, or did you go through the UK?
No, I moved from Tokyo to New York, I think in 2008-9, so a whole lifetime ago.
Brilliant. And you're good friends with Brian too, so it's a big family affair today. Yeah. So
Chantel, do you remember Daesh?
Yes.
Daesh presented tonight too on a very interesting VR. It's called extended. There's no more virtual reality or augmented reality. Now it's extended reality. He gave an amazing presentation about how he's using data and software to help rehabilitate people who's had strokes or with autism with virtual reality goggles. Really, really interesting. He's up to cool things. But yeah, everybody from the old crew is all doing of course, Emily is, she comes and presents about Peace Boat and stuff. Yeah. And I know she's a big fan of yours. And
Cool. Emily's out here too. But yeah, I'm looking forward to going back, and I only saw the tail end about llamas, so I'm very curious to know what that was about. So I'm looking forward to going back through the past talks and seeing what I've missed.
Great. That's some great presentations. So yeah, thanks for joining us. We're interested to see your presentation. We follow you a lot, as you know, on social media, and see all your different projects that you're working on. But why don't we run your presentation, and we'll chat afterwards.
Cool, sounds good. I'm curious to see what this is as well.
Okay. All right, Chantal, over to you.
All right, so Chantal, New York. So Thamesmead to Tokyo to New York. So at the end of the day, I'm a kid that grew up in Thamesmead in Southeast London. And I went back to London in October, and I had this really absurd or bizarre experience, because where I used to live in Thamesmead, this kind of concrete council estate, they started to knock it down, and they commissioned me kind of to put up some artwork around the hoarding, around these barriers. And they never knew that the artwork that they put up of mine was exactly under the flat that I used to live in. And so can you imagine this surreal experience where I'm standing right below where I used to live? And, that reminded me of just how far I've come, just the types of projects that I've able to put out there in the world, the types of questions that I've able to put out there in such a huge scale. I'm someone that's obsessed with this question of who are you and you are you. And that's something that, I've been interested about for years, because, growing up in a family that didn't look like me, I would be treated in a certain way when I would walk outside of my door. And, it's interesting just to really start to think about what that path is and where it takes you. And so I've selected, just a whole bunch of projects here and kind of put them in random order. And I might talk about some of them, I might not. But, I like this idea of just working spontaneously, but giving yourself kind of a structure underneath that. And so I like to think of, the work that I've created now like seeds. So in a way, as an artist, using this foundation of drawing and words, and planting these questions out there in the world. And these questions might ask you if you are you. They might ask you, who are you? They might ask you, why are you here today? And sometimes they might be a statement like someday, one day, today. These are, in a way, positive affirmations. They're positive seeds that I'm planting. Oh, it said I was muted. Could you hear me? But so anyway, so here you have a project that I've done called the May Room. And this is about I wanted to create a space where you could come in, take your shoes off and enjoy yourself. There's something magical about work that is about lines. I love lines, and I love lines for this reason. I ask people this question of, if you can draw, put your hand up, and I can't see anyone today, but if you can draw, think about that. And a lot of adults will tell me that they can't draw, but that's kind of absurd, because we all drew as children. We all drew as 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9-year-olds. We can all create our own line. So what I'm doing is not unobtainable. It's not unaccessible. It's something that we can all do. The difference is what perhaps I'm doing is I'm drawing in a way where it's consistent. I'm doing it over years. I'm doing it over decades. And then I'm extracting kind of the inside to the outside so that we can all see it and that we can all share it. And with drawing, there is this sense that you can extract what's in your head to your heart to your hand. And I've worked on, so many different types of projects now, from collaborations with North Face, from taking over the Whitney shop at the Whitney Museum. This is kind of different product offerings that I'm offering there. And I love the idea of product and art as product, because you're able to then gift it, collect it, share it. It also becomes accessible as well in these big institutions. So here's some playing cards that I have that I made with the Whitney Museum. And, you know, through the pandemic, I got into playing cards, and my grandmother had taught me how to play with cards. And so I wanted to kind of share that gift to others in an accessible way. So products are also a way of sharing things that you're interested in, be it apparel, a product that you wear, playing cards, products that you physically use, but it's also art in that instance, or it could be artwork that you hang on the wall. And so I like this kind of juxtaposition between creating these, you know, larger than life installations, performances, and then also these gifts. I think one of my obsessions or loves is playing music. So a lot of people might know me from my drawing, from these installations, but at home and occasionally in the public, I'm playing music. You know, this is me playing music at Sotheby's, where I did a live performance of talking, drawing, playing music. And then at the end of the show, I would auction the artwork off. But the idea of this is that I'm not an artist that is hiding and creating the work. I'm out there creating the work in public. You know, I'm out there creating these larger installations so that you can see me. You know, I think from my time in Japan as a VJ, I learned this power of creating live. You know, when you create your work live in front of an audience, you don't really have any time to think about it. And within the work, I'm always trying to put little messages out there for myself and others. You know, I tend to hide. I tend to be a little bit shy. I have to force myself to get out there in the world. And so don't hide in the corner is a kind of a note to myself, but also I see that there is kind of a benefit to others in there. And, you know, I released a book recently for me, which has been really powerful, because as someone, and I'm sure a lot of people can relate here, when you're looking forward, you very rarely see what you've done in the past, and you very rarely pat yourself on the back. And it's so wonderful to have a book or something like that where you can see everything that you've done. So thank you very much.
Wow.
There's love.
Thank you.
Cool. Hopefully I wasn't muted at the beginning then. Hopefully
no, Chantal,
no, you're all good.
Chantal, I'm sorry about that. There was some background. I heard some background noise on you, and I thought, who's making that background noise? It must be Joyce. I don't know who Joyce is.
No.
And I see your username is Joyce. So can I change your name to Chantal?
Yeah, totally.
Okay, sorry about that. That was my mistake. Yeah.
You know what? It's the radiators, because it's freezing here. I don't know where you are, but it's freezing here. So of course it's like, you know, it's super quiet, and then I sit down and the radiators start to come on.
I thought it was a noisy kid or something, and I was trying to stop them from distracting you.
I know.
Sorry about that.
Good. We got there.
Wow,
It was great to see. You're such a part of your work, yeah. And what we see on social media, we see a lot of you making and drawing, and it's an integral part. So it was great to hear how you think about that, yeah.
Yeah, but what's always really impressive is that one stroke line. You know, you just go for it, and that's the one. And there's no going back, there's no erasing, there's no correcting, which is so powerful in a way. I mean, yeah, and that's why I think you're so much part of your art, and you know, so direct and so transparent. It's really powerful.
And I think in these days of hyper reality and ultra HD and full color, this very simple, calming black and white line, which is so easily accessible for people to understand and to make what they want of it. Yeah, I think it's so refreshing. Yeah.
You know, a couple of things. I think when you're drawing live, you know, you are as honest as you can be with yourself and with others, because you don't have time to be anyone else but yourself. And then also, like, I love this idea that, you know, everything I create, you know, it's massive scale, and some of it's very impressive, but it's all with a line. You know, it's something that we can all do. It's not unobtainable. And I also just like the work can speak for itself. I don't have to say I did this big fancy project or this fancy project. Like, it's there, you can see it. And, I'm just trying to say that we can all do this in obviously different mediums and different industries. And it doesn't have to look like what I'm doing, but it can look like what you would do. And that's kind of I love that idea.
Right.
Chantal, you're in the, I see you talking a lot about sharing your work as NFTs. Can you talk about where you're sitting in that realm right now? What are you working on, and how are you feeling about that? And how is your work?
That's a whole other PechaKucha day, that's a whole other 13 hours. Just in short, NFTs, I've been messing around with it for a couple of years. I've been learning by doing different platforms, different types of formats. I think with any of these kind of new technologies that get put into the mainstream, there's a lot of good things, there's a lot of bad things, but ultimately it's given us more tools to create, and that's a great thing. So I think with anything, it's about the intention that you put behind these tools and what you create with them. And so, in short, there's a lot of potential there. There's a lot of newer mechanisms there, and there's a lot of people being enabled to make and create that perhaps didn't have the place to beforehand.
Yeah, I mean, NFTs are here to stay, and it's all kind of baby steps right now. Well, maybe getting into the teens, but so you got to start somewhere, and I think it's gonna be something amazing, and that's something coming from me, I think.
Yeah, we weren't expecting that from Astrid. She was very down on it, but it's definitely getting currency here in Japan too. And our main clients are a big art collector, and he's now sort of moving into NFTs and buying NFTs. So I'll introduce you to. So
okay, amazing. Okay, I'll send you some links. But thank you so much, and I'm super excited for the next talk as well. So it's
that's right. That's how we connected. So we're going to go to Amsterdam next, to Ira and Ira, if I'm saying that correctly, who we met through Chantal. And I'll leave it there for the time being. We can talk a little bit more after that. So from New York, we go by the magic of Google Earth to Amsterdam.
Hi. Thank you, Chantal.
Thank you, Chantal. Good to see you. There we go. Look at that. It's been amazing making these. Look at all the canals in Amsterdam. Yeah. So, hi, how are you guys?
Hi,
girls.
So good to see you guys and hear you.
Yeah, it's great. So, how do we get your Ira and Ira? Is that right?
I'm Ira.
Okay.
Ira. And that is Ira.
Yeah, and Ira.
My mom wanted to keep it simple.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's good. But she couldn't call it exactly the same. So it's just that slight tweak there, which is fantastic.
Exactly. Ira and Ira.
Right. And so we met through Chantal, and you're doing this amazing global project. And we had a chat about how PechaKucha grew. And but why don't I leave it there and let you tell your story. I think we're going to play a video first. Is that correct?
Yes,
okay.
That is correct.
So and then you're going to give your presentation.
Yes. I think the video stopped.
Are we stuck?
Looks like it's frozen.
Okay. Let's see what's going on here. Just a second, folks. Sorry about that. Okay, let me see what's happening here. All right. Okay.
Mark, I can't really hear you. You sound.
Oh, Mark, you're muted. Mark, you're muted. Sorry about that. I'm sorry. I thought Mark was saying.
Yeah, we've had, so we just probably put a 20-second timer on it. So you only saw the first 20 seconds of it. But this is all a part of PechaKucha. It's been quite a production to put this on. Over 100 presentations from around the world. How are we looking, Brian?
We'll try one more time. Sorry about that.
Sorry about that.
Yes.
Wow, that was awesome.
Thank you for sharing.
Now tell us all about it.
Okay, so I'm Ira, one of the founders of Kip Republic. Kip Republic was founded in 2018, and we are a creative agency based in Amsterdam, but we operate globally. And we started our organization because we wanted to create projects where storyteller lies at the basis of everything that we do. This is my twin sister. Ida, you want to introduce yourself real quick?
Yes, I'm Ira. I'm the twin sister of Ira Kip, and I'm a writer, producer, creative director, visionary in Kip Republic.
Cool.
Okay. We're in a pandemic. Rewind 2 years ago. In May of 2020, the murder of George Floyd happened. And everything shut down in the Netherlands, and a lot of the Black Lives Matter protests that happened in America also happened outside of America. And Amsterdam was one of those places where this occurred. So as a creative agency who always creates work that is current, or as creatives, we always want to tap into what is going on in the world. My sister and I started having a conversation in what is the work that Kip Republic can do to address the climate that is going on in our society. And one of the things that happens in Amsterdam annually is a festival called Kitty Kotti. And Kitty Kotti is a Suriname word. Our father is from Suriname, and a previous Dutch colony of the Netherlands. And on July 1st, during this festival, we commemorate the abolishment of slavery, which happened in 1863 in all of the Dutch colonies. So we're talking about Suriname, but we're also talking about Curaçao, Aruba, Sint Maarten, Sint Eustachia, and Seba. So as we're in the middle of a pandemic, they canceled the festival. And usually during the festival, thousands of people in Amsterdam show up and commemorate, but also celebrate 1863 on July 1st. Because the festival was canceled, my sister and I still felt the need that we needed to do something on this day, specifically finding ourselves in this climate of protest and inequalities in our society. So we, together with some friends of ours, came up with the idea of cooking for the whole city. And we took this dish called hirhiri. And hirhiri is literally consists of ingredients that were vegetables and fish that was eaten by the enslaved. And nowadays it's a delicacy in our culture, and we usually eat it during celebrations. So we thought, what if we take this dish that actually stands for something historic? What if we take that and feed it to the whole city and actually start a conversation about our colonial history, but also about the climate that we find ourselves in? The dish itself consists of sweet potato, yuccas, sweet bananas, green bananas, salted fish, and many, many years later, as food transforms, we added eggs to it, cooked eggs. So we got a bunch of our friends that can cook, chefs, mothers, aunts, uncles, cousins. We got everybody together and said, let's feed the whole city. So in our first year, we were able to cook 4,000 meals. And out of nowhere, the project kind of blew up. So in year 2, a lot of organizations outside of Amsterdam started calling us and said, hey, we also think that July 1st is an important day for us to commemorate. How can we get involved? So as the project grew, last year we had 17,000 meals where we handed out 11,000 of them in Amsterdam. So we grew from 4,000 to 11,000 in Amsterdam. And in addition, 6,000 throughout 4 other cities in the country. And the way it's set up is that it's volunteer, community-based projects. Anybody can get involved. Anybody can jump into a kitchen and help us cook, can help us distribute the food. We have a lot of our elders that during cooking teach people about the dish and share stories about the enslaved and how they actually were able to engineer the scraps that they received on the plantation into this amazing dish that we now eat today. Another important part of our history is 1873, that even though slavery was abolished in 1863, in many of the Caribbean, on many of the Caribbean islands, and specifically in Suriname, a lot of the slaves still had to work on the plantations for an additional 10 years under supervision. So in order for us to tell the story of 1863, we collaborated with this amazing soda company that created this ginger soda with us. And once you scan the bottle, you can read the story of 1863. And it was a way for us to kind of make the story a full story, to tell the whole story, not just the story of 1863 and 1873. Another thing that was very important for us is that this day is known as Kitty Kotti, but our mom is from Curacao, and she calls it Dia de Lucha pa Liberdad, and in St. Martin, it's called Emancipation Day. So we wanted to also make it inclusive to everybody in the diaspora, and that is free hirhiri for all.
Wow, that's amazing. Wow. That's great to hear the story. It's really beautiful project as well, visually beautiful, but it's beautiful you're giving away all these meals. And I think you're trying to expand this One of the reasons we're chit-chatting today is you're looking to expand this around the world. And so if anybody out there who's watching this wants to get in touch, I'm not sure where we just put free Heri into the website and you pop up. I know that.
Yeah, freeheriheriforall.com, and you can find us. I'll put it in the chat.
And how does it work financially? Because you give these away for free, is that correct?
Yes. Ida, you want to chime in?
Yes, so the past 2 years we fundraised, and that's also part of the work that we do. Ida and I have been fundraisers for about 15 years, both private sector and government. And the first 2 years we fundraised within 3 weeks to get basically all the production running. And the second year we were able to fundraise a bit more to do marketing, PR. And then this year we're actually officially franchised. Heri. So for anybody outside of Amsterdam, you can actually buy up the project. And if you basically pay a fee, then you get what we call the Heri Bible. And with that, we give you all the tools to produce Heri yourself. So we created a whole new revenue stream for this project. And we are actually aiming to reach 50,000 meals nationally this year.
Wow, that's impressive.
That is wonderful.
No, that's great. And anything we can do to help that.
Yeah, I mean, it's one thing to kind of find all these volunteers, and there are hundreds of them, or maybe close to thousands. But then but then you need all the kitchens as well, right? So it's also a volunteering workspace, I imagine, right?
Yes. Yeah, we have restaurants across the city. We have community centers, anybody that has a kitchen, hotels, theaters, a lot of art spaces that have kitchens that have provided and volunteered their space so that anybody can get involved. And you can get involved as an organization who has a kitchen. You can get involved as one of the chefs in the kitchen, or a volunteer just spreading the news or handing out the meals. So in so many areas of the project, you can actually volunteer.
This is a huge undertaking. Well done.
Yeah,
well
no, it's
done.
Good. Chantel's put free Heri Tokyo. So
Totally.
No, I think it's interesting to talk about hotels and things like that. I know it dawned on me that you could plug into the hotel network and get this.
Nothing is impossible.
And everybody loves food. We've had lots of food presentations. I begin to feel hungry again now. So.
It's a great way to connect people.
Yeah. So thank you, Chantel, for introducing us.
Yeah, thank you.
Let's all think about this.
And on behalf of all the people who've never heard this story before, thank you. I just feel enlightened to know about this. So you've just informed, I think, probably a lot of people about this, and I am certainly keen to as amplify the story so more people can know about it. Thank you for sharing.
Thank you.
Nice. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, wow, that was inspiring.
So many great stories. Thank you so much. Anyway,
for all the love, for all the love.
Where are we going next?
So from Amsterdam, we go to, hopefully, I think we're going down to Spain. Is that correct?
Valencia.
We're going to Valencia.
Nice.
Yeah, what a beautiful city that is too. Yeah, wow.
Let's see here. I've got a little, let me just get caught up here, everybody. Are we okay? I think we're okay.
Yeah.
Hi, Valencia.
Hi, Valencia. Tokyo calling.
How are you guys? Good? I think you're both muted. Hi, Fatima. There you are. Hello.
Hey.
Oh, Fatima's from Vejle in Denmark. Where are our, hold on a second. We're missing our Valencia crew.
Team.
Is Valencia crew here?
No.
Help me out here, guys. Or do we have
who are we looking for?
Karina, and who else are we looking for? Karina and I don't even have a first name here. Are the Valencia crew? Is the Valencia crew here? No, maybe. Let's see. Let me just check real quick. Karina, are you?
If not,
here?
we can go.
We'll skip around. We'll skip around. No biggie. But let's just make sure. Well, I think also if these guys don't pop on, which they don't seem to. Hold on 1 second.
Oh, there we go.
No. Well,
no.
Hold on just a second, Mark. Just 1 second. Let me see here. Oh, okay. Yeah, I think we're gonna be okay. I've got Valencia's presentations. They're recorded here. Let's just go ahead and play them.
Okay.
Okay. And Valencia organizers, thank you for pulling this together. And let's just go for it. Give me 1 second to get it queued up on here one more time.
Yeah, it's been quite. It's been quite a challenge. Obviously, with the pandemic still ongoing, people have had to drop out at the last minute, and other cities have come on at the last minute, which has been really fantastic. So it's been quite a juggling act.
Valencia team, if you are here, send me a text on the Zoom chat, and I will make sure to get you on. But let's go ahead and introduce our presenter from Valencia, Karina Hellman, Valencia Design Capital, and let's play her presentation.
Welcome everybody to World Design Capital Valencia 2022. Our World Design Capital year has just started, and I'm going to walk you through our signature events in this occasion, in this PechaKucha. But just tell you that we have over 120 projects, exhibitions, workshops, festivals happening this year, and they're all based on one of these six strategic areas. So we're covering a wide spectrum of health and well-being, how design is influencing, for example, in the economy, in innovation, how it is working in sustainability, and we're also covering a lot of the areas like the institutionalization of design and activating the ecosystem, not only nationally but also internationally. So we're working together on this fantastic World Design Capital year, and I hope to see you here as well. So the signature events, we have 7 signature events starting from June onwards, straight up to December. And each one of them is covering a different target, different interests. So there's a lot going on, and I'm just going to run you through these 7 events and their names and their images. So we have World Design Experience, we have a street festival working with World Design Capital Cities together in a meeting, and also have a big design policy conference, and really everything. There's something for everybody here. So we're starting in June, as I said, in Valencia with a festival. It's the Experience, World Design Experience Valencia 2022. Very young and hip festival with a lot of keynote speakers, but also with concerts, music, DJ, get together, very mixture of informal and hip environment for young designers, well, also not so young designers. I think there's something for everybody. We're holding this in La Rambleta and in the Marina de Valencia, right next to the seaside, which is a great occasion to come and see it. And we have top keynote speakers such as, you can see Alex Hunting, Alex Troschut, we have Thomas Kurpa. So I think there's something for everybody to see here, and really great occasion to come and enjoy seaside sunshine, a little of festival, design festival. And then we're carrying on in September. We have the World Design Street Festival, where we really try to get the design out in the street. We have the big furniture fair going on, the International Furniture Fair, and we are bringing the furniture fair out into the street with a lot of activities, interventions, where we have also music concerts in the main places, and the whole city, we hope, will be vibrating, and democratization of design. That's what we call it, you know, want to get it out in the street. Also, World Design Exchange in September. We get together lots of design event organizers in one place for a workshop to exchange ideas, get inspired and work together from that day onwards, hopefully get the networking going. And our Valencia World Design Policy Conference. First time in Valencia, first time in Spain, a conference this character. For 2 days we will have our main keynote speakers where we discuss public design policies with all over the world keynotes that come in, such as Ezio Mancini. We have Brian Collins from Australia, René Spitz from Germany, Leila Koroglu, and a lot of them will give their vision of how design has to influence in the policy in the future. Also on the 3rd of November, finishing the first day of the Design Policy Conference, we have the celebration for the next World Design Capital, San Diego Tijuana 2024. So we welcome them into the next year, while we more or less not quite yet say goodbye to our year. 4th of November also World Design Capital Cities meeting. Each city that has been capital before will be present here, will be exchanging how their cities changed after being World Design Capital. So that will lead us now to our World Design Spotlight, which is the Valencian community, our ecosystem here in Valencia. All our designers are reflected in one website, and with the final gala where we present all the work and the projects that have influenced Valencia throughout the years before and the present now, and how we're going to think that what we're going to do in the future for our city through design. So these are a bit of the signature events that we will have in this year, but also we'll count on a lot of impact with our reach and everything that we're going to do. You can look it also up on the website, but as we have planned, there are more than 100 international opinion leaders. I think there's something there for everybody. So, saying that and finishing the presentation, just hope to see you here in Valencia. Have a look at the program, and we'll hope to see you soon and celebrate together with you the World Design Capital Year, which is a great occasion just to get out and see each other, and hopefully we will have a great year of networking and can all celebrate together. So thank you very much and hope to see you here.
Wow, that was a really nice, comprehensive tour through Valencia. Valencia's design, what was the capital of design?
Capital of design, yes.
Yeah, I mean, it's great that design is changing cities like that, and it doesn't get highlighted enough, and that the cities afterwards get together to kind of reassess and exchange ideas and how it's actually worked for their cities is so great, and I wish we hear more about it. It doesn't; those news don't seem to get out there enough. So maybe one of these design capitals can come and report on how it's changed on their cities afterwards.
Okay, we have one more presentation from Valencia, and let's just go ahead and play that presentation, and we'll be on our way. Okay, off we go.
La relación de Valencia con el diseño viene de lejos. Posiblemente
Spanish.
la primera
Okay.
manifestación que podamos relacionar de nuestra
Sure.
ciudad y pueblos limítrofes como Paterna o Manises con lo que actualmente consideramos como diseño, sea la cerámica que tiene su origen en la cultura árabe. Otra de las actividades seculares desarrollada en nuestra ciudad relativa al diseño es la industria de la seda, que convirtió Valencia durante los siglos XVI y XVII en una potencia del comercio internacional y que ha dado nombre a uno de los barrios populares de Valencia, Bellúters. Siglos más tarde, con la revolución industrial, en nuestra ciudad y comunidad se desarrolló, entre otras, la industria del mueble, y surgieron empresas que diseñaban y fabricaban mobiliario elaborado con la técnica de la madera curvada previamente calentada con vapor. Ya en el siglo XX, Valencia destaca por la pujanza de su industria gráfica editorial, pero fue durante el periodo republicano, de 1931 a 1939, cuando diseñadores e ilustradores como Josep Renau o Arturo Ballester fueron referentes en diseño editorial. Otro aspecto trascendente en la cultura del diseño es la relevante presencia de arquitectura racionalista en Valencia, sobre todo la proyectada durante el primer tercio del siglo, con la importante contribución del arquitecto Javier Goerlich, que modernizó la ciudad. Tras la Guerra Civil Española se produjo un retroceso general en todo lo referente a diseño en la sociedad, aunque continuó el desarrollo de la industria del mueble, con algunas iniciativas que intentaban emular las tendencias que surgían en los países escandinavos, como la empresa Martínez Medina. Siguiendo la tradición de la editorial valenciana, que editó gran parte de los tebeos en España durante los años 40, surgió, durante la década de los 80, una generación de dibujantes de cómics que llegó a denominarse Nueva Escuela Valenciana y que tenían la línea clara belga como referente. La Nave fue el grupo de diseñadores más importante en Valencia entre 1984 y, así como una referencia a escala nacional. Su nacimiento y desarrollo coincidió con la promoción del diseño entre las empresas gracias al apoyo institucional de entidades como Impiva. Nebot, Lavernia y Gallem, de La Nave, junto con Mariscal, Pepe Jimeno o Mario Ruiz, y empresas como Punt Mobles, Andreu World Active, Lucifer, Pointo Porcelanosa han obtenido el Premio Nacional de Diseño. Con esta selección completamos esta reseña rápida del diseño valenciano. En sus logos y en su trabajo en general se puede apreciar el gusto por la precisión y la concisión. Nada distrae del mensaje, que llega de un modo sencillo, quizás el más complicado de realizar, al receptor, pero no de un modo frío y aséptico, sino con grandes dosis de emoción y empatía. Punt Mobles elabora desde 1980 muebles y piezas de colección, tales como aparadores, mesas, sillas o percheros, fabricados en maderas de excelente calidad. Uno de los muebles icónicos del diseño valenciano es la librería Literatura, diseñada por Vicent Martínez. Una de las referencias internacionales del diseño valenciano surge del mundo del cómic alternativo. Mariscal, creador de uno de los símbolos de la España del siglo XX, la mascota olímpica Kobe, también ha diseñado mobiliario y creó uno de los iconos del diseño valenciano, el taburete duplex. Sus trabajos alcanzan variadas facetas del diseño industrial y gráfico, envases, mobiliario, artículos para el baño, identidad corporativa, editorial, señalética, etc. Ha trabajado en el ámbito público y privado, con clientes en sectores industriales y de servicios. Andreu World es una compañía internacional fabricante de mobiliario de diseño. Desde hace más de 65 años ha desarrollado una sólida cultura industrial basada en la fabricación de asientos y mesas de calidad y gran confort para espacios de trabajo, corporativos y públicos. Mario Ruiz ha sido galardonado a lo largo de su carrera con algunos de los premios nacionales e internacionales de mayor importancia. Entre las compañías para las que Ruiz ha diseñado se encuentran firmas de renombre internacional como Estel Casio Molteni. Actiu cuenta con un departamento de diseño propio que colabora con arquitectos y diseñadores como los valencianos Alegre Design, Odos Design, Estudio Cosino Belén Paya. Junto a ellos, la empresa ha logrado incorporar a su esencia el diseño más vanguardista. Marisa Gallén destaca por su interés por el diseño conceptualmente creativo y su apuesta por los lenguajes contemporáneos. Su actividad se centra en diferentes especialidades: imagen corporativa, diseño editorial, packaging, dirección de arte. El origen de Point se remonta a 1920, año en el que el fundador y abuelo de los actuales propietarios, José Pons Pedro, regresa a España tras haber emigrado a Argentina años atrás, aportando técnicas desconocidas hasta entonces en España, de diseño y tejido del mimbre. Tras 25 años de trayectoria y más de 35 premios nacionales e internacionales, Lucifer conserva el espíritu con el que nació en una exposición que tuvo lugar en un teatro de Valencia. Aquel pequeño taller ha ido creciendo y ahora trabajan con un nutrido equipo de creativos. Autor de algunos de los logotipos más reconocidos tanto dentro como fuera de la Comunidad Valenciana, Pepe Jimeno es toda una institución en el mundo del diseño gráfico español. El impacto de sus trabajos se ha mantenido vigente a lo largo del tiempo, al margen de modas y de cambios sociales.
Okay, thank you, Valencia. And let's go ahead and head off from Valencia and over to Vejle, Denmark. We're so happy to have you here. Hi, Fatima. How are you? Nice to see you.
Good. Nice to see you too. Can you hear me well?
We can hear you. You sound great.
Perfect. Perfect.
Fatima, you've curated 2 presenters for us today, correct?
Yes, that's right.
Can you introduce your first one and tell us a little bit about you and your presenters and Vejle? Yeah.
Sure. I think, can we do a quick intro between the talks, or would you just want to play them?
Of course,
sure.
By all means, sure.
So I have with me here my friend Sina Bia, who will be co-presenting a talk with me.
Oh, great.
Eventually. And then we have Franziska Fall, who has an incredible love for books, and the magic she creates with them is just fascinating and worth sharing. So I'd be happy to have Franzi take the stage first.
Okay. Let's see here.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Thanks, Fatima, for the nice introduction.
Wow, I like your sweater. It looks all nice.
Thanks.
And yeah,
it's brand new, actually.
Oh, wow. Thank you. We've got, I think Astrid also appreciates it. Astrid, no, right? I know she's thinking about it. Yes, I thought so. Okay. Well, let's see here. We're so happy to have you here, Franziska.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
You're going to do a 10 by 20 presentation. So
yeah,
are you ready?
One. Yeah.
Okay, off you go.
Thanks.
The 10 slides are yours.
Thank you very much. Yeah, well, here you can see me doing what I love to do, reading. I love everything that has to do with books. I like to touch them. I like to smell them. I like to surround myself with them. I like to talk about them for hours. We just had a book club meeting yesterday evening, a very cozy evening here at my place. I always carry a book with me no matter where I go. I can spend hours in the bookstore and reorganizing my bookshelves here at home. And I like to take photos of the books that I bought and that I'm going to read. And I like to write about those books I've read and posting my reviews on Instagram. And then in 2017, I discovered another interesting thing you can do with books, taking book face photos. And here are some examples of my work. So over the last 4.5 years, I've taken more than 200 photos. I've spent hours in the library, searching the bookshelves for suitable book covers, carrying tons of them home in my backpack, spending a lot of time finding the right props, the right backgrounds, the right angle for a good photo to post on Instagram every Friday using the hashtag BookfaceFriday. And just to give you a quick idea of the dimension we are talking about here, until today, librarians, booksellers, publishers, and private individuals like me posted over 115,000 photos on social media. Besides having an eye for proportions, you need the right scenery, of course, but you need also a lot of patience and help from family and friends. And because sometimes the covers you think are most suitable and are going to be an easy shot turn out to be the most difficult ones. And sometimes it just doesn't work out at all, even if you've been trying for more than 20 minutes with more than 200 photos on your phone. and then you just have to give up and return the book to the library. There's just nothing you can do, especially when you're working with children, for example, or with animals. It's very challenging sometimes because they just can't keep still. For this photo with the cat, I could convince my friend Christina to convince her cat Suki to take part in this photo shooting. For the one with the sheep, I had to go to the local zoo here. And for the one with the ducks, I had to ask my mom for help. She was standing right behind me, feeding the ducks with bread, and I was squatting down, taking the photo. So that was quite funny. I'm always very happy when I see that the authors of the books I'm taking photos of are reposting them on their own Instagram account or writing a comment or just liking them. And for the one on the right side, for example, Kevin Kwan, he reposted it on his own Instagram account and everyone saw it. Well, it's a new book release. So that was really funny. So over the past 2 years, I had a couple of exhibitions. I had with some articles in local newspapers and a local TV appearance, which was very exciting for me. Here are some of my very favorite shots from the last 4 years. And I'm just very happy when what I'm doing here, and I'm happy to see other people being happy looking at the photos every Friday. So it's just a nice hobby, not a big project at all. In New York and Amsterdam, a very inspiring project we've seen here before. Just a very nice hobby. I'm not earning any money with this. I'm not doing it for a living, but I'm still putting a lot of love and effort into it, and I just really like it. And I hope you like it too.
Wonderful.
Oh, we love it. I love it. I just
thanks.
They're so beautifully matched up. I can just imagine all the props and time that go into kind of finding just the right angle. And of course, you then, especially with moving cats, you're holding the book cover yourself in order to take the photograph, because only you know when it really matches up, and it's like a matter of seconds, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, and it's like usually it takes a lot of time, and it's more than 200 photos, especially with animals like with the ducks and all the seagulls flying around us, and you are just happy when they're not in the picture because you don't need them, you just need the ducks to be there. So, but it's very funny usually. So.
Keep at it. We really love it.
Yeah. Done.
Thank
beautiful.
you.
Very cool.
And I think they should be paying you for promoting their books like
Seriously,
that. Yeah. Maybe kind of, the value for value model might work. It's like, if you like the way I promoted your book, you can show your appreciation. Might be a way.
Yeah, might be an idea. Yeah. And I'm just happy whenever they get aware of it, because there are so many people posting photos on social media. So I'm very honored already when they comment on it, and yeah, it's very nice.
All right. Well done, though.
Great job.
Thank you, Kenzie.
Great job finding curating a wonderful presenter for us from Violet. That was wonderful. Good job.
Thank you. I'm a huge fan, so happy.
Yeah, I want to follow you on Instagram. Drop your links in the chat, please.
Yeah, sure. Thanks.
Okay. And moving right along. I think, whoops, what did I do wrong here? Did something wrong. Let me try that again. Okay. And next up is dun, 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 dun.
Yes, and I think that's a talk that will be co-presented between me and my friend Sia. We both kind of creative bugs in our own ways, but I think the way we did was, it's more like an experience. We gave ourselves love and optimism as a subject, but we chose pictures or photographs that meant that to us, but we sent it to each other. And the other person wrote lines of poetry to every image.
Oh.
So it's almost like we didn't have a story. We didn't have a beginning, middle, and end to this talk. It's almost an experience that happened in tandem. And that's how you might also feel or experience it as you go through it.
Very cool. Okay, well,
hello everyone.
I'm excited to see this. Yes. All right. Are you ladies ready?
Yes. Do I go through well?
Yeah, you sound great. Yeah, you sound
Good.
okay. Yeah, all right. Here we go.
An ancient reminder of joy, or an invitation I had forgotten, kept beckoning its way to me, as wide as your smile on that day, where not even our shadows could reach us.
It's not as if we don't know the immeasurable joy it can bring, but even the unbearable sorrow. But between all its tints and shades, it is love we would still choose. It is love we would choose.
The tiniest gesture from your hands could hold the whole world. So tell me, what will you create with that beautiful power?
It's those little bits of kindness collected over time. They will see you through storms and starry nights. Build that nest and you'll know its might.
We can never force it, and neither can we be prepared for that bundle of joy that will burst our hearts wide open.
Blinded by sheer exposure to pure awesomeness, as Kung Fu Panda would put it. It's the kind of fulfillment that can only be felt deeper within than without.
Imagine you trusting and playing along with life, the way these lines beautifully unfold on paper, so softly trusting their lines to connect.
Well, because my love is worth shouting out about from the rooftops and inviting the whole world to come witness its magic. So, see you all there on the 6th at 6 p.m. on the 6th Street.
We never know what a seed will become. But as a wise friend told me, no life is ever wasted, regardless how short, as long as it is filled with love.
It's like gently floating in an endless galaxy, a universe where there is nothing that pulls you, not even gravity. That's how effortless love is. That's how it should be.
Do you know what you would answer if someone asked you what love looks like? Today, my response would be like 4 rainbows in a glass jar.
There is so much joy in giving, but even more in being asked. Because the heart feels bigger when you don't hesitate asking, when you don't hesitate owning your place in it.
That first step into dreaming your new horizon always feels like walking the edge of what you feel capable of.
How you wish that moment was frozen, eternal, immutable. But then you'd miss exploring all its imperfect fractals. Let go, and you'll find it again.
The gift of darkness is how evident light becomes, how much your senses and intuition increases, how you know exactly what is and what is not for you.
Every break of dawn, it's not just the sky being filled up in tangerines and yellow. It's an invitation to look up to the horizon again. A horizon that didn't even seem to exist just a while ago.
Every day is filled with moments, lined up one after the other, ready for us to make use of. Anything courageous starts from there.
When it all feels empty, and even hope is elusive, faith can still be called upon. A source that's always accessible. A source that never runs out.
Your heart knows the way. Become still and listen to the petals softening. The wisdom you seek is in their surrender.
There will never be enough time to experience everything there is to experience. Sharing our stories, therefore, can help transcend those boundaries of time and life. Keep sharing, keep loving.
Hi, thank you. This was so lovely.
Thank you.
It's been a long time that people have been reading poems out to the visuals, and it's quite intense actually, and it adds. I'm a very visual person, and but listening to your words kind of just really intensified it. I totally love the dessert with the rose petals, the rainbow rainbow fallen in the dessert, because it was so it was not your classic dessert, and it was done with love, with rose petals on it. That was so sweet. Thank you for that.
Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you so much. I think it was interesting to see how each other interpret the image we chose. And then it's interesting to see the third interpretation that comes from people who listen to this talk or an experience. So I thought it was a pleasure.
Wonderful. Fatima, thank you so much for representing Violet so splendidly. And thank you for giving us a little serenity for the next few hours. That was a very nice presentation. And we'll say goodbye to our, what was that, Mark? 15. And thank you again. And hello to hour 16. Yay. I think I have to start. I should just stop playing. Let me see here.
Thank you so much.
Thank you guys so much.
Bye. Take care. Lots of love from Tokyo. Mwah.
Okay, guys. We've had to split the decks here, so I need to get out of this deck.
Oh, hey Brian, I'm here. Do you want me to do it?
Yeah, go for it, Sean, if you're there.
I got to queue it up, but just give me 1 second.
Oh, here, I've got it right here. It's fine. I've got it.
Yeah, we've reached the limit of Keynote. Each of these files is over nearly 2 gigabytes. So
the goal is to break Zoom or Keynote or both.
Yeah, we've basically done it. All right. So,
we've broken all of them.
We're 5 minutes behind.
Yay! Okay, we're 2/3 the way through. And from Vale, we go round the world to Providence, Rhode Island. Yay!
The littlest state in the union.
Chris. So Chris Chris and Providence, Rhode Island have the honor of the second most PechaKuchas after Tokyo. What volume are you on now, Chris?
So with all the COVID stuff, we decided to pause at number 149 so that when we make our return next month in March, it's not only our 13th birthday, but it's going to be our 150th event.
With a bang, with a bang.
It's amazing. It's so incredible that you've kept going for so long and kept the creativity in the city going. It's amazing.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
I would say the same for you and every other city that's participating. I mean, 19 years, right? That's this birthday, right?
How can you resist with all this love?
Yeah, I know. It's so inspiring.
Feeling blessed, feeling loved.
Yeah, I think, I mean, this weekend is the celebration of this whole concept, right? And it shows why it can sustain for 19 years all across the world, is because it harnesses those universal stories that everyone shares. You just see those connections across languages, across countries, across communities. It's beautiful.
Yeah, we were saying earlier that we're all so different, yet we're all very similar. You know, there is an incredible bond between everybody around the world, no matter what city you're in.
That little thing called humanity, I think.
Exactly. So over to you.
So Mark and Astrid. So we got Chris, and then I'm here backing him up. You know, this might be an opportune time to go get a nap. It's what, 2 a.m. for you?
Yeah.
3
a.m.
3 a.m. All right.
Yeah.
So you're gonna take it home.
I just want to say, before we kind of slowly move out of the screen, just want to say hello to everybody who is on screen right now. We love you. We're gonna watch your presentations later. Not forgotten.
I'm going to stay around for this hour. Astrid's going to have a nap, and maybe we'll swap the next hour.
All right.
Guys,
and I want to say a special hello to Nina and her amazing pink glasses.
Guys, before you go, everybody give me a quick smile real quick at the camera. Big smile, everybody. Thomas, get in the screen. Big smile. Thomas, get over.
Hey, Thomas.
Where's
Thomas? Hey, Thomas.
In the screen, better. You're not in there properly.
Okay, that's all right.
Hiding.
All right, and one more request. I know this is a last minute request, but there was some mix up, and if you guys, Thomas and the Erlangen and the All-In crew are in here, and they've got one presenter who needs to bounce at 7:30 Germany time. So if you guys can squeeze in one of their presenters into your hour, that it's in the deck. I'll sort it out on my end, and hopefully we can maybe, like, between the two cities, we can hear from one presenter from All-In, and then we can come back to them, circle back a little bit later. Is that Sean? You got to catch that basically? All right. I'll help you in the back.
Fix it in the deck, and
yeah, it'll be there. Okay. All right. Thanks, guys. Good luck.
Cool. Thanks, Tokyo. Thank you all. So, Chris, it's you know, we'll put you on the spot, and of course, we're going to start with Providence. I heard you created some good presentations for us.
I absolutely love that. Thank you, and I love that you got the message. We coordinated our outfits today, so thanks for that.
Well, I'm always glad. I'm sorry. You know.
No, it's a good day to be plaid. So hello everybody across the world. Chris Donovan, one of the city organizers of Providence, Rhode Island. Before I forget, I need to wish a happy birthday to Gary St. Laurent, who is one of our other organizers. In addition to it being PechaKucha's birthday, it is also his birthday today. So happy birthday, Gary. We've done 149 events here in Providence. We've done one every single month up until we just took a pause for all the COVID stuff, returning in March. And I am going to bring on two presenters today from our community, both of which are part of our kind of inner circle, who look out to the rest of the community and think through who might want to tell their stories behind the microphone. So Sean, if you're ready, I think we'll queue up, I think Daria's first. So Daria is software developer, an avid cyclist, storyteller, and probably one of the best people to just absorb everything that makes a place special. She's probably lived here half as long as me and has had 20 times the experiences that I've had. So Daria, I'm going to hand it over to you, and when you give us the green light, we'll get you started.
Should be ready to go here. So I spent more than 40 years in one place, in Pittsburgh. Steel as an industry died there shortly after I was born. So I lived through a city reinventing itself. It was good and bad and easy and hard all at the same time. So I had some personal life turmoil after a good long time there. And I left and tried to start over in a new place. And I found myself in Boston, or more precisely in Somerville, Massachusetts. And after so long in Pittsburgh, I thought, maybe I'll end up in Somerville or somewhere in the Boston area forever. And sadly, once again, life intervened. After stability for so long, I ended up somewhere else. So I found myself in a new place that was an old place, a Victorian castle, 145 years old, in Providence. The folks that I was living with had space to take me in, and I found myself in a new place, and it was time to learn about that place and start over. It is a city recovering from its industrial heritage, just as the one that I had grown up in. So the bridge that you see here is a local landmark, unused for most of my life, for about 40 years, locally called the Stuck-Up Bridge. I set about exploring my new home and finding out what made it interesting. While Pittsburgh was known for steel, Providence, like much of New England, got its start with water-powered mills and made textiles. Samuel Slater brought technology to nearby Pawtucket because he wasn't going to be the heir to his family's mills in England, and this was his chance to start over. Some people got rich. The nouveau riche moved into the neighborhood where I'd landed, and a few of their mansions survived, including the one that I lived in. The one that you see here is called the Wedding Cake House, and in the time since this picture was taken, it has been more fully renovated, and at this point is actually a bed and breakfast. So, as Chris mentioned, I spend a lot of time on my bicycle. There are old mills all over the city, and some of them have been reused for homes or businesses. This one is beside an old dam, and I first observed it from the bike trail on the other bank, just barely a mile from where I was living. Bike is a great way to experience a new place, and some places were better than others to bike, but there are a couple of City Beautiful era boulevards that quickly rose to the top of my personal map as far as places that were fun to bike, fun to be. I had spent most of my life to this point far from the ocean, and now I lived on a tidal estuary. Time near the water had already become more interesting during my brief time in Boston, and so I sought out more of it while I was here. Finding places where I could get down close to the water definitely made the place feel different. The complicating factor was that I had an intensifying relationship with someone who lived thousands of miles away on the other coast. And all of our time together involved travel, and her job tied her down to San Francisco, whereas mine was all remote. And I wasn't sure whether I was going to be moving to San Francisco or not. So in the meantime, I kept exploring the home that I had and making whatever friends that I could along the way. One friend that I made visited Nutaconkanut Hill, which is the highest point in the city of Providence, with me. It has a ski slope, which I can't imagine skiing on, but from the top, you can see much of the city, as you can see in the view here. My partner and I started spending more and more time together, and so while I was doing this, I was busy doing the same exploring in what I thought was going to be my future home on the other coast. So we got an apartment in Oakland, not nearly so elaborate as the castle I lived in, but a space that was ours. And I had a new set of places and faces that were around and a new place to explore. Didn't stop me from living the best life I could in Providence. The Athenaeum is a local membership library open for public browsing. It wound up a familiar and frequent haunt mixed in as a work spot between my usual coffee shops because I've been all remote for more than 15 years. So unfortunately, then the pandemic set in and we could no longer alternate between the homes on alternate coasts, and we wound up here living in the castle. And the world got small, but we found more ways to explore anyway. So lots of local hiking. And you can see a couple of our favorite spots for hiking in the backwoods of Rhode Island. The largest park in the city has a fantastic Japanese garden, and it quickly became a regular hangout. And partway through the pandemic, I proposed to my partner here, and she said yes. If you're just sticking to outdoors, which I mostly have, in part for obvious reasons of the pandemic, new parkland and a pedestrian and bike bridge built on land reclaimed from a removed downtown freeway makes a fantastic spot to spend lots of time. And it merits mention that we had a previous PechaKucha event actually visible in this picture. So it came time pretty clear that we were going to be living in just one place. And as her job had gone all remote, we decided that we wanted to stay in Providence. And so we packed up the other apartment and then got on a train and took a train trip across the country, which I have to say If you're going to leave a home is a gorgeous way of doing it. We spent 2.5 days traveling all the way across the country. So you're learning to love a place together. We are. It's harder, of course, when things you might want to do, things that you might have done not that long ago are fraught thanks to the pandemic, but we're still finding new places to love and new people to do those things with. A bicycle continues to be a great way to experience a place, even when it's not new to you anymore. You get to find new places and new people to love. And the pictures here are of a local bike event called Bike Jam, where we just go out and ride around the city once a month. Anyway, I think I like it here. Maybe I'll stay.
Thank you, Daria.
Fantastic.
I mean, we had castles, iconic landscapes, travel, and love. Like, is that not are those not all of the core pieces of a fairy tale right there?
Nice. It's true.
So Daria, I mean, you, as I alluded to earlier, I mean, you've lived here in half the time I have, but I think have so much more experience, you know, getting to know not just the city, but the state as a whole. Like, and I think that's something that a lot of people struggle with, and with a lot of people moving right now. Like, how do you harness that? Like, how do you embrace a city when you move somewhere?
The skills that I had were basically, you know, things that would be harder in a pandemic, where it's harder to do something like, say, sit down in a bar or at a lunch counter next to people you don't know and just strike up a conversation. I expected to leave Pittsburgh much longer ago than I did. And the deal was basically find things that are interesting to you, where you're going to meet other people that are interested in the same things as you, but also just talk to people who are around you, who wind up in the same place as you, because even if it's not obvious what your areas of commonality are, you're probably going to find some. So, you know, when I got here, I knew 5 people in the entire state. Only 2 of them even still live here. And, you know, my goal was meet 1 new person every day for the first 3 months that I lived here. And I did that. Even if
So
that
I mean,
meant,
we actually have to talk to other people. It's not just going to all happen. Okay. All
well,
right.
just all happened for you. But like some nights it was literally just striking up a conversation with a stranger at a bar, chatting with them for a bit, and maybe never seeing them again. But, you know, meet somebody new every day as best you can. And obviously in a pandemic world, that's a little harder than it might be otherwise. But the opportunities are out there. And of course, with the coming of warm weather again in this hemisphere, you know, things will get easier.
I love that. Thanks. And I think PechaKucha, I mean, at least a lot of my community here in Providence has developed around PechaKucha, just meeting people. I mean, presenters alone in the 5 years I've done it, we're talking, you know, over 100 presenters, plus all the people who attend. I mean, and it's a great place to find those commonalities. So,
yep, sure is.
Plug for PechaKuchas everywhere.
Thank you, Chris. We appreciate that one. Hey, Chris, sorry, just a programming note. Do you mind if I intercede? So we do have a speaker from Germany. Ingrid,
oh yeah, our friend from Holland. Yeah.
Yeah. So apparently she has to get going. Do you mind if we just go to her next?
Works for me. Sounds good.
And then we'll come back to Providence. Sorry, my you know, thanks for accommodating us. Ingrid,
of course.
By chance, you ready to go?
Yeah, you muted Ingrid. Yeah, I think.
She's on Thomas's. I see her. Unmute. Okay.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello, Thomas. Thomas, it's good to see you. Hi, Ingrid.
Hi. Thank you for squeezing me in.
Oh, sure, no problem. So I'm just going to go ahead and queue it up, and then let you run with it, if that's all right.
Let me just say I'm sorry. I made a mistake on the time. And Ingrid, we were very excited about your presentation. Thomas spoke very highly of you, and we're very excited.
I hope I'll do it justice. I really do, because
I hope we'll be able to continue the conversation at a future time. So thank you so much. And thanks to all the Providence crew for accommodating us. Over to you guys.
Oh, that's great. Ingrid, you're going to be great. Let's go for it. You ready?
Yes, thank you. Okay, so hi, I'm Ingrid. I like to present about my newest observations about what art is to me. I am a photographic artist and a photographer, And recently I've done this exhibition in Stuttgart, and the images that you see here are all from this exhibition. And throughout that, I thought a lot about what art is to me, what art is to the viewer. And I've basically come to the conclusion that art is a reflection of our soul, of the soul of the viewer. When I look at an artwork personally, I can only see things that I can associate with. Like, I can only see what I've experienced. So whether that experience is emotional or intellectual, that when I don't have a reference to something, I don't have a reference. So anything that touches me is something I've already experienced or seen or perceived. So in that sense, an artwork can be also seen as a mirror to ourselves. Do I look into the camera or where? I don't know. Okay. So these images all are mostly from nature, and in that cycle of images that I'm exhibiting, I connected nature. Also, I put together images of nature with images of human beings. And what we often forget is that we are a part of nature. And this has also come to the surface to a very high level recently throughout the Corona crisis and the effects of global warming. So this is something that I've been dealing with for quite some time, and in that cycle of images, I put it all together. And what I'm hoping to achieve with this cycle of images is that we, as human beings, get a closer connection to nature again. And oh God, I'm so sorry. I'm not doing this very often. So back to what art is and what we do as artists when we create art. We go and we work hard at it. We try to define an essence and bring it up to the surface. So and then the viewer, when he or she engages with an artwork, it's that essence that brings forth the intensity, and what also can have a universal impact. If you think also about music and composers that are still being performed to this day, it has such a broad impact and a lifelong impact that goes hundreds and hundreds of years because of this deep essence and this very high quality. And in that sense, I find that artworks are like door openers. I don't know. In Germany, we have this word Türöffner. Yeah? They are like door openers to our soul. Do you know what I mean? Like the people here they're nodding. Yeah. So when I look at an artwork like this leaf, I don't know the English word anymore. This leaf or this pomegranate, right? What do you see? I see flesh. I don't know. I see flesh. I see blood. This is what the image has. I've named it flesh and blood, and I don't only see a pomegranate. I see a human being. I see birth. I see fertility. Yeah? And this also goes back. This is a human body, and I also see structure. I see skin. I see connections to the leaf I've shown earlier, because there's similar qualities in that structure. So I hope, I don't know how many images are left. I hope that all I've said so far makes some kind of sense, and I hope strongly that this cycle of images will connect to some people, and that people will perhaps find some way to connecting to art in that sense, to see a mirror of their souls. How much time do I have left? How much time do I have left? Wie viel Zeit ist noch? Ist gleich aus? Okay, good, because I don't have nothing more to say. I'm kind of through.
Ingrid, you did great. Your
Let's just enjoy
photography
the
is amazing.
images.
Yeah, totally.
Okay, it's a trumpet. This is like, okay, well, this is a trumpet player, and what I've tried to communicate here is, well, this ecstasy also when you live in the moment and when you enjoy life, when you make music, when you get together and celebrate, which is also to me part of being alive, part of being part of nature. Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. I think I'm done. Yeah. Okay. Thank you so much.
I like your images so much, and I think it's a really Japanese view.
Yes, and also what I wanted to say, I've also got familiar with wabi sabi. Do you all know that?
Yeah, sure. Wabi sabi is very.
Yeah. So I've read this book about wabi sabi and read more about it and it also kind of influenced me in doing my art and photography.
So the Wabi Sabi book is written by our friend Leonard Koren. We've known for 30 years here in Japan.
You know Leonard Koren?
Extremely well. If you check out, we go back with Leonard. Leonard was a big influence on us when we first arrived in Japan about simplicity and told us all about Wabi Sabi. Then he wrote the book Wabi Sabi. And what's interesting, in all the Grand Hyatt hotels around the world, in the drawer, they have the Bible and the Wabi Sabi book. When you pull out the drawer.
Oh my God, really?
So,
that's amazing. I don't know the author at all. I just read the book and I was like, oh my God, this is like genius.
Leonard he's moved from California. He's in Italy right now. We can put you in touch. He's a really wonderful man.
Please, that would be amazing. I would love that. Thank you for dealing with this.
Ingrid, it was lovely.
We said it's 1,000 connections on the poster for PechaKucha. We really mean that, you know.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you.
That's great.
Thank you for squeezing me in.
Ingrid, thank you very much. Thank you.
All right, we'll be back to Germany next hour. It's good to see you guys. So Chris, we'll bring you back up for Julio. He's the next one up.
Sounds good. I love being able to just travel across the world in the snap of a finger. It's beautiful. All right, so back to Providence, Rhode Island. So Julio Boroa, he is a Providence-based artist, explores the mediums of digital art, photography, music, recently graduated from Rhode Island College and just recently was named one of the 10 to watch in 2022 in Providence with the work that he is doing. And I think we're going to hear a little bit more about that. So if you want to cue us up, Sean, and then Julio, when you are good, it is all yours.
Hello, everyone. Oh my goodness. Happy Love Day. This is me sending all the love to all of you around the world. Thank you, Chris, for the introduction. My name is Julio Berroa. I am a digital artist, photographer, musician, community activist, and artist. And I do a lot of things around the community. But first, like I said, I'm a digital artist. And this is often what my computer screen looks like when I'm creating art. I create art in this program called Maya. It's a 3D program that is often used to make a lot of visual effects, even to make video games that we love to play in different areas. I create visual messages to make a world a better place. This is a mural I did here in Providence to encourage my communities to get vaccinated for COVID-19. This was installed over last summer, and it was honestly one of the best days ever because it was the first time my work has been shown in that way. My work has traveled all across the country, all the way to Colorado. This was shown in their film animation festival last September, and my work was shown in this giant LED screen to share the love with everyone over there. A week later, I got to do I get to send similar love around my community here in Providence as well, in a blog party that I helped organize with a cohort of other artists as part of a artist accelerate program that I am currently part of. Like I said, I'm a musician, and I do everything from my covers to my music videos. I love Providence so much that I decided to make Providence into a Blade Runner type city with a lot of futuristic and a lot of references to a lot of the movies that I love, like Blade Runner and Ghost in the Shell. I love the love that I receive in return. It makes me feel good and encourages me to continue to create. Those are some of the comments that some of my friends left on my music videos as they were watching it, and I just sincerely love to see how it makes them feel. As a musician that doesn't sing or anything of that matter, my music is solely just instrumental. I feel that I needed to send messages in times of chaos and just community upheaval to just let everybody know that everything was going to be okay. Later on last summer, I got to bring love through dance and music for all of us to come and commune at one of my local bars that I call one of my home bars here in Providence as a queer person. Also, as a digital artist, I can help other people bring some of their visions to life. This was part of a collaboration project called Moral Ducks. This project ambitions a better and anti-racist Providence in the year of 2040. You get to travel in space and time through the scar to the year 2040 to experience how the city of Providence has become better and much more anti-racist and more equal to all of the people that live in it, with a series of episodes that transcend through VR experiences that later on we were able to accommodate a space at the public library to hold about 10 different VR setups for the community to come experience at least one or two of these episodes. This is a very special shout out to PechaKucha. This was one of the most anticipated days of 2021. This was PechaKucha, the first event that we had after being on Zoom for a while. And it just happened that at the last two acts, it started to downpour on us, thunder and everything. And that's the picture I happened to capture. Now, House of Kodak. This is one of my dear loves and childs of community love. A group of friends, my partner and I, get to build this community. We host community art markets in the summer. We bring bands for the community to continue to enjoy themselves throughout the day, and for everyone to come and commune and to just be in love with each other for a couple of minutes or hours as the day goes by. Here are some images from our markets and the people who are being vendors at our markets. Most everyone is of queer identities. We are giving all of them a space to sell their craft, to share who they are with the rest of the community, and to brighten up our little neighborhood a little bit more. Here is all of the flags and our banner that we put around one of the statues in the park. Our markets have grown so much that we, towards the last leg of them, we were having over 50 vendors in one market. It's such a beautiful community to see develop because for a while we felt like we didn't have any, and we felt that we needed to create it coming in the new year of 2021. And that's exactly what we did. Now in 2022, we're going to also go more strong on with our markets, and I hope that the people in Providence come and see us. Like Chris mentioned, we were mentioned the people to watch here in Providence for this year is because we have created Providence first ever queer youth shelter that is currently running, and it's going well. And pretty much that's how I share my love and support to everyone. And pretty much this is how it looks. So thank you everyone from Providence. My name is Julio and love to you all.
Thank you, Julio. So Fatima put in the chat, the love of you using your city as a canvas. And I think that hits in multiple levels, right? Because you've done that physically, like with your digital art, but I also think just doing it in the way that you're impacting the community. I think that really resonates too. I'm curious, I mean, you're musician, digital artist, community activist, like how do you do it all?
How do I do it all? People often ask me, what did you sacrifice? And that is my sleep. I barely sleep. So I'm often creating art very late hours of the night. Scheduling, time management is one of the best skills I have ever learned in my adult time.
I have seen Julio's spreadsheets. There's no joke. Julio knows how to schedule things down. Awesome. Thank you, Julio. And I want to thank you for shouting out our May event that we had that thunderstorm in. And I want to say, like, in terms of the PechaKucha community, like, I think we had 150 people at that event. After it started thunderstorming, some left, but we still had like a solid 75 that stuck through a thunderstorm to watch our last two presenters who presented in the rain, including a drum.
Awesome.
So. So Sean, I think we're jumping in the digital airplane again, right?
We are. Let's go ahead for the magic carpet ride. Let's see where we're going.
It's like a roulette wheel.
Oh, this is not that far of a trip though.
Oh yeah, we're just jumping in the car, right? Not even the airplane.
Yeah, the animation was like, really? All right, just a skip over to Connecticut and Bridgeport.
Bridgeport, Connecticut, welcome.
Hello.
Hey, Bill.
Yeah, that was great. Congratulations on all your 150. That's amazing. We're at 13 here in Bridgeport, and we're pretty excited about that.
Yeah, as you should be.
So we have quite a group today. When I put out the word, I didn't expect to get as many former PechaKucha presenters who wanted to present. So we have 8 presenters, but many are doing a 10 by 10. One is doing a 1 by 20. Hopefully we can fit it in. Tell us to go faster if we have to in terms of in between.
We're fine. But
Okay,
I have to
fine.
ask, Bill, before you go any further, what the heck are you sitting in front of?
Ah, okay.
What the hell is that?
Okay,
Is that a centaur?
I am at the Barnum Museum. Okay, Barnum Museum is one of the founders of the PechaKucha, and this is Minnie the Centaur, one of the exhibits here at the Barnum Museum. And I just thought it would make a nice backdrop of, curiosity is the name of the game here in Bridgeport, and especially at the Barnum Museum. So, and Nina Lasiga is going to be presenting today. One of her shortest PechaKuchas, a 1 by 20. And John Swing is here. He's on the committee. He's the assistant director at the Barnum Museum. And Suzanne Kachmar from City Lights, and Lauren Coakley-Vincent from the Downtown Special Services District. So we have a lot of community groups that founded the PechaKucha here in Bridgeport.
That's great. It's a great crew there. So we look forward to all these. The first one that we have queued up is it Jersey?
Jesri.
Yes.
Sorry. Okay. I'm going to do a brief introduction on everybody. And Jesri has presented twice before in Bridgeport. She's a wonderful story artist and a constant dreamer. And today she's going to tell a story of catching for Cali. So take it away, Jesri.
All right, the slides are yours.
Thank you. Our story begins during a walk with our 3-year-old Schnauzer mixed dog, Callie. And tonight, I must sneak behind Callie at the very moment she evacuates to catch her sample in what can only be described as a basket for greasy American fried food. My husband and I are doing our best to be serious because Callie's veterinarian requires the sample for testing, but we can't help but be overjoyed and amused by Callie's reaction to her mama's strange behavior. And to be honest, I don't blame her. Callie begins to walk ahead of my husband and I with cautious purpose, deliberately peeing in places mama cannot catch her precious sample. And I find myself reminded of the day she and I become family and how she has saved my life. Callie is placed into my arms before our first family photo is taken of us at a truck stop. A month before, my therapist suggests I either check myself into a hospital for depression and suicidal thoughts or find a support dog. And can you see how happy Callie and I are to be together? In many ways, Callie is like the child my body is too stressed out to carry or give birth to. Here, she enjoys the first of many car rides we take together. She prefers to sit or stretch out for a nap while I drive. And as a matter of fact, Callie is really serious about her naps. If I'm not busy, I can be persuaded to join her for a while. And it helps. Often my mind is loud and cluttered with ideas and memories I convince myself undeserving to have or create or change. When we do sleep together, my husband likes to snap a picture. Even though Callie is my support animal, I cannot ignore the positive impact Callie has had on him. His phone is full of pictures of her, and we love looking at them and remembering these now frozen moments. When we can, my husband and Callie and I are the perfect partners for hikes. In this picture, Callie is paying more attention to ducks in a nearby lake. Exercise with her is fun and requires I'm always on my toes. And yes, she tried to run after them. Above everything I could think of to describe her, Callie is my silver lining. Living with depression is easier because she teaches me to appreciate the small things. My world is her classroom, and that she leads with grace and compassion. Callie and I are very lucky to have each other, but I am luckiest because I caught such a brilliant being. Thank you for listening and visiting with us. Gracias and arigato gozaimashita.
Nice.
That's great.
Arigato.
What a love story that was.
Nice job, Jezri.
Thank you.
I know we have a dog, and there's nothing like a dog, but in your case, telling the story of how she changed your life is just amazing.
It is. It really is. Thank you. Thank you for listening, everyone.
Okay, we're going to move to Ara Fitzgerald.
That's right. And this is another 10 by 10.
Right.
Okay, Ara, you ready to go?
Okay, I'm going to give her a brief intro.
Oh, please. Yes, I'm sorry.
Yep. Ara is a choreographer and a writer and a performer and a professor and an improviser. She's based in New York City, and she actually channels P.T. Barnum. Her last PechaKucha here at the Barnum Museum was much about P.T. Barnum. Today's, though, story is going to be about her love for trees. It's called Dancing with Trees. Take it away, Arla. Ara.
My love admits that when we first dated, he thought it was intriguing that I taught a course in improvisation called Serious Play. On a forest walk, I hear a tree call. I embrace its trunk. I'm holding the tree, and the tree is holding me. The tree turned out to be a telephone pole. Yes, and is the first rule of improvisation. But what is the yes and if your scene partner is a tree? From our elders, we learn to approach a tree with respect, place a hand gently on the trunk, ask a question, listen. We find ourselves on the lookout for trees willing to engage in call and response, in conversation. Did you know that one tree creates enough oxygen for 4 people for one day? I breathe you and you breathe me. Date night, Times Square, at play, people rushing, curtain time. Where are the trees? The size of the place that one becomes a member of is limited only by the size of one's heart. Oh, you read poet Gary Snyder too? Pencils are made from trees. The mother tree. Everything comes from the mother tree. Everything goes back to the mother tree. Did you talk to my great-grandmother? Yes, and I trust our grand seedlings will continue in fruitful conversation for generations.
Well done.
Beautiful.
Thank you.
The trees were alive. We are the trees. The trees are us, and trees are you, Ara. That was beautiful.
Thank you. My name is actually a palindrome, but the fact that it had an L in it as a misspell, I think the L is the love in there. So I'm sort of happy that L is there.
Good one. Good one. Well, thank you, Ara.
Thank you.
Next, we have Linda Marchisio. And Linda she's been presenting quite a bit, and she has done 3 PechaKuchas here in Bridgeport. She's a retired teacher and library media specialist. And she continues to inspire, to entertain, and motivate through her storytelling. So today's presentation is called Baby Love. And Linda, take it away.
All right. Love. So many types: erotic love, brotherly love, motherly love, which the Greek calls storge. And I wondered, did I have motherly love? I was never one to rush up to that new baby brought in by your colleague to hold them in the office. So would I love my own children? I asked my mother how I would know I'm ready, so I wouldn't want to shut my children in the closet. She didn't have an answer. I asked a friend, how will I know if my children will be wild? She said, look at yourself, they'll be like you. I asked a marriage counselor how to save my marriage, and the answer was have a baby, and we both knew that was not the right thing for us. Many years later, with another husband, I was pregnant, and I was ready. Good thing I was ready, because I had twins. Stargate love. The moment they were there, I loved them with my heart. They grew up, and one of my babies was now having a baby. How could that be, my baby having a baby? And everyone said you should be so excited. But I wasn't excited, I was worried. And then I worried because I worried instead of being excited. And I didn't... Oh, she was born. My heart panged. I was speechless. Stargate love. Motherly love.
Oh, that's lovely.
Beautiful.
I got another husband. That was my favorite line in there. But that was such a great story.
That was a good line for me too, another husband.
I had never heard of that kind of love. What was the word again?
Storge.
Storge.
Yeah.
But it was beautiful. Thank you, Linda. Okay, so we're going to move now to Mia Lipstick.
Woohoo!
Mia has presented 3 times here in Bridgeport. She is really a passionate lover of nature, as many of our presenters today are. She's an artist, a writer, a poet, a painter, a sculptor, and a storyteller, and more.
A Renaissance woman.
And a Renaissance woman. So today's PechaKucha
I do it all.
Solar, Lunar, and Terra Love. Right? Take it away, Mia.
As I look out across the horizon, I watch how the sun and moon both rise, then set over the earth, exchanging places like partners on a dance floor. What is above is reflected below upon the earth. And I think about the celestial love triangle constantly changing in the sky. I imagine myself to be like our Mother Earth with the man in the moon, desperately watching over her. The moon never turns his face away, and the moon never shows his dark side. But I, like the earth, desire the affections of another, to bask in the warmth of every single shining sunbeam, to feel so alive and thrive under each ray of caressing light. Oh, how earth adores that glorious golden globe and more. And I too long for a sunset kiss. Instead, earth and I remain in the orbit of our sun king, optimistic, to passionately promenade through the seasons solo. Completing the triangle of love, that superstar sun above prefers to dance and to chase the Pleiades star sisters in space. So when I look up at the colorful, magnificent blue sky, it fills the nest within my heart with hope, because love soars freely, just like a bird, which never sows or reaps. Love simply exists. Namaste.
Nice.
Beautiful.
And I'd like to share my blessing stone.
Oh.
Ooh, tell us about it. Tell us about it.
I found this in Stratford on the coastline this summer, and it was beautifully bleached and buried in the sand. And so I painted it gold, and then I put the design on the front with the all-seeing eye and the shepherd's crook, and of course the Holy Spirit with the heart for love, to bring peace to the earth.
Yay.
And was it originally a triangle? That's beautiful. It's so amazing with that triangle shape. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes,
Absolutely.
yes. It was really a unique find.
It sure
I
was.
had it on the Bridgeport Art Trail so people could come and pay homage to the blessing stone and perhaps get a blessing, which I'm offering to the world and PechaKucha. I was so engaged last night. I was watching about 3 in the morning and I couldn't stop. Every time I tried to go to bed, I turned my tablet on to the group from India, the brother and sister group. Fantastic.
Yeah, and then playing their song. I was here that early too. That was a great one.
Yes, yes.
Amazing.
Yes, and I really enjoyed the woman who was doing the vaginas from India this morning. I have to get in touch with her. I have to send her a couple of my vagina paintings.
For somebody who wasn't on the call earlier, I really like the woman from India who was doing
We're going to be rewinding soon.
Brian, I'll tell you all about it.
Please.
It was a lot of fun.
Oh, it was wonderful.
Oh, well, thank you so much.
Thank you, Mia.
It's wonderful to be part of this international day to share peace and love with the world.
Yay.
We need
Good
optimism.
job. Yeah, that's what we were thinking last night when we were watching your opening, that this is what PechaKucha does, brings people together from all corners of the world in such a positive way. It's an incredible experience. Thank you, Mia. So our next presenter is Daniel DeLoma. And Daniel has presented once before. He was raised here in Bridgeport, Connecticut. He's currently a community and hospice chaplain, and he's an advocate for those who, like him, are living with HIV. He is a story collector as well as a storyteller. And today's story is called A New Morning Ritual. So take it away, Daniel.
Thank you, Bill, and thank you to the team. I'm happy to be here. For most of my life, I was someone who saw the cup as half empty. In my mind, pessimism was simply realism. I took this to be my temperament, an unchangeable trait. I had grown comfortable in my discomfort. Worrying was a way to stay alert to the ways that things might go wrong. But if I was to love myself, I had to make a change. I began experimenting with this new morning ritual, built around the practice of telling the most hopeful and empowering story in any given situation without denying facts. For years after, when I woke up, my pattern had been to scan my mind until I fixed on some imagined difficulty that I was facing that day. I would get out of bed, go to my desk, and write down what I was worrying about, just the facts. Then I wrote down the story I was telling myself about those facts. Finally, I worked to conceive a more realistically optimistic story that I could tell myself, based on the same incontrovertible facts. I did this every morning dutifully and was made to feel at least a little better. Then one morning I woke up, and as usual, a challenging issue for that day came to mind. This time, however, before any negative story could take its usual place, a more realistically optimistic one occurred to me effortlessly. Something profound had occurred. In the days ahead, it was as if my whole center of gravity had shifted. I felt like the sun had finally broken through the clouds, and it was there to stay. I drew strength from the fact that I wasn't squandering energy or feeling sorry for myself or embittered about what had happened. I focused instead on each day ahead, and now I am a most relentless optimist.
Nicely done.
Nice job. You are an optimist, Daniel, and you do a lot in the community. He had done a couple of PechaKuchas and ended up with this one. But the last, you work with people who are homeless as well right now, don't you, Daniel?
I do, yes. Down at McClevey Green in Bridgeport every Monday, wow, I should remember these days. Every Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday.
Yeah, and that's, and you're a chaplain at a hospice.
Yes, at a visiting hospice service here in Connecticut. I'm not sure if I can say the name, probably can't have, but it's Seasons Hospice. Let's just say that. I don't think they'll mind the little plug.
Right. Well, you're doing some good work, and thank you for that beautiful story.
Thank you, and thank you for this opportunity, everyone. This is fantastic.
So now our next presenter, Nina Lasiga, the actual introduction is going to be longer than her PechaKucha because she is doing what I just can't even believe.
Hey, Bill, you're a little bit quiet. Just put your mic a bit closer.
Oh, okay. Here, let me change where my mic is coming from. Let's see.
Is that better? Is that better?
I love your red outfit.
Okay. Can you hear me?
I think it was better before, Bill.
Yeah, it's probably better before.
Okay.
Just speak up, I think.
Okay, I'll speak up. So
yes.
Is that better?
Yes,
perfect.
Thank you.
Okay. So Nina is one of the founders of the Bridgeport PechaKucha Committee, and she's the only person who has told the PechaKucha at every single one of our 13 PechaKuchas. And she's also told in many other states and Connecticut PechaKucha cities. Today's PechaKucha is called beach bartering. Take it away, Nina.
A beach vendor asked me to buy a dress, but I only wanted to trade. I showed her a blouse with the tag still on. She said, "What else you got?" I gave her a fun pair of sunglasses and a pack of chewing gum. She made the better deal. It made her day. Thank you.
Oh, 1 by 20. Fantastic.
Nina, you're sparkly as usual.
Yeah, you look amazing.
What do you want to add?
Bill, I'm so glad that PechaKucha challenged me. I would have never thought of doing something in 20 seconds.
Nina, you're one of my poster girls. The photograph of you on the scooter, I think it's in Vietnam,
Yes.
is one I use in my talks to say that everybody has got a story to tell, and you have many great stories. We need a PechaKucha about all your dresses, I think, one day. But
well, really, the one thing about that, the one thing about that is that I also won because I got something I wanted and gave away something I didn't want.
There you go.
Okay, Nina, thank you so much. Our next presenter is, I call her Lady Beth because she works at a radio station. She has her own show, and she's Lady Beth. Her name is Beth Lazar, but I've always called her Lady Beth. We've been on her show often to promote PechaKucha. So Lady Beth has been the host of a radio program, and she's a community activist, and she basically works again to help people respect the earth more. Today's story is called A Love Story with a Magical Ending. So take it away, Lady Beth.
Wow, I won. Thanks to my friend and lover, Jimmy. Let's start at the very beginning on how I met Jimmy. Jimmy, an African-American man, sat down next to me at a local cafe and said, "You're Jewish." I could tell because I used to work at a Jewish children's summer camp. I could cook Jewish food, but soul food is my specialty. "What soul food?" I asked. Jimmy took me to his home to try his soul food cooking. Fried chicken, collard greens, potato salad, yams. Yummy. How delicious. They say the path to a person's heart is through their stomach. That is definitely true for me. I was hooked, in love. Jimmy and I became a couple. When I eventually moved in, Jimmy gave me a gift, a Bible. When I became anxious or depressed, Jimmy would say, "Open the Bible and read the Psalms." When Jimmy dropped me off at my jazz radio show program, he'd say, "Play my number," meaning play his favorite song, "Everything Must Change." When Jimmy dropped me off at the store, he'd say, "Play my number," meaning buy a daily lottery ticket and play the number 222. Jazz, jazz, jazz. We both love jazz, and going to the New Haven, Connecticut Green to hear free jazz concerts on Saturday summer nights. Tragically, Jimmy died of cancer in 1995. I was angry with him for dying and leaving me alone and turning his back on me. Eventually, my cold-hearted anger turned into tears of grief. One night, Jimmy appeared to me in a dream. He laughed, smiled, and winked and said, "Play my number." Did he mean play his favorite song or buy a daily lottery ticket and play the number 222? Wow, I won $500 that day. But more importantly, I learned to hear the voice of the beloved deceased. People die, but love is immortal.
Wow. Wow.
Love the numbers. Love the numbers.
And I've heard that before, but that is very moving.
Yeah, absolutely.
Lady Beth, good job. That's beautiful.
Thank you.
So we're going to close here from Bridgeport with presenter Darla Shaw. Darla has presented once before. She is a professor emeritus from Western Connecticut State University. And before that, she served for 36 years as the language arts coordinator in the Ridgefield, Connecticut public school system. She is a creative force. And on that note, the title of her story today is called Love Stories. Darla, take it away.
As a young child, I just loved to listen to stories and tell my own stories. When I became a teacher, forget lecturing. I was going to tell stories. Well, when I was 70 years old, I started on Halloween going to cemeteries, telling spooky stories. Whoa, and then I also took on the role of 60 different women. I was a suffragette. I was Eleanor Roosevelt, Rosie the Riveter. Read across America, I became authors. I didn't care if they were men or if they were women. I loved them. Oh, cancer came. I had to tell my story of survival. There had to be hope for people out there. tough time. You can see I love fashion, and I love to do period fashion shows, and tell the story of that particular time. I even did stand-up comedy. Maybe I wasn't that funny, but I never, ever told a dirty joke. Few people can say that. Love to tell love stories. The best way to do it, be a justice of the peace and share their love. I wasn't religious. The church asked me to come in and tell stories from the scriptures. I even did that. I became religious. I'm going to be 84. That's my friend. We're going to tell our life story together. I'm going to be telling stories on my deathbed.
Wow.
Oh, good for you.
What an amazing presentation.
Oh, Darla, that was perfect. You knocked it out of the park. Thank you. She does love stories. She shows it, and she does it all the time. She's just amazing. So I appreciate all of the people from Bridgeport that came out today to do this. And they put a lot, yeah, really nice job.
The charmed city, greetings from Barnum country to the world.
Hey, Bill, I've got a question. What's in the water in Bridgeport? Because there's something going on there.
Well, they say you can't drink the water, so just drink the beer.
The fashion sense in Bridgeport, the thespian in Bridgeport. There's something going on. Fantastic.
Well, I think there is something going on in Bridgeport. You know, there's a lot of art. It's just a very creative place, and people. The PechaKucha has been a brilliant way to demonstrate it.
Okay,
and
before
export it to the world, yeah.
Seriously. Before we go on to hour 17, let's just do a quick smile at it. This is such a nice little crew here. A little smile at the camera, everybody, in 3, 2, 1. Okay.
Yay!
Hi, Michelle.
Hi. Hey, guys. Hi, Mark. Hi, Astrid. Hey, everyone in the global PechaKucha community. Doing a cameo to say hi to everyone.
And you're a bit of a ghost, actually.
Okay.
Too. Yeah, I don't know. There we are.
There.
Yay. So thank you so much, Bill. Thanks for curating all of those presentations. They were great. So this is my wife, Michelle, and you know it's a day of love. So how can I not bring her into this? And she was looking to present one of her presentations before we move on. So we're a little bit delayed here. I'm sorry to do that, but you know, Alan in the next hour will be coming up here very shortly. But Michelle, I don't know, anything in particular you want to say just before we roll this out?
No, just it's been fascinating hearing and seeing so many great talks and presentations. Love, I'm enlightened, you know, kind of takes me away. And I get a glimpse of your world. So I just want to say thank you to all the presenters who've done such a nice job.
And so we're going to let this one roll. This is from the United Nations and one of our faves. And that was it. One moment.
Technical difficulties.
Well, I hit the space bar twice. That's the welcome to my world, Shell.
Can't.
That was your best PechaKucha.
All right, here we go.
Did I remember it?
It was.
To learn that when the League of Nations was created here in Geneva, Article 7 of its charter said that all positions in connection with the League, including the Secretariat, should be open equally to men and women. 1918, wow, that was really, really avant-garde. And this is it. This is the League of Nations meeting in Geneva in the 1920s, so much for equal opportunities, right? Just, yeah. I tried, I think there's one woman up there. But I was even more surprised to learn that when the UN was created in San Francisco, it was very difficult to have the words equal rights of men and women included in the preamble. And it's thanks to a few women delegates, including Berta Lutz, who was Brazilian, fearless delegate, that these words are now in the preamble of the Charter. Eleanor Roosevelt is much better known as one of our founding mothers. She of course is one of the drafters of the International Declaration of Human Rights. This photo I think is on the Place des Nations actually. And so you think that many women followed her in her footpaths. She must have opened the door for all women at the UN, right? So fast forward 50 years, the UN in the 1990s, okay? So 50 years later, no women, same thing, same story, right? So that was, I mean, that's just one random photograph, but all photographs I looked at for the 1990s were more or less like this, for the General Assembly of the UN. So women assembled for the 4th World Conference on Women in Beijing, 1995, they had enough, okay? So they said we want a clear roadmap for gender parity at the UN by the year 2000. They were a bit ambitious, obviously, so they said parity 50-50 by the year 2000. Okay, so this is the world, this is a summit of world leaders in that year. You can see why they wanted parity in 1995 in New York. So still, there was no parity. So maybe after Beijing things changed, right? Well, let's hope. Well, this is 2015. This is one of my favorite. Security Council, 15 ambassadors, right? Guess what, okay? And I am really sure that the red dress is a message from Ambassador Power to all the men in dark suits around there, saying, come on, guys, this cannot last forever, huh? This one is one of my favorites. Okay, Global Summit of Women. In Paris. Okay, so come on, something has to give. This is not serious. So, especially since in 2015, this is the year that the world gave itself a real comprehensive roadmap, Agenda 2030, 17 Sustainable Development Goals, and everybody knows that SDG 5, which is on gender equality, is at the core of the whole thing. Nothing will happen unless this happens. So enter International Gender Champions, which was created here in Geneva, in International Geneva, when a few leaders of international organizations, permanent missions, NGOs decided to take individual responsibility for making things change. And they created this network. How does it work? So 1, leaders have to sign the panel parity pledge, no more manual. 2, they take 2 commitments that make sense for their organization, and 3, they commit to the network itself. They meet, they highlight it on their website. So 1, 2, 3, simple, but they're publicly accountable. So by now, 3 years later, we have more than 200 gender champions around the world, a majority in Geneva, but we have also many in New York, in Vienna, in Nairobi. About half are ambassadors, others are head of international organizations. They have changed things. This is a picture at the Ministerial Conference of WTO last December in Buenos Aires. Thanks to the gender champions, for the first time, a declaration on women and trade empowerment was accepted. But many more other things are happening thanks to the gender champions. So we are really, really happy. So we need to do much, much more. This is a picture of what the world could look like in the 23rd century. The World Economic Forum tells us that full gender parity will be reached in 2234. Okay, I don't want to wait that long. This is very pretty, but frankly, I don't want to wait that long. And you don't need to. If there is a will, there's a way. The Secretary General of the UN, Antonio Guterres, has already reached parity among his senior staff a year and a half after being elected at the head of the UN. So if you want, you can do it, okay? No more excuses. It's all a matter of mindset. 1/4 of ambassadors in Geneva, only 1/4 1 in 4 are women. But that doesn't even bother me as much as the fact that we still have a lot of misconceptions, sexism, biases, discrimination. So we decided in UNOG to change things. First, we surveyed our staff, okay? We asked them to put in a red box examples of sexist behavior, in a green box good practices, and in the yellow box questionable. Well, the red box was full, okay? Very few things in the 2 other categories. So we decided to launch a campaign, and it's a campaign very simple, with a simple logo. I say no to sexism, what do you say? And we've plastered this all over the Palais des Nations. So as thousands of delegates come for the World Health Assembly, for the International Labour Conference, Human Rights Council, they see this. They see this on the phones. They cannot avoid it. With all this, I hope that the UN of tomorrow will look something like this, maybe, or at least that it will not be so surprising anymore, but we have a lot of work to do. Thank you very much.
Great presentation.
Yeah, so thanks for picking that one out, Shell.
We have 2 teenage daughters. There I am, not a ghost, but we love to show that to them so they know the history and that women have a seat at the table, and there's so much more opportunity to that. So that's why it speaks to us.
That's great. Thank you, Shell.
Well said.
Yeah.
Hear, hear.
Don't get me going. Whenever there is a talk or a lecture or a jury panel, and you know, it's too many men on there, I'll point it out. Actually.
Send them that presentation, yeah.
Yeah, I'll send them that presentation. Yeah.
Where did that come from, Sean? Did that come from Geneva? Was that
It did,
Miguel?
yeah. So it's a bit older. It's about 5 years, but it's always been one of our favorite.
Yeah, still relevant. Sorry. Yeah, please send over.
Absolutely. So we're definitely going to be promoting all of the PK presentations, and we'll circulate those via email and you know, after this event. And what I wanted to do, though, I feel bad because we kind of now we're like 15 minutes over, but we're already in hour 17. Everybody, congratulations!
Woo! Oh, I gotta add though, I love men. Okay, just saying. We all love men, don't we, Michelle?
Yes, we do.
Yes. So don't get me wrong. Don't get us wrong. Sorry.
That's great. So let's see. Let's start calling up Thomas. I'm so sorry. I was just realizing that because I'm worried that you were a ghost.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Hi, Michelle.
Let's
We love women dying. Quality dying.
It's so bad. I know. Sorry. Thomas, let's get you on the floor though. Where are you?
Yeah, press play.
Oh, sorry, we did this again.
Hey, Thomas, Gerber.
Hey!
Good to see you guys. Looking great.
Brian!
Hello, Gerber. Nice to see you.
Hi.
Everybody good?
Yes.
Good. Yeah. Okay, Thomas, I'm sorry about the time difference, and thank you for being patient. We're very happy to have you, of course. Thomas, you're one of so many vibrant PK organizers across the globe, but some of them shine, just have ever so slightly more sparkle than others. And Chris, who's on the call now, and Thomas, you were among 2 of them. So thank you for being here, and Gerberg, you too. So thank you so much.
We miss you guys. We miss you guys so much. We can't wait to coming over, or you coming to see us soon. So. So Thomas, Thomas is a really important part of the PechaKucha network. When he sent us his application to join in this small southern Germany town in Germany, he sent 2 pictures. One of him right now, and one of him in his police uniform, because he's the local policeman in the community, and he uses PechaKucha at schools to tell people about drunk driving or speeding or drugs, and he's used it, and they love him because he gets the message across really quickly. So it's become famous as a tool for him in his job. So they're the best people, and they're so warm and generous. So thank you for being a part of the community.
It was so great to meet you in Tokyo and Chicago, and to meet you guys around the world. From Ireland.
Yes, from Ireland. It's really small,
And Thomas,
Ireland is a special place, and we'll never forget having visited you and that special castle as well. And it was such a brilliant time we had over there with you. And I can definitely recommend anybody go visit Aalen. It's magical.
How are we doing on this?
Yeah, so Thomas, I have everything queued up again. We have Nicole, who's scheduled to be the first presenter. Is Nicole ready, do you think? You want to introduce her?
Nicole?
Yes.
Yes, Nicole is ready.
I'm ready.
This is Nicole. She's also ready.
Hi.
Oh, wait a moment. Okay, Wes. Nice.
Oh, that's great. Okay, Nicole, you ready to go?
I am good to go. Yes, thank you.
All right, the 20 slides are yours.
There we go. Am I going? Yes, wonderful. So, first of all, thanks very much for having me. Really excited to be part of the Aalen team. A couple of years ago, I had to make a decision about the future direction of my professional life. And it was actually at that point that I realized that there was one thing that I really couldn't compromise on, and that is that my work and the institution that I work for had to be open and welcoming to truly everybody within our community. Now, I used to work in the museum and heritage sector, and that's me at Culloden Battlefield in Scotland. And it was there that I realized that, you know, it wasn't about working for a prestigious organization, in this case, the National Trust for Scotland, but it was about sharing the resources that I had the privilege to be in control of with people whose heritage this was, and to really facilitate their own journey of discovery and to make my knowledge, my resources available to them so that they could, you know, shape their own futures and shape the futures of their communities. Now, in the UK, I was so privileged to work with museums teams that shared that vision, and we would do co-created exhibitions with communities, and especially with members of the community whose voices tended to be muted by the majority culture. Now, a couple of years ago, then, when after Brexit, I felt that I had to come back to Germany. And initially, I worked in the museum sector over here, and I was still doing my thing, you know, working with communities. But unfortunately, I realized that that wasn't what was valued in the museum sector here. So I decided to quit the museum and heritage sector. But I was so lucky, and this is what I want to tell you about now, to find the Volkshochschule, the VHS. Now, that stands for the People's University. And I saw this job advert. I did a little bit of research, and I realized that their strategic goals were exactly what I had been so passionately working on. Now, there's 905 Volkshochschulen all across the country in Germany. So pretty much wherever you go, you will find a Volkshochschule that serves that area. So this is how much Volkshochschulen are rooted in our communities. But that's not where my excitement ended when I researched Volkshochschulen, because the history of the Volkshochschulen, actually, when you look at the history, they've been doing this for over 100 years. It started with associations that were formed to spread the word of education, to share it with people. And they've always been so forward-thinking. So 1899, and let me remind you, that's more than 100 years ago, they were talking about peer-to-peer learning. And they were talking about bottom-up learning, what we nowadays call learner-focused education. And they've been doing this for over 100 years. So when the Weimar Republic came into being after the First World War in Germany, they recognized the importance of this kind of learner-focused education. And they wrote this. They wrote the Volkshochschule into the constitution of the Weimar Republic. How exciting is that? And the focus was education for democracy, which of course is the reason why when the National Socialists came into power, they immediately tried to change the Volkshochschule, because the last thing that a dictator wants is an institution that teaches people, that enables people to shape their own futures, and people who demand to participate in their communities. Now, luckily, after the Second World War, the Allied forces, they knew of the history of the Volkshochschule, so they encouraged the communities to rebuild their Volkshochschule, and this is also what happened in our place here in Aalen. So our Volkshochschule was founded in 1946. And you can probably tell that we're not in it for the money. So this is our main location here in Aalen. And granted, it isn't the sexiest of buildings, which, you know, maybe one of the reasons why some people are a little bit dismissive of Volkshochschulen, as if we were here for, you know, the 1950s housewife who learns how to knit. And nothing could be further from the truth. Because from the very beginning at the Volkshochschulen, we've been teaching courses that gave the people the skills that they needed to shape their futures now. So whatever the technological development was, whatever it is that you needed, you could always come to the Volkshochschulen, and that's still the case today. And remember what I said about 1899, we're still doing this, we're still challenging ourselves and looking beyond our own horizons. This is us with an international group that was here 3 weeks ago. And we're working on a new methodology, which is called the third space, to really, again, open up our structures, share our powers, work with our learners in our communities to help them succeed. Now, everything that I've just described is something that I'm so proud of and excited about in our Volkshochschule here in Aachen as well. But the one thing that really gets me passionate to this day is when we go back to our roots in education for democracy, making visible those voices that are muted. And last year, there was a big year of elections here in Germany. So this is the mayoral election here in Aalen. We also had the parliamentary elections. And we did activities like the first symbolic election in Aalen, in the center of town, to again let people participate, show others that they're here. And we asked the question, you know, are we really democracy if 8,000 people in our hometown are not allowed to vote? And great conversations happened. Friends who've never known that, you know, the other person is not allowed to vote. And this is why, after 2.5 years, I still love working for the Volkshochschule, and particularly working for our Volkshochschule in Aalen. And not just on, you know, the professional side, because I still get to do what I'm so passionate about, but also on a personal side, because I get to talk with interesting people like this chap here. We're going to be talking about Korean adoptees in Germany, talking about what it means to be German. And I am so grateful that Volkshochschulen exists. So if ever you come to Germany, make sure you visit the local Volkshochschule, because you will be welcome here. Thank you.
And Adam, look this. This was a notices, and she did not need these notices. You forget your notice. Huh?
It came from the heart. No need for
Exactly.
kind of yeah, totally. Thank you so much for pointing this out. Times are changing.
I give a course in Volkshochschule about PechaKucha.
Yes.
Yes,
Indeed.
as a Volkshochschule.
Yes.
And in the next month we make a PK night about masculinity, and perhaps one of our presenters will be Mr. Brian Scott Peterson live from Tokyo.
Thomas, yeah.
We support Brian going to Germany anytime.
Oh, there we go. Wait a second. Now I'm changing my tune on this thing a little bit, because I was a little reluctant at first, because I was like, I was thinking about that penis festival that they have here in Japan, and like, maybe that's the direction I go. But Thomas, let's more to. I think I need to come there to figure it out, Sean. Yeah. I think I need to go there and figure out what exactly I need to. Tell me the date one more time, Thomas. When's the date?
April 7th.
Okay, April 7th. Mark it on your calendar, Sean. All right.
2020 local German time,
yes? Yes, German time. Okay.
It's like 1 hour ahead of London, right?
Oh, come on now. Don't get me started here. All right. Okay, moving along.
Thomas, it seems like we have just one more, and that's you. Yeah?
Yes.
Cool. All right. I'm putting it up. You ready to go?
Yes. Okay, we together. So, if you look for some quotes for better life, you will find so many quotes how to do your life so better. And one of the famous quotes is one of the greatest feelings is to find what you love and then you get paid for it. And so I decided I go to police and I want to be a police officer. I thought it's a really good job and a cool job, and I could find really nice cars. I can talk with lovely people. And one time I decided to do another job at the police, and I changed to prevention. So I do prevention for kids or for young people, not to drunk drive, or for older people. And yes, but that's a lovely thing I do in my life, to talk and to teach young people. But my big boss called me at one time and said, Mr. Miley, I want to sing a little more story, a little more fun at your education. And so I tried to use a phone and to call at the theater of Arnhem, and then I found Mrs. Müller.
Yes, it's me. My name is Maria, and I'm an actress, and also I was the director of the brand new theater of Arnhem, and the department, department of theater for children. So I'm an actress. You see, I played the Pippi Langstrumpf. It's a very, very famous girl. She's from Sweden, but everybody and all children love Pippi Langstrumpf. It was really, it was so wonderful to play this role. You know, it was. I played it with my horse too, and yes, it was very special for me to live in Arnhem, because I'm not Schwabian. I'm from another part of Germany, but it's really lovely to be here. And it was very successful to work in this little theater in Arnhem. So he made this phone call to me, and then he invited me to come to this cafe.
Yes, so this also opened this cafe actually today. Yes, and every time when we have to manage something, we meet us at this cafe, and for also founding of our
friendship and of our concepts.
And I have to learn as a police officer, artists from theater are not the same thinking. I'm not the same thinking as like police officers. They are really different. And so we have so many things to manage together. They're really different, but we have a big friendship together now.
And then we created a very special theater production. It's called The Little Zebra. You see, this is a little, it's me playing the zebra, and we make a special theater production for prevention. For prevention, is this right? Yes, prevention. Yeah, prevention. And it's really funny to play together with Thomas, you see. So this is very special to have an actress and a policeman on stage.
Yeah, on stage, and we have so much fun. And then the first time when we played, it was really like with a book, with a role book, and now we have just for fun, and we do this. And I have to learn to sing on the stage. I never thought when I get a police officer and I have to sing with 100 or 200 kids on the stage. With a little zebra.
But it's really funny. I have to learn to play accordion. You see this instrument over there. And so we make many new plans. We played with little zebra on the bicycle, learn to do everything right in the Verkehr, in the traffic, you know. And Thomas is a very good actor, you know. He's not only policeman, he's a really good actor on stage. So we have a lot of prizes for the little zebra. A lot of people love this zebra.
A lot of awards.
Yes, awards.
We got awards in our home country, in Baden-Württemberg, in the land. We got an award, and we got a really famous award from a big German illustrator.
It's from Renault. It's a very special kind of cars, and we went to Berlin to get this wonderful award over there. This is the Brandenburger Tor. You see the special thing in Berlin, and
Yeah.
so we're
And the most famous place, Paris, that's true. Yeah. But our heart is when we go to the childs and when we, and when we have fun with them, and when we look in their eyes and they cry and they call and they, hey, police, do something.
Yes, it's, you know, because this theater is really special, because the little zebra, it's an animal that don't know what have to do, what I have to do in the traffic. So the kids tell me what shall I do, and it's really great to do this performance in schools, in kindergartens, and to act with this little kids.
Yeah. And the last picture was from our latest project, from a film, where we make a film, and there's 6 short sequences for films for the internet, where Corona, the kids can look in Corona at the internet and found some information. And so we have so much fun together, and so we decided we made PechaKucha night together.
Yes. We did a lot of PechaKucha nights.
At 52 or 53, we made in Arden, and we had so great PechaKucha nights with 500 or 700 people.
Yes.
And we have some other projects we made.
This is a new one. It is a theater production about ISIS. And this is really very special, and we travel to schools to play all over Baden-Württemberg, and this is really important to do this. It's all about prevention. So,
and we and for this last project, when we developed when we drive to zebra, and then we developed a new theater.
Yes. All the time.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for listening.
My God. Legendary. You had a policeman like that in your village or your town, yeah?
Yeah,
and a zebra.
Yeah, I think the zebra, it's a great team. It's a great team, and you know, it's not surprising that you got the award. It's well deserved, because you're going way beyond in what you have to do, and everybody loves you. That's why. So
we're big friends.
Big friends.
Amazing. Absolutely amazing.
Yeah, I love the little cafe where you always meet when you have to discuss things. That's a cute. All righty.
Hey, and you know, you're. I think you are Schwabian.
Yes.
I think in my heart, I'm also. I'm a little Schwabian too. Okay.
Schwabian or Schwabe.
Schwaben, sorry. Schwaben.
Yeah, do say hello to Anna Maria, Thomas.
Yes, I do it, thank you.
Yeah.
Just press the space bar, Sean or Brian.
Oh, Sean's got. Oh, there we go. Oh, how far?
No, we're just moving just around the corner to Arlen, to Erlangen.
Pretty much, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Hi, Tobias.
Tobias, how are you?
Hi, pretty good. This is Niels. Hey. You actually shortly met in Arlen.
Yeah, we met once. I was in Arlen.
Yeah, sure. I remember.
It was great to meet you. Little zebra from.
No, that's actually I don't know when and how I got it from Thomas, but he gave it to me and I just remembered it, and my wife just brought it. But I'm just curious, am I the only one wondering whether Thomas will give us a quick taste of his singing potential?
Yes, seriously. Good call, Tobias.
I cannot do it online. You have to come to Arden next time and you will get it. Yeah.
You guys have a concert, and
He only performs live.
And the accordion too. I want to hear the accordion as well.
I see.
That's a good call, Tobias. Very good. Okay.
Bye.
Great to see you guys. Yeah. Oh, well, we're staying in Germany, right? Or who did?
Yeah.
Okay. And
actually, I'm a Swabian too. Like I live in exile here in Netherlands.
Schwabian.
Okay. Yeah, so Niels is going to be first, right? So I'm going to make space.
Yep. All right. I'm ready.
Okay.
Okay. Hi. So hi everyone. All right. I like hiking and I love hiking to lakes. And these are just 4 lakes I went to globally. One of them is also in Japan. So I really love lakes. And today I want to talk about a special lake close to where we live. So it's in Nuremberg, Germany. Only like, I don't know, 25 kilometers from here. It's called Silver Lake. And it's not actually made out of silver. It looks like a normal lake. You can see it in the top right. So it's a small lake that is you can see it in like a large park area, recreational area. Okay. And how I got interested in the lake is if you walk around the park, around this lake, you see large signs and they say bathing prohibited, danger to life, and hydrogen sulfide is in the water. And during a festival, which is normally once a year, if there's no COVID, there is a big fence around it, so drunk people don't jump into the lake. They can still jump into the other ones, though. Okay, and this lake is a leftover of a construction site by the Nazis, and this during the Second World War, and they wanted to build a large stadium. And you can see it was shaped kind of like a U, and one part of the U is the lake. You can kind of see it overlaid there. So after the Second World War, there was not really a landfill in Nuremberg, and the city was thinking about where to put all of their waste. And so there was a lot of waste in Nuremberg, and also in the coming years, they needed some place to put all the garbage, basically. So they thought, we have this construction site in this park area. So this is what it looks like in the top left in 1946. And they made it a landfill until 1962. And you can kind of see half of it was filled up with garbage, including like a garbage hill or small mountain on top of it. Okay, and the photo is from 1950 around. Okay, and the garbage that was put there was mostly concrete and stones, but also chemicals and iron, and the chemicals were partially toxic as well. So everything was just dumped together into this hill and underground. So everything was together, and then a couple of years before it was shut down, the city started to put earth on top of it and planting trees. And on this photo, you can see school children planting the trees. The trees you can still see today. Okay, and the biggest problem with the landfill is that it's not sealed. So garbage was just basically put there without any preparation. Okay, and what happened is there is groundwater going through the hill and also forming the lake, as you can see here. And this groundwater is bringing sulfate into the lake constantly, like all the time. And okay, I'm not a chemist. I cannot really explain this well. So sulfate is going into the lake, and there is a boundary layer, and below the boundary layer, it's low oxygen. And with bacteria, the sulfate is forming into hydrogen sulfide. Okay, I don't know how this works exactly. Okay, why is this bad? Hydrogen sulfide can be taken or intaken by people via breathing or by the skin, over the skin. And it has side effects like unconsciousness and cramps. And it also, basically, it's a nerve agent somehow. So, if you were to go swimming, you could the gas could come up because you disturb the water, and you would take the gas in, and then you would get unconscious, and that would be obviously bad. So that's why there is a swimming ban. Okay. So why is the landfill still there today? So you could either remove everything, the whole hill, or you could limit the groundwater inflow. But both of these options are very expensive, so they were never taken. So it still remained like this. But what the city did do, they started to pump air into the bottom layer of the lake, so basically oxygen, with the hope of decreasing the creation of hydrogen sulfide and basically creating other chemicals, and not the bad ones. Okay, and this kind of worked at first. So they did this in 1985, and it worked fine for the first years. And after 5 years, it kind of went back to where it was before with the new oxygen. So that's kind of bad, but at least it didn't get worse. So you could say it didn't really do anything, but they tried. Okay, so it's still the same today, 30 years later. This is the garbage mountain today. You can see the trees, the school children planted. It looks like a nice park. There is some pipe sticking out of the ground, so you can still see it's a landfill. You can also smell it a little bit, but mostly it's just a nice parking area. The lake itself also looks like a normal lake. Normally you can't really smell anything. Sometimes you can. There's animals there. It looks quite tranquil, looks quite nice. So you cannot see that it's a toxic lake, still even today. Yeah. So it's actually quite nice to walk around there. I got most of my information shortly before I come to the end later from a professor, Dr. Alfons Bayer. He's here from the area. He's working with the University of Nuremberg and Erlangen. So if you want more information, you can just Google him. It's only in German, though. I guess you could use Google Translate. Okay, so today the whole area, it's a memorial, and there is a museum. There are large sporting events. There are large like board game trade shows and large rock festivals if there's no COVID. And so you could say by now the area is a lot more positive, and maybe for some people even a place of love, or becoming a place of love. Okay, thanks for your time and listening.
Nice. It's presentation.
Oh, that's so interesting.
I like how you brought that around to love there. That was cool.
That was kind of
nice little turn there at the end.
Good catch, Brian.
Awesome.
He managed.
Great topic. Really great topic. Great presentation. I love the engineers. You guys are so great.
Physicists, please.
Sorry.
That is an important difference.
We only know the theory, no specifics.
All right, sorry. Oh, wonderful. Okay, well, great. That was great, Niels. Shall we keep on rolling? We got Niels number 2.
Yeah.
Right? We've got 2 Niels on the call.
Yep, two Niels. Actually, I think the third Niels is hiding somewhere in Tobias' flat.
Hi, Niels. How are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
Great. It's dark here. We can see the stars.
Okay. I gotta say something. Niels was saying, I can't come. I'm too busy. I can't come. I made a presentation for him. And it's awesome. It's so good. And he was like, I'm not gonna let Brian play his presentation. And he made a presentation. So now all this work that I put into this awesome presentation, you have to wait until summer, until the next PK night in Erlangen where they're going to play it. It's going to be really good.
You shamed him into it.
I shamed him into it.
That's what he's saying.
I shamed him into it. So thanks, Niels, for stepping up.
Yeah.
And we're really excited to hear from you.
Yeah, thanks for kicking my ass. So it's, I think it's good once in a while.
Oh, good. Good. All right, off you go.
Yeah. So, as you mentioned, it's dark, stars are out, and if weather permits, you finally see space is big. So really big. You just won't believe how vastly, hugely, mind-bogglingly big it is. Quote from Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, definitely should read it if you're nerdy enough for it. But it kind of interested me a long time ago, and I as a kid in school I was really into astronomy, and a couple of years back there was this total eclipse of the moon, and it started to trigger my interest to astrophotography or astronomy again. And this was a picture I took at this eclipse. 2 years later then came this comet, so I think this was 2020. We had this comet Neowise, which was visible in the evening hours here from Germany. And was really bright, and I started digging into how can I actually take pictures of these things. And I started experimenting, and this is one of the early tries where I tried to get the Milky Way, and kind of worked out. I lost about 5 liters of blood to the mosquitoes next to the lake which is hiding behind the bushes on that photo. And it kind of catched on. And so I went looking for dark sides and tried to take pictures whenever I could. So this is last year in Portugal in an old mine complex somewhere in the Alentejo, in Minas do São Domingos. And this is one of the darkest areas in Portugal and one of the darkest in Europe. So this is the place you want to go to take pictures of the stars. So you have all industry ruins for the foreground, and you have the stars in the background. I was a bit unlucky because the only time when I had nice weather was when there was a full moon, so you can't see a lot of the stars. And with zoom on this picture, for example, you can't see any stars, but there is a faint view of the Milky Way behind this engine shed. So Brian, there's a little bit of trains still left in the presentation. That's an old locomotive engine shed. But it's actually quite easy to take amazing pictures of the stars. And this is something back in school when I was in the astronomy group, it was a hell lot of effort to take something which looked like a star, and mostly it was grain on the film. But right now you can point your mobile phone or your DSLR on the sky and just take a picture. So this is a picture I took of the Orion belt from the garden of my parents. I just pointed the camera to the sky and took, I think, 80 to 100 pictures with a standard DSLR and then stacked them together. So what makes taking pictures of the stars actually difficult? So you can do it with standard equipment. You can do it even with your mobile phone, but there are some tricks or tips you need to know, and there's a lot of things you can't influence. So for example, the weather. This is the weather forecast for the next 4 days, and you see it's horrible. Green means no clouds, red means clouds all over. A couple of web pages like clearoutside.com where you can check that, and right now it's depressing. There's light pollution. So I live in the upper red dot, roughly above the R of Erlangen. If you're in Nuremberg, it's even worse. So if you want to see a lot of stars, I need to take the car and go somewhere to Fränkische Schweiz, so half an hour of drive, and then it gets darker, still not really dark. Then we're sitting on a planet or a disk, if you like, which is revolving, or maybe the turtle which carries the disk is moving too much. So the stars keep on moving, so you're limited with your exposure time. The longer your lens is you use, the shorter the exposure time is. And that stuff is bloody small and bloody dark. So what you see there is a picture of the comet from 2 years ago, and there's also a star on that picture. And if you look really hard, you can see, but that was taken with the maximum sensitivity of the camera and the maximum exposure time, which was possible. Which means you need to do a lot of post-processing. And this is what the picture looked like after doing all the post-processing. And then you see a lot of camera noise. So this is also something where technology then comes in, and you have to fight for your image there. What do you need? You need a camera. You need an exposure time of 500 divided by a focal length, or 400 by a focal length. So there's some religion behind that. Take as many pictures as you can get. Take some dark frames, which is basically pictures with the lens cap on. Take some flat frames and then throw statistics at them and do a lot of post-processing. Can go a bit more fancy, adding a star tracker, which then corrects the Earth rotation, and this easily gets out of hand. So on the left is my setup last month with computer control and everything, and then came a company bonus. So then this thing grew up to getting a telescope, and then it grew to getting a dedicated astro camera. So this is one of the dangers of astrophotography. You get gear acquisition syndrome and start spending a lot of money. But then you get pictures like these. So these two were the first light pictures of that telescope. So this is the first pictures I took with it. And I think there's still some improvement left, but I'm quite happy for the first night out. And then you get to the bigger things, to the honey, we need to sell the kids setup. So this is a 5-meter cupola made out of wood, built by Siemens engineers. And I don't want to know what this costs in money, but this is something we probably won't have at home. So there are local astronomy clubs you can join and who happily help you with everything. And that's it. Thank you.
Wow. I'm so glad to hear your presentation.
We love the stars, and you investing in it like you do is definitely showing your love.
I mean,
selling the kids, you know, that goes far.
No, but it's incredible. You can take those pictures. I saw them. I'd seen them on some of your social media, and I think, yeah, did he really take them? You know, but wow, you know. I'm very impressed. That's incredible.
Nils,
and do you still keep up your hobby with the trains, or is it we've moved now to astrophysics?
No. I'm still keeping it up. So okay. It's now daytime trains, nighttime stars, and
wait for my presentation in the summer, Mark. You're gonna love it.
Yeah, very little PechaKucha presentations these days.
I have one question. So as Elon Musk does his Starlink satellites interfere with your photography? They're having some problems, aren't they, with so many satellites now in the sky? Yeah.
So I think they now painted them dark or something, so they're not as bad as they used to be.
Okay, true. Yeah. Okay.
But I think sometime in last year I wanted to see the stars, and there were a big train of 6 or 7 satellites going over the sky. So they right after the launch, they're really bright, and they're really close together. Up. And this is something you notice when you take pictures at night. It's planes, it's satellites. There's a lot of movement on the sky.
Space rubbish.
Quick question, Nils. I want to have a session with you about this later, but like what do you, if you don't have a star tracker, do you just use Photoshop to automatically align things, or how does that work?
Yep. So I'm not using Photoshop. I'm using different software, but you can automatically stack this stuff.
Okay, that's how you do it. All right. Cool.
I'll send you a link, description.
I need the yeah. Very cool. I'm inspired. Japan.
I love the description when you're saying it's going to be the cost of one child.
Yes. I have to sell.
Definitely check out the guy from Tokyo there, the Queef.
Okay. Yeah. I forgot about that. Yeah, I looked that up. Time to sell the kids. Time to sell the kids.
Tobias.
I'm just
kind of Tobias, you want to take us home?
Sorry, can you hear me well?
Ready to go?
Yeah,
perfect. We can hear you very well.
Don't start yet. I want to make a great comment. Go back. God, go back. No, I just want to make a quick comment, because I just realized how different this event must seem to people who watched it like half an hour ago when you were still in the US, and now we're in Erlangen where the physicists talk crazy nerd shit. And I'm going along those lines, you know, by accident, by coincidence, my talk fits to the one that Nils gave perfectly. You'll see. Okay. Now we can start.
Okay.
That's great.
So pretty much every German boy who was a boy around the end 70s, mid 80s, knows this screen, this image of the Milky Way, because this is what you see at the beginning of one of the best TV shows ever made. It's called Captain Future. And the guy with the red hair, that is Captain Future. And I love this series since I was a small boy. It was very hard to watch back then, you know, like linear TV. You didn't have the option to watch it whenever you liked. And so a couple of years back, I realized I want to take a closer look at the series again. And you can see it took a while for me to take care of it. Like I bought the first box set in 2006, and I finally started watching it when I bought the second one. So that was back in 2020. But I watched them all and I loved them. And I started to become more interested and figured, well, why not do a PechaKucha talk about that, right? That's the big Captain Future logo, F for future, obviously. And it's quite interesting also how it came to be and what the background of it is. Because you think, okay, it's just some kind of anime, but there's actually a lot of very interesting stuff, especially regarding the German version that happened. So generally speaking, it is kind of the continuation of a line of anime series that were published and actually developed between Germany and Japan together. The most prominent one being Heidi, but also Biene Maya, Pinocchio, Neil Ferguson. They're all based on great literature work. It's not so much so with Captain Future. That was pulp comics or pulp magazines, and this is the guy who actually wrote them, Edmund Hamilton. And still, it's very interesting, but it's kind of in the same line. You take a literary basis and turn it into an anime. And here you can see that it was in total 17 stories written in the 1940s. And it is very interesting regarding the whole, let's say, background about it. And that's what I'm going to tell you a little bit about. I also thought it would be a good idea to read one of the original stories to kind of have a comparison. And by accident, I picked this one, Captain Future and the 7 Space Stones, which turned out to be the perfect choice, which you'll see why later. So Captain Future and the Space Stones was turned into 4 episodes of the anime. And the same is true for every other of the comics, generally speaking. Not in Germany, though. In Germany, it was regrettably different because in Germany, the German national TV station, ZDF, decided, well, there's violence in it, and I don't know, let's make it shorter. So out of 4 times 30 minutes, they made 3 times 25 minutes with one single exception, and that is this one that I read. And I read it because I wanted to have a comparison of how it holds up to the literature original. And what is another very different thing is in Germany is that back in those days, you could not keep the voices and the music separate. That was on the same track. So some guy, this guy, Christian Brun, created new music for it, which is amazing, really amazing. And every German boy my age definitely knows it. Surely quite a few girls, but maybe not as many. And here you see the main characters, which I'll go into detail in a little bit about. And in the background, you see the most amazing spaceship, obviously, the Comet. It is a space opera. And here you can see that over the different versions, like from the original magazine, over the title page of the magazine to the anime, it is quite similar. Captain Future is an orphan and was raised actually by the other main characters. For his scientific education, the one who took care of it was Dr. Simon, the living brain. And as you can see, he slightly differs across illustrations, but it is more or less the same thing. So he made sure Captain Future was very smart. Then this guy, Greg, the robot, he took care of making Captain Future very athletic and making sure he's very fast and very powerful, you know, to fight the bad guys in the universe. And then, last but not least, of course, there is Otto, the android. And he has a fascinating skill. He can use some liquid, put it on his body, and completely rearrange his features so he can impersonate pretty much everybody. And he also taught as much as possible for a human to Captain Future, so he is also a master of disguise. And I was pretty sure that these two guys, Eek and Og, before reading the magazine, were actually the comic relief for the TV show, but they weren't. They also exist in the original. So funnily enough, actually, one of them is being found in that one I read. And here you see the Comet, which is obviously very, very fast. It can also travel time in later episodes. That's when it quickly circles around those outer arms you can see. And with that, basically, we're almost at the end. Here you can see all the characters that regularly appear. The ones I told you about in more detail are the ones that are pretty much in every episode. The others are side characters that also exist in the original magazine, though. And I can only really, highly recommend this show. Although, of course, I'm sorry for everybody outside or not being able to speak German or understand German, that the very, very best version in the world, regrettably, is the one with the German soundtrack. Thanks a lot.
For as much of a pain in the neck as you guys were getting your presentations to us, I will tell you, you were the last stragglers to get your presentations today. All is forgiven. That was 3 great killer presentations. And thank you so
as
much.
Nerdy as they come.
That was awesome. That was fantastic session from Erlangen. Thank you guys so much.
Yeah. I want a t-shirt that says "Man of the Future" on it, like that.
It's so great. What a surprise! They're not using those phrases at all in the anime, of course.
Oh man, I wish I spoke German. I want to see that real bad. Yeah. That looks really good.
There is a Japanese version, obviously.
Oh, man, I might have to.
We saw that Toei. Is it owned by Toei Cinema or Toei Anime? Yeah.
Toei Animation. Yeah. And the original soundtrack is kind of odd though. Like on the box set, of course, they also have like the Japanese intro and so on.
Find it and send
jazzy.
Send it along. That's what you wanted. That's what you wanted me to play, right? Send it along because I'm curious to hear what that is. Okay.
Will do.
All right, our German friends in Aalen and in Erlangen, thank you guys so much. Thomas,
thank you.
We love you guys.
Thanks for having us.
It was really fun. It was really great.
Astrid, just want to wave goodbye.
Bye. I'm not using Trello anymore, though.
Okay.
I'm Microsoft Banner now.
Okay. All right. Wow, that was fun.
Woohoo! Hour 18, 6 more to go.
I'm okay. We're okay. At the end of this hour, we need to change YouTube. Okay, go for it, Sean.
So we are off to Tel Aviv.
Wow, cool. Whoa,
look at that beach. We want to be there. Hi, Nat. Can you hear us? Hey, wow, what a crowd.
Yes, we organized the crowd.
So you're not only, that's our biggest, one of our biggest crowds tonight. That's really lovely that you all got together for us.
Yes, it's our PechaKucha team from Tel Aviv, part of it at least, but the best of the best are here tonight.
Yay.
So for everybody who's watching, we've had the world record in Guangzhou for the highest PechaKucha at 108 stories, and Tel Aviv holds the record for the largest PechaKucha with 10,000 people. I'll let Anat explain a little bit more how they get 10,000 people to watch a PechaKucha night. But it's fantastic. It's back in Tel Aviv, and you just had an event quite recently, yeah?
Yeah, right. Sure. And here's the time. My partner here with me. We just had our last event in November. And it was the first one after 2 years of COVID. So it was very, very exciting to finally have a physical event with all these people around. Super exciting.
Yeah, great. I mean, it's really like a rock concert, yeah, the event you put on.
Yes. Our 15 minutes of fame, yeah, right.
And the presenters, so you split it into 4 nights. So the presenters have to do their presentation 4 times, yeah?
Right, 2 nights and twice every night.
Wow, amazing.
Wow. Tel Aviv, if you're gonna do it, you're gonna do it big, right? No other way.
Yes. Well, it happened, it wasn't planned.
I'm still amazed about the dedication and PechaKucha love in Tel Aviv. It's incredible. again, just like there must be something in the water in Tel Aviv as well, just like in Bridgeport.
So, okay, why don't we run your presentation? You've got a presentation. I'm just checking what
yeah, we got one to play for Tel Aviv. Are you ready to go?
I guess I am. We had a few drinks before, you know, so it's a bit. We made a gin and tonic for you, Mark, but you didn't.
Thank you. I'll need it. I'll need it soon.
No,
Are we on?
Not yet. Not yet.
I said soon.
Okay, so we started out in 2007. It was a very hot August night in this small bar in Jaffa, and we had like 200 people around. It was quite crazy. And then we continued and became bigger, and we joined our forces with the lovely Faza production content company, who are our friends and are hosting us tonight. So thank you, Faza, because they sponsored us and produced us from the beginning. And the whole thing got bigger and bigger. We finally understood we need to get to a larger space. And then so many people came, it was sold out in minutes. So we had to do double PechaKucha night. So we did twice the same night, then we did 4 times. And it was still fully booked. And then at one point, we had to move to a new venue, and it was like the central cultural venue in Tel Aviv. It's the Philharmonic of Tel Aviv venue, right? Very not PechaKucha. We're a bit worried about it. It's very bourgeois for us. But then it was like really good conditions, a beautiful venue with great large stage and lights and everything. And they told us that they have this very nice feature, which is an stage elevator, you know, where they put the piano up. So we said, okay, if we have a stage elevator, we're going to do it. And we used this stage elevator. So we have this amazing crowd of 2,500 people each time. And we said, well, if we have this large crowd, let's work with them, let's do stuff. But then, yeah, how do we even start to work on such a PechaKucha night? If you're going to put somebody on stage, you have to prepare. So we always start with this storyboard, right? We work a lot with our presenters, helping them to prepare their story and, you know, have their slides and what are the best images, what is the best way to tell the story. And then the first thing we ask when you go on stage is who's here for the first time? And we're still amazed to find out that around 20 to 30% of the crowd are there for the first time. And it's quite amazing because you can see we have like these grandmothers and kids and hipsters and everybody. So the crowd is quite a diversified crowd, but very lovely. And we like to work with them. So for example, at one point we tell them to take out their cell phones out, put them on and put them on like on their hands up and take this long exposure photo from stage. And this is what it looks like when you have 2,000 people doing this. And another time we had this presenter that was doing a performance about kissing. So at one point he asked people in the crowd to stand up and kiss. So we did have some production implants, you know, but still people just, you know, stood up and kissed. It was quite amazing. And then another time we had this origami artist to do the presentation. At one point he said, let's see if I can teach 2,000 people. Oh, sorry, it's not the origami. It's still, it's the 3D. Well, we didn't have enough money for 3Ds. It was 2.75D graphics. So we had this handmade like glasses, you know, it was just a cardboard with filters and everybody were looking through it to this 2.75D graphics. It was quite amazing. And then the origami guy said, let's do an origami all together. So every person had this little piece of paper and had to do one part, but then you had to talk to your neighbors and do this really nice origami thing, collective origami thing together. And it was quite a big success. So we like to work with our crowd and do fun things with them, but also before the show, because the seats are not reserved. So people come in early to get a great seat, and then we invite artists to do something, performance on stage before the show starts. So Anne, this artist that is working a lot with food, did this really nice food painting. We had this GoPro camera filming it, and then at one point she invited some selected ones from the audience to come and actually eat and destroy the beautiful edible painting she did. So this was one thing we did before the show. And then on our last show, just on November, we asked these two artists, the sound artist and video artist, to do a performance So they put these speakers on stage, and then he threw all these materials and liquids into the speakers. And when you put sound through it, so it makes all these nice forms. And you had this on the big screen. So it was a very special audio and video performance. So this is the video artist. So all of this is happening before the show starts, and people just installing, but you have like maybe 40 minutes of a very new creation going on. And we also like to do things after the show. So like have these surprises for our crowd. So we had one presenter that did this nice project called Seeds for Peace, where she invited people to crack these sunflower seeds. It's very familiar here in the Middle East. You like watch football or something and crack these seeds. But then what we did after the presentation, when people went out of the venue in the foyer of this Tel Aviv Philharmonic site, we had bags of sunflower seeds and people were just cracking them, and the sound was quite amazing in this foyer. So it's not something you see every day, let's say before a Philharmonic show, but yeah, it's PechaKucha getting there. So it's a big mess. And another thing we did, for example, with Michal and Carmel, they are both artists working with food and performance and design. And they did a really nice presentation showing their projects, their past projects. But when the audience went out of the venue, they had a special performance where they had these boxes filled with edible flakes that would fall down just like snow. And they all had different kind of flavors. So people would just go out and taste them and eat them and play with them. And it was really, really beautiful thing. So we always try to find new ways, you know, to involve more artists and spread the love of PechaKucha. And we also have some exciting plans for the future. This is what it looks like when you eat edible flakes. You don't even know what it is, but they trust us, so it's okay. And then, yeah, it's quite an amazing. The show goes on even after the show. So yeah, a little bit of PechaKucha Tel Aviv here to show you tonight, but you should come and see it, right?
Yeah, we said that. Now, hopefully, years ago, but now after this travel ban, we're definitely coming. So
You must come.
You know, there's lots of comments also in the chat just now that all these the pre activities and the after activities really make it into a massive massive night out.
But yes, I can just imagine the logistics of pulling all this off. This is really major production. So
we have the production in fact.
Yeah, well done everybody.
And we're going to say hello to another friend of ours from the production company that has COVID, so she couldn't join us tonight. So if she's watching us, thank you, Paz. We love you.
Yeah.
But we have the best professional, lovely production friends with us, so they can make this happen.
I mean, that there's so many lovely people in the world to kind of keep up the PechaKucha spirit and help, the team and the organizers to pull these PechaKucha nights off. And it's just so lovely to know how much effort everybody puts into this. But yes, so we get to see all the amazing people, not only in Tel Aviv, but all around the world.
Yeah, it's been a great night. Have you watched any of the other sessions? We've had some really incredible presentations.
Yeah, we saw our friend Thomas from Allen.
Yeah, we've all got to get together again soon. But thank you very much.
And I wanted to say your series harks back to your time. Israel came for what was their status during Design Art, Mark? Were they at Spiral Hall?
Yeah, that's right. So we should say that. So for Design Art, you were the guest city. And that was really amazing. And it's kind of funny because I keep hearing that song by so they had the most famous pop group in Israel came to Tokyo to perform called Dikla. Oh yeah, and they sang this really fantastic song, the rhythmic song, I think, and I hear it all the time now. Really? So it's really, really fantastic. And that exhibition at Spiral Hall was really
the wheat and the salt and the food and the experience that we had here. It looked just like, you know, you were doing the same things at your PechaKucha nights. The food. Yeah.
It was with Tal. Tal is also here.
Yeah, that was
Design Week, so he was also there in Tokyo.
Okay, Tal. Right. All right.
Yeah,
Salute you guys. That was amazing.
Yeah, great. We have to do it all again, you know. So.
I would really love to do this again and come back to Tokyo because it's been too long.
Okay, Very Tel Aviv, hang on the call because we're going to another amazing city next. Sure. And let's see, where are we?
To Prague.
We're going off to Prague next.
Oh, hold on a second. Are we going off to Prague? Are we sure yet? Let's hope we are. I'm taking over the deck here from Sean, so let me just try one more time. Sorry about that, guys. And all right, off we go.
Oh, she's the nice one, Wolves.
Yes.
Bum, 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 bum. Touchdown.
Hey. And what a beautiful city Prague is.
Yeah, really. Look at
I've been lucky to go there a couple of times. So.
Hello.
Yeah, hi, Sylvie.
Hi, Sylvie.
Yes, thank you for always writing us those lovely PechaKucha reports. I feel really bad for never answering, but I do appreciate them. I say, wow, how sweet. How great the people over there in Prague.
And all your amazing posters, your graphics are just, you know, just world class. It's
volume 74, I think, was the last one, right, Sylvie?
76, actually.
76, okay.
Don't worry. Yeah, well.
Okay, well, let's keep going for it. I think Jan is up first. Is that right?
Okay.
Okay, let's see here.
Fingers crossed, Jan. Good luck.
Yeah, we have some big beards today. Yeah.
Okay, Jan, are you ready?
Yeah. Hello, guys.
Okay.
Regards from Prague. I'm ready. Here is Jan.
All righty.
Cool. Okay, so I will start. Hello, my name is Jan. I'm a film director, and I was born in former Czechoslovakia, which is a small country in Central Europe. And I would like to introduce you today a documentary movie about Czechoslovak post-war architecture. By the way, this picture was taken in a building which is being demolished right now. And so I would start the story. The original idea came from my friend who is a great fan of this architecture and also publisher, but my fear on the beginning of the process was not to do it as a book. So I had just darkness in my head in the beginning, but suddenly something sad happened, and during the preparation we captured a demolition of one of the building which is in our focus. That's the picture from the film. And then I realized that there is something in the air, some special atmosphere. You know, there was a lot of people just looking around and taking snapshots of the demolition, and there was also some demonstrations against the demolition of the building. And then I found it's something I need to integrate in the movie. So it took me a great way to how to frame the main story, which is, of course, the historical journey of all those architects. The important thing is that you know, we lived here for 40 years in communist regime, in totalitarian regime, and this story starts with social realism doctrine, which was imported by Soviet and especially Stalin himself. So if you see this picture, you can see on the left side there is a New York skyscraper versus Sorella building, but the real breakthrough came just with World Exhibition in Brussels in 1958, Expo, and this time was really like a boom for all architectural scene. This guy here on the top, Matušík, says, yes, of course, there was a rivalry between our nations. So that was really big, huge boom of modern architects in our history. And also it was a great time for architects to travel. So firstly, they could see what's happening in the world, such as here you can see Le Corbusier Candigars versus Istropolis. You can see some experiments with a steel new constructions, such as those buildings. It's a Slovak radio and Czechoslovak parliament by Karel Prager. So they started to build buildings such as bridges or something. It was also era of brutalism, as we call it. The work with concrete in the faces of buildings. They start to think about it just like statues, you know. Also art was integrated in the architects. So it was a golden edge for something which we call Gesamtkunstwerk. So paradoxically, it was great era to combine art and architecture. But suddenly something tragic happened, and Russian tanks in 1968 crossed the border, and everything stops, you know. Many architects left the country, many careers end up, and it was 20 years of skepticism, but there was still a new generation and new tendencies, such as machinism and high-tech tendencies. One of the guy won the prestigious Parity Prize for this building. And also there was some postmodern movements, which was a little bit dilated by the world, but it was still there. And suddenly, Velvet Revolution came in 1989 in our country, and paradoxically, for nowadays society, this architecture is related somehow with communist regime. So we can see a lot of demolitions now of those buildings. This is the building from the beginning, which is gone now, and this is a picture from some art happening. From art demonstration for the building. So the main message of the movie is that in those buildings there is a part of our identity, let's say. For instance, in this room was Czechoslovakia split into the two separate countries, and it's still there. So yeah, that's it. That's the movie. The hope is in young generation, I guess, and I hope you will check your local cinema and you will see it quite soon. So thank you very much for your attention. Bye.
Wow, wonderful.
Thank you. This is it's really great doing this, so to pass it on to the next generation. And my daughter is actually studying environmental design, which includes architecture, and I asked her what kind of architecture she likes, and she kind of strangely, I really like all these brutalist buildings. So, you know, it's almost like fashion, you know, everything comes back after 20 years, well, maybe longer, but it's amazing what, and I asked her why. And I think it's because there is a certain stability in it, you know, in our life and time, everything is possible, you know, it's kind of so everything is fluid, everything can change. And somehow, you know, these brutalist buildings or these all of they were so stable and strong that you had something to hang on to. And maybe that's what is so appealing to maybe the younger generation, or maybe it's just a new trend just because it's different from what there is now. Could be.
Yeah, that's paradox that the young generation is the first generation that could see it without an ideological glasses, you know, and the fact that many of those buildings are just demolished now, you know. So that's why we are making the movie, to stop this process.
Right. Architecture preservation, unfortunately, is not very strong movement. It's not in Japan either, sadly. The developers and their money purses are way stronger, and money rules the world. So I guess that's probably the prime reason in Prague as well.
Yeah, exactly.
Jan, can you tell us a little bit about the paintings that are behind you?
Paintings. It's in. Those are paintings of my friends in my studio, and we shared the space together. So it's just.
All right. That's nice.
They are not mine, but
it's fun to see everybody's workspace. So that's your workspace. You're in your studio right there.
Yeah.
Okay, that's cool that you've got. Yeah, all right, surrounded by inspiration. Okay, well, great curation there, Sylvie. That's very wonderful. Yeah, thank you for that. And Jan, thank you so much for I can't wait to see the film. Maybe drop a link in the chat where we can watch where we might be able to find the film, or any helpful links that we might be able to get to it. Drop them in the chat there. And let's go ahead and keep going to our next. Oh God, goodness, who do we have queued up next? I have a feeling like I won't be able to pronounce this name. Is it easy? Oh, sorry guys. We'll go try that one more time. Going a little bit too fast. Let's try one more time. Resize. Okay. No, where's the title slide? Sorry about that, guys. We're just having a hiccup. What is going on here? It happens. How did we?
Okay, I just wanted to say that
please, yeah,
we are. It's a big honor for us to be part of the show, and so many regards from Prague to everybody.
Thank you so much.
That's so sweet. As I said, it's without you guys, there wouldn't be a PechaKucha. So it works both ways, and we are equally honored to kind of hear from all of you across the world. It's so different. It's so surprising. It's so heartening. So it's it's a beautiful International PechaKucha Day.
Thank you, Astrid. Okay.
We're getting on to we're hour 16 out
we're
of 24.
Still there. Hour 18, I think. Hour 18.
Oh, 18. Oh, sorry, I wasn't put on my glasses. Yeah, You're right. So, we're getting more and more
Bohdan Heblik, are you ready for your
Hello.
presentation? Sylvia, do we need an introduction?
No.
No,
it's
I
not
would let
necessary.
Bohdan to speak for himself. I'm sure he's ready, and we can go.
All right, let's do it.
So can you hear me?
Yes, you sound great. Go for it.
Perfect.
So hello, I'm Bohdan. As designer, last 15 years, I have been working for the film industry. First of all, I must say, I do love moving posters as a format in general. For context, I must introduce myself. This work is for Czech Philharmonic. As booklet of the season, I made the orchestra jargon dictionary. From that, I have created kind of visual styles, which I was graphically using in the whole season. Sometimes, as part of my work, in collaboration with poet Luboš Svoboda, we submit the happening about referendum of cancelling festival's name. Because the theme of the festival was Poetry Today, but the festival's name reflects 100-year-old poet. Another work with Svoboda in Czech Freedom was for International Film Festival of Human Rights, one word. Theme was the home. We won the graphic tender, but he had no come up with different design since the burning tent was too heavy for them. In 2017, I have discovered streaming platform Twitch. Everyone could access my virtual table. Everyone may look on my desktop. Motto on my channel was, I am your virtual fireplace, be my log. And they are coming and know everything. I created syntax and they designed with me, with my rules. It is the poster for the Festival of Anthropological Movies. Usually, I work with mask of real graphic designer because everything is about brands and logotypes. Creative work is wanted, but at the end, the most important are always only brands and logos. So I focused on the logos then. I made tiny changes in famous logos, and to my surprise, no one even noticed. I put typical Czech hat on the statue in the Karlovy Vary International Film Festival logo. Or I renamed the music magazine Full Moon to Full Mono. And this is my first reflection on movie posters. Exhibition of synecdoche drawn with some pentils so they are not visible from far away. Manifestation that symbols on the posters are dead. Second time, I reflect only Czech movie posters from last 30 years. It will be a book and it is still in progress. And before we look inside, I must learn you my new visual language. So, do you know this poster? You can't. It is typical Czech mainstream poster, typical contemporary poster. Black circle is face. White rectangle with black stroke is name of the movie. Look at this. Ballet of faces, steamboat on the waves of actors and actresses. And title, Summer with Gentlemen. This visual language is about return of imagination and secrets back to movie posters. And this one is very hard. Last movie by Karel Vachek, Communism and the Net or the End of Representative Democracy. Lots of faces. I fled to 1 month long residence to Slovakia to prepare 300 Czech movies posters in my new visual language. Since 1993 till now. But every book is about the reading from the beginning to the end. and who can read 300 posters without the story? Because story is everything. Story is something just like PR Bible, just like brands and logotypes. So I have selected 100 posters, and you can read them as a graphic visual novel starring black circles and white rectangles. This is only visualization. I don't want to spoil you the story. I dare to say that in this language, posters look more diverse than the real ones. It is bringing back the lost imagination. You have time to think about it. And now, tell me, who is responsible for all these faces everywhere? Is it a producer, distributor, director, or graphic designer? I decided to find answers in interviewing these people. I can reveal to you that director doesn't care how her poster look like at the end, or that distributor is afraid that he is lying too much. And what about the graphic designer? So thank you for your attention.
Wow.
Thanks. It was amazing.
Oh my God, my mind's blown. I'm kind of freaked out. Kind of freaked out a little bit.
It's scary. It is.
A little bit, right? Wow.
But this problem is not only in movie posters, it's everywhere.
Right.
We live in a graphic smoke, and everyone has logo and brands, and it's very simple to touch this and have joke with this.
Wow. Astrid, you're muted. Astrid, you're muted, by the way.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Every poster has the actors and actresses on it, and the title. And when you look at them like that, yeah, they look all the same, just like you said. But once you kind of abstract them into just black dots and white outline boxes, it just becomes much more creative, much more diverse, and it's like, yeah, it's brilliant
and subversive. You know, I know that you guys have this culture of, you know, messaging, you know, this propaganda poster heritage, and there's something about it that's like, yeah, it's like I'm getting some messages going into my head that I don't know I'm not exactly sure what I'm getting, and I'm not sure if I like it or I don't like it. You know, it's quite interesting.
It's great. It's great. Thank you. Well, what an effort to analyze all that. It's kind of, but it's brilliant. It's really, really interesting.
Very deep thinking, and I commend you again, Prague, for curating such two brilliant, amazing presenters. I have set myself up for disaster here. Never in the history of PechaKucha Nights have I never wanted to follow a presenter as not as bad as I don't want to follow you right now. I have created an impromptu PechaKucha presentation, and I'm capable of giving a good PechaKucha presentation, and this could be a train wreck, because I have a presentation that I want to present from my time in Czech Republic, and it's about posters, and it's about PechaKucha posters, and I will not be able to speak about it in such a philosophical and ephemeral way as you've just spoken, but I'm going to attempt to remember this story. I haven't once practiced it, but I'm going to go ahead. Yeah, will you guys indulge me? Can I give a presentation? Yeah, okay. So Brian. Yeah, let's see how this goes. It could be a train wreck, but Bohdan, thank you so much, and you've just made me very, very nervous. I wasn't nervous. Oh, Kochis, these guys are not coming. Kosice, thank you.
Yeah, long time.
It's Košice, actually.
Košice, thank you. Yeah, they went MIA. So that's kind of why I came. That's why I sort of
stepping in for them, right?
Yeah.
Let's see them.
Okay, so I guess it was maybe 2000. It must have been 2020. Yeah, it was the end of 2020. I had a couple, 3 or 4 days after I'd spent some time in Berlin to go down to Bohemia. This was like, I have always wanted to go to Bohemia. I don't even know what Bohemia is, but like, I just, ever since I heard the word and saw the imageries that were connected with it, I had 2 or 3 days to kill. And I was looking at the map and I said, that's where I'm gonna waste my 2 or 3 days. So I called up my friends and I said, hey, can you guys put me up for a couple days, show me around? And so I took a train from Berlin down to Prague, and I spent an amazing 24, 48 hours in Prague, saw everything that I could possibly see in that amount of time, at a brilliant, brilliant time. I think we couldn't cross paths with the PK team at that time, but then we ventured down to Vodňany, the city of water. And I spent 2 days with them, and they have a really vibrant PechaKucha night. And I'm going to share with you the their posters that they make for their city. I'll preface it with, and this, I'm bending the rules here, but they are the city of water. And so they had a young city council member who's kind of a young, cool, hip guy. And to get his city noticed, he commissioned an artist to create a script, a typeface that would use the Czech Cyrillic, the marks over the letters, and he made them look like waters, more like water symbols. And he promoted his city using a typeface, basically. And he hired this artist who I think we're all mutual friends with, Yaro Zoharo. I think I forget his real name, but Yaro, I'm sure you know, I'm sure you're familiar with him. But he made this script for them, and then he became the Vodňany poster designer. So without further ado, I present 20 posters by Yaro Zoharo. Okay, so Vodňany, I think I spent less than a day there, but I'm going to move okay, so I'm going to present this way because I'm seeing the slides this way. So they basically, they had these amazing, they started out a PechaKucha Night series. This is the city council guy. He ended up losing, I think, the being the city council. So he started organizing PechaKucha Nights, and he was making these amazing posters. And his idea was that he would go around and host the PechaKucha Night at a different location in the city every time. And so the first place, it was a city hall. The second place, it was like this disused church. And every time they created this theme, and as I mentioned, it's the city of water, and they have this special trout farming. They grow the most trout in all of Europe or something. I don't know, with a farm fishing. And this was the outdoor nature center that they took me to. They had a PechaKucha Night there. This was one of the outdoor features that next to the lake. There's a beautiful lake there. And this was the poster that was connected to that. I think this one was about, what could that one have been about? Sylvie, feel free to chime in if you can read some of these. This one maybe have been about fragrance, could have been, or...
No, it says, komu se nelení, tomu se nezení. Who is not lazy, then grows green.
Okay, Sylvie, you're my co-presenter from henceforth on this presentation. And this, I think this was the other side of that nature center. And they presented there twice, but they conceptualized 2 completely different ideas, one being on one side and one on the other side. I got invited to City Hall. This is the mayor here in the middle right. And they welcomed me into the City Hall. I had them do a dun, dun, dun with like the explosion photo going behind them. That was that pose. And that was in their council hall room. And then I was taken to this beautiful homestead where they had an outdoor event in the summertime. And then you can see on this poster, there's like there's the flying fish and the balloons, and they're just quite psychedelic and very elegant. And Yaro Zoharo, man, I commend you. They did it at the event, one of the PechaKucha nights at a greenhouse, and the poster was Sylvie, help me out here. Like I think this was, it must have been a greenhouse. They were growing roses here. They're growing all kinds of flowers, and maybe they cleared it out and they had the PechaKucha night event. All the people were sitting here. This was at a very cool old movie theater, I believe. And what can I say about this one? These are the organizers over here. This is Pavel and Hiromi and Martel and Antonis and Katya. And they are the PK Vodnyani organizer team. This is, Sylvie, what is this? This is the dam water.
Well, it's at Sweet Life. But there's a faculty of fishing and water reservation.
Okay, so we're on volume.
So how these two are linked, no idea. It says Sweet Life, and there's chocolate behind that.
So. Thank you for that. I'm not sure. These guys are pretty. They're out there. This one was at a tire shop, and every one of these venues I went to, and they said, "Oh, this is Brian from PKHQ," and they, "Oh, nice to meet you." And I was given chocolates and food and cakes and coffee, and the tire shop people were very, very excited to see me. And I was very excited to see them. I think this was like an old, beautiful apartment building or something. And what was this poster about? I don't know, some amazing design. There's a lawnmower on there and some beetles and horses running around. Oh my gosh, super great. And I think the next one, this was like this beautiful sort of Soviet era, cool brutalist gymnasium that was all sort of beautiful on the inside, and there was basketball games going on, or were they playing like futsal or something? And so we were right in all the action, and the Vodnyani team went and sat on the other side, and I took a photo from this side. This venue was a house where they were like, "Oh no, we forgot the poster for this house." This was just total serendipity, and I was wearing the shirt of that exact PechaKucha night. They were like, "Oh, you saved the day with the shirt." So we took it, rather than having the poster, we took a picture of my shirt. And then this was at a sewing factory, a knitting factory or something like that. Oh God, what are they knitting? Fish? I have no idea. But this one was I want to say volume 7. Oh my gosh, do I still have 14 more of these to go? But another beautiful design. This one was fun. I think it was a science school, I believe. And I think it was a disused, nobody was at the school, and we secretly hiked up on the roof of the school, and we weren't meant to be up on top of this building. And we had a couple smokes and a couple of drinks up there. It was quite fun. And then this was a cafeteria, I think, that we went to. Then it was very like stepping into a little bit of a time capsule. They had this beautiful, incredible ceiling and all this sort of furniture from the 60s and 70s, and this very friendly guy who ran the cafeteria. I think this was next to the gymnasium. And they were going to have their volume 18 at this, what could it be? I can't see here. This
the elementary school building.
The elementary school, okay. So they did get to this one. I think they hadn't hosted this one yet. I think I've got the poster following this. This was a really cool old factory, Paul Ladam. I have no idea, but we went into this thing with lots of industrial equipment, big, huge open warehouse that was quite fun. And it was just so fun to go all around, to see the city, to experience the city in this way, to be shown around the whole city of all the different places that they had hosted PechaKucha nights. And the last one, volume 20, I was meant, the idea here was that I was meant to go to their volume 20, which would have been in 1 year's time or something, and give this very presentation at that event. And unfortunately, COVID hit and we didn't get to do that. But that's it. That was my 20 posters and 20 events around Vodnyani. And I think, thank you so much to Pavel and Hiromi and all the Vodnyani team. Yeah, they did such a great job on hosting me. And I think there's one, I just want to do one more. I want to cheat here. Yeah. And so they just had, very last one. Yeah, that was the volume 18 that they just hosted. So as you can see, Jaro, Jaro Zoharo, I'll drop it in the chat here. He's quite a great designer and artist, and cool graphic sensibility. I don't think he's quite as I don't know, deep, or, well, I'm not going to say that, but it's in line with that avant-garde, highly thought out Czech poster culture that I'm really so impressed by. Thank you so much, and whew, I did it.
Well done, Brian.
Okay.
Thank you, Brian.
All right.
Dude, I was cracking up with knitting fish. Like you had me like
knitting fish, yeah.
Knitting fish.
Yeah, I'm sure the Czech crew here were like, no, it's not knitting fish. It was a cotton factory, Brian, but it's fine. Knitting fish. Let's go with that. But yeah, no, what a great way to see the city, and what a great way to like celebrate your city. It's every PechaKucha night is different. Everybody does, and we love that about about PechaKucha night, is that everybody does it differently. And I just thought it was a really cool way to activate creativity in your city by bringing a little bit of the good all around the city. I think probably brought some revenue to businesses that might not have otherwise had it, made some establishment some places aware to the city residents that they might not have otherwise visited. So the Vodňany team is awesome. So I think, and one of the highlights, I did go to the famous movie theater in Prague, whereas I think there's like the poster museum, and I think I saw the poster museum, and I went to Terry's Socks, and I'll just mention this one quick anecdote story. Now, I'm a big Monty Python fan, and Terry Gilliam is the only American of the Monty Python crew, and apparently, I only heard this story, well, anyway, there was a dedication of some sorts, maybe the movie theater, the movie museum, or the poster museum had just opened, and he was invited to come to the opening and help open it, and he came without a gift. I think he was showered with gifts, and he didn't bring a gift himself, or he forgot it on the plane or something. And so and he's so famous for that, Monty Python foot that's stomping all over the place. And so he took off his sock and he presented his sock to the movie theater. And if I have this story right, and then, they've got the sock in the glass case. So when you go in, you can go see Terry's Sock, and there's a sock store inside the movie theater called Terry Socks. And Pavel sends me socks from time to time, and there's these outlandish socks. And the last pair that I got I got 3 socks. I got 3 socks, a red one, I think the Czech colored red one, a blue one, and a white one. And so sometimes I wear the red and white one, sometimes I wear the red and blue one, sometimes I wear the blue and white one.
Brian, that's so you can give one away without ending up
I can't too sentimental about too much sentimental value entirely.
Anyway, yeah, so I remember too when we were touring when we were there for PechaKucha Pilsen to start with, when it was the cultural city, and after that Jana and her team kind of took us around Prague, and that cinema and the poster museum or gallery in below the cinema. That was such a kind of magical place. Posters, yes. Please do say a big hello to Jana.
Will do.
Yeah, and much love to her too.
Oh, well, thank you very much for having us, guys. Thanks.
Thank you so much.
So
that
great.
was an amazing hour.
Yeah.
Hey Brian,
you.
we've got some administrative here. This is the last time we got to switch over YouTube streams.
Okay. Yes. All right. So we're 1 minute before the hour. We're heading into hour 19, the last fourth of our event. You're welcome to stay on Prague, and who else? Tel Aviv. Thank you guys so much for being on hours 18.
Thanks. Good job, guys.
Thank you so much. We have to change the YouTube stream because we've run